Hello everybody, welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap your screen and share the live. We are just getting started, and when we do get started, we'll be taking guests not to argue or debate. I'm not looking for some kind of contentious conversation. There's nothing competitive up here. I'm just looking to see if you have a belief in a god or gods and can question that. And if that's you, if you've got some kind of belief and you're capable of questioning that, then go ahead and request on up. And while we do all tap the screen, I gotta make sure I welcome everybody for being here. Of course, um, welcome in Crystal J. See you there. Welcome Morgan Le Fay. Good to see you. Sage and Bear Cub. Good to see you as always. And Mitch the Scientist. Good to see you. Welcome VJ and Birdies. Also welcome Wendy and Rosie Bear. Welcome Old Bo. See, I got it right this time. Welcome Reason, Mason, Peggy, and, well, and to you, whoever it is that I've forgotten on that list. It's only because I didn't see your name yet. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here for a fight. I really just want to know, mostly, if you even can question your beliefs. And then, if you can, well, then I'd want to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it. Well, it looks like we're already up to 4.6 thousand likes. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. And we're already over 20 shares. That's awesome. Of course, if you haven't already, you can go down and hit the bent little arrow at the bottom corner of your screen. Well, it looks like we're already of course, things that can go wrong do. So now we've got the YouTube up and running, and everybody should be able to hear us over there. Welcome. Welcome in, everybody. You didn't miss too much, except a couple of, Michael V's exclusive segues. We'll get to hear a few more of those as we wait for guests who potentially believe in a god or gods, and who knows, maybe they'll actually be able to question that belief. It could happen. Someone might actually show up who's curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief in a god or God. I'm going to get to singing one of those here in a minute. It's been stuck in my head since I heard it. Oh, that's not normal. Normally the music stays when I go to look at another app, but it's being tricksy with us. Well, thank you, Everlasting Godstopper, Morgan Le Fay, and Crystal J. Appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. And we are taking guests, by the way, if you have a belief in a god or gods or really anything like it, you're capable of questioning that belief. Go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate, not here to argue. I'm not here to tear you down or burgle your gods or, pry them from your fleshy fingers as you struggle to grasp onto whatever it is that makes you believe in it. What I really want to know is just what it is that you believe and believe in it. And most importantly, can you even question that?
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
It's like nothing ever happened. I'll work on smoother transitions, but there we go. Yeah, that one's been stuck in my head all day. You don't know about that one, Morgan. I know about it. It was very peppy, birdies. It was. I think this one might be too. Oh, no, this isn't.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us.
It does have a little bit of that feel, doesn't it, old Bo? Well, back to the loot. Maybe somebody, anyone with a belief will find their way in here and actually request out. But I don't know. It's seeming less and less likely as the minutes go by. Should I be one of those that entices them up here by challenging them? Is it cowardice that prevents someone from questioning their beliefs, or is it complacency? Whatever I want to do, well, I'm going to keep doing what I always do, which is sitting up here, questioning beliefs, as those who have them find that they can question them, or discover that they can't. If you think you can question your beliefs, and you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, hello, D-Boy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And which god do you believe in?
I believe in the almighty mustard and ham sandwich.
The almighty mustard and ham sandwich. There's no cheese on this sandwich.
There's also cheese, but you know, it's
interesting how that wasn't included in the description. So it's mustard and ham. What kind of bread is this sandwich on?
Obviously rye.
Obviously, which kind of rye?
The best kind.
Dark rye, Jewish rye. Which rye?
We don't involve any other religions that are not involved in sandwich theory. Fascinating.
So, as a sandwich theorist, what exactly defines sandwich? What is a sandwich? Here, I have a background for this one.
You probably don't remember me.
Yeah, there we go. So, as a sandwich, what the fuck is a sandwich?
A standard sandwich theorist would say,
The fuck is
sandwich theorist would do portions of bread, some sort of filling, whether it could be peanut butter, it could be jelly, it could be peanut butter and jelly, it could be meat and cheese.
when you serve a knuckle sandwich, what is the bread?
The bread obviously is their face.
So then bread isn't really a requirement. It's more of a metaphor.
The bread is a metaphor. Obviously, yeah.
So the bread being a metaphor isn't necessary. It's really just about having an outside layer to an inside layer.
Obviously, like a taco is a sandwich.
So anything, right. So anything that's layered could be described as a sandwich.
Correct.
The sandwich could be anything that is layered.
Exactly.
So if everything that is layered is a sandwich and everything is layered, does that mean everything is a sandwich?
Everything is a sandwich. That's the universal principle of sandwich theory.
Fascinating. And is there anything that is not a sandwich?
I mean, that's tough to say. The original creator of the sandwich must not be a sandwich. Because how could a sandwich create a sandwich?
That doesn't make sense. Why is it that a sandwich can't make a sandwich?
Well, how would a sandwich make a sandwich?
By making a sandwich. I'm not sure I follow it. Like if you're a sandwich and I'm a sandwich, then do you think that there is a sandwich that made us?
Well, if you studied sandwich theory, you would know that one of the fundamental theories of sandwich theory is that, in fact, no sandwich can be destroyed or created. So,
where is that in sandwich theory?
It's the second fundamental law of sandwich theory.
The second fundamental law of sandwich theory is no destroyed or created.
Correct.
So then there's no sandwich makers at all. Sandwiches just exist.
Well, the fundamental, when a sandwich is in motion, it stays in motion. And something has to put the sandwich in motion.
I see. So we just kind of plug in various scientific principles and say they're sandwich.
Correct.
I see. Do you actually have anything like that?
I do. I just wanted to come and mess with y'all real fast. I know you probably don't remember me. I remember you.
Yeah, it's been a long time, D-Boy, and I talked to a lot of people. So
we had a very extensive conversation.
Happens all the time.
And sandwich theory.
So it's still Jesus.
No.
Not Jesus.
It's not Jesus. But it's fun to
Well, I appreciate you being here, D-Boy. I would like to move on to a believer who's open to questioning their beliefs and not just mocking the nature of sandwich. So
okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate you. Hope you keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. That is what I'm doing here. Not just questioning culinary choices.
Hi.
Mackenzie, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
Great. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in the white man in the white robe, sir. I'm just kidding. No, I'm spiritual, so I believe that I am God. And you are God. We are all God.
What is a god?
A God is a holy, higher frequency of energy.
I'm sorry. A frequency of energy. What's frequency?
So like, I think of it as just like the highest potential, like you acting in good faith and good morals.
I thought you were okay. So not high frequency, not things happening
Like an
quickly.
energy, frequency energy sort of thing.
Frequency energy. What is energy?
Energy is energy, the things that fuel us, the things that
Fascinating.
do our.
Energy is the things that fuel us, like ham sandwiches. Is
Yeah,
that energy?
it is energy. Everything is energy. You are energy.
Is there anything that is not energy?
No.
Is there any way we could define energy to be a little more clear as to what it is, so that we can separate, the usage of that word from the word everything or sandwich?
Physical and mental activity.
I'm sorry, what? You cut out there.
A power utilized from physical or chemical resources, or
A power utilized from chemical or physical
the strength and
resources.
vitality. I like that
Strength.
first one better, the second one better. Strength and vitality.
So energy is strength and vitality.
Yeah, I like that one. I'm gonna go with that.
That's what it means. So I have to pay my strength and vitality bill today, before I run out of strength and vitality.
That's the second definition that it gave.
Oh, so that's
Power and resources.
so there's multiple definitions for energy.
Indeed.
So when you say that I'm energy, you're energy, there were different frequencies of energy. What kind of energy is that? What's that definition?
Well, I believe of myself as source. A source of.
That's not answering my question at all. That's just throwing another word in the mix. So what is the energy that you're talking about? You are, or I
The
am.
strength that we possess.
The strength that we possess. So energy equals strength.
Yes.
When you say that energy equals strength, is that in all cases that you use the word energy, or is it just when you talk about people being energy?
Well, like the strength and the energy that you're using to put on this voice. That's an example of the energy.
Strength and energy to put on a voice. What do you mean?
Like this voice that you got going on, it kind of fits the theme of what we're doing here. And I really like that.
The voice I've got going on is just me talking. So
You smoke cigarettes?
What do you mean strength?
Your strength and vitality.
What does strength
this
and
going.
vitality have to do with me speaking in a relaxed tone?
I don't know. I just like how it all fits the theme. And I think that that's a part of the energy that you're creating here.
So energy, this energy that you're talking about that I'm creating here, this isn't the same kind of energy as like the stuff that fuels us, or the what was the other definition you gave?
Vitality, like taking
Vitality, strength and vitality. So when the energy of the room, like the energy of this live, that's not strength or vitality, right? And that's not what fuels us. So what is that kind of energy? What does that mean?
I think that it's subjective. Like it can fuel you for different reasons. Like you're being fueled.
Is energy just a word you kind of use whenever you don't know what other word to use?
No, I think energy is just a very broad term that can be applied to different things.
So then what are you applying it to when you say the energy I'm putting on here?
The energy you're creating is creating this vibe.
Spiritual mysticism.
Or just philosophical mysticism. I would say that.
What does mysticism mean?
I can't give you a direct definition, but I would say it reminds me of the word esoteric, like hidden knowledge. So mysticism, I would say, is similar to that, like a synonym.
Mysticism is like esoteric, so it means known by a few.
Yeah.
Or hidden.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not here to correct you. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs.
I'm open-minded.
Do you think that you can question your beliefs?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Please. It means to hear other opinions, other points of view, and to consider it, and maybe see how you.
So you can't question your own beliefs without hearing others?
I mean, how would you know if other beliefs existed? I just hear the thoughts that are in my head.
And can you question those without applying some other standard?
What do you mean by that?
When you
Question
say you just
other people's beliefs without challenging the standard?
No.
Question my own beliefs.
Without applying another belief as a comparison.
I think that's a healthy way to live life.
So can you actually question your beliefs without applying another belief as a comparison?
No, I don't think you can.
Why not?
Well, it's just like if I never left my house, I wouldn't know that there were different things out there.
You wouldn't know that there were different things out there. Could you question the things that you have as the only things? Would you just assume that's all there is?
I would assume that that's all there is.
Why?
Just like people who live in North Korea, they assume that that's all there is. Because it's all they've seen.
I don't know that that's what they assume, but can you...
Well, they assume that the world is just the way that they live it. It's similar to the way they live.
And you don't think it's possible to question that assumption without having been given other worldviews?
I don't think you would question anything if you weren't given any options. I was like raised Christian and now I don't believe in that. So I have switched my beliefs because I've been exposed to different things.
And you don't think that you could have questioned without being exposed to different things, that you would only follow what you're told and never
No, I don't think I would have.
This is the only way.
If I stuck with my family and what my family bred me to believe, then I wouldn't have never questioned it.
Interesting. So your beliefs currently in this, energy, everything that is a god, but all of us are gods. This current belief that you have right now, why do you believe it?
Because I believe that we all have an internal higher power or higher way of being that is like everything that we look like. For example, people who believe in an outer God, a higher God, the man in the white robe, the energy and the expectation that they have of this higher power, this man in the sky, is really just a manifestation of the things that like you're praying for. That's you putting in the work. That's you living your life. Everybody's praying to the man in the sky. Is he helping everybody? Who knows? But you helping yourself more than anything, and we can prove that.
We can prove what?
We can prove that the things that you do, the things that you pray for happen because of the things that you've done to make them happen.
Oh, I see. That it has nothing to do with...
Like, we can't give that credit away to a man in the sky. We should own that power.
So that wasn't what I'd asked you. It's interesting. Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
I don't think anybody's beliefs are 100% true, so no, it doesn't really matter. As long as it feels good to me. As long as I'm accountable for something at the end of the day.
What do you mean accountable?
So
you just said it doesn't matter if they're true or not, so what's the accountability involved here?
So my belief is that I'm accountable to myself. Most people think about sin and they're like, I don't want to be a bad person because it makes me a sinner. For me, it's just having a good sense of self.
Right, so it's just if you are accountable to you for your actions the way you feel you should be accountable, that's what you're talking about. But what does that have to do with... what does that have to do with the truth of your belief? Like, if your beliefs are false, are you accountable?
When it comes to false or correct, the way I go off of that is basically, am I doing things to cause harm to myself or others? Am I acting in my best, highest morality? That's what it would be for my morality to be correct or not.
Right, but that's morality, your beliefs.
My beliefs, my morality, that's what I mean.
So your beliefs about us all being energy gods, that has to do with your morality. In what way?
Because I believe that we all have our own moral free will. And when you choose to do good, that's you acting in your godlike energy.
Good according to who?
According to the effects that your actions give. Like, are you a positive person? Do you cause harm to yourself and others? You know, being ungodly would be doing evil things.
Questions. Mackenzie, I'm not hearing you question your beliefs, and I'm not hearing you actually respond to my questions. Does anybody else have a question? Oh, okay. No. Mackenzie just decided to go.
Yeah.
That was unsettling. Mm-hmm. There was a certain amount of confidence, non-questioning, absolutism there that was just kind of scary.
It sounded like rhetoric, and I've never heard it like that before, and I had a very hard time following it.
You've never heard the energy woo rhetoric be resonated that way?
I haven't downloaded that one, sorry.
Yeah, you gotta update your drivers. I feel bad. I've played almost all of Michael V's segues, and he's not here to hear them. Can't use.
Well, but obviously you're gonna have to play them again later, and towards the end of the live when he's actually here. This is for the people who are here now, and then you do it again later, and then you get to hear it twice.
And then we might all get tired of all of them eventually, but I do like them. Hello, Everlasting. Did you mean to request a...
Yeah, I thought I'd come ask some questions with you guys, if it's okay.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I wanted to ask her what could she do to test whether or not her beliefs were valid? The falsifiability of, positions like that, just doesn't seem to exist.
That would have been a great
and that's the kind of questioning when you asked her what does that mean to question your beliefs, and then she just kind of started spitting rhetoric instead of really addressing that. I would have liked to hone in on that with her.
Well, when your resonant frequency is vibrating at such an attunement that all of the frequencies around it just don't seem to coordinate, then you have to
I feel like I brought this about on you, Thrayle. I feel like this is my fault.
Fuck. You were here for it, Morgan, but I did a poem the other day, and it was like that. I just used resonance and frequency in all the weird ways, and it actually made more sense than anything I've ever heard in one of those.
It did, and it was terrifying.
That poem definitely, it had a vibe, didn't it?
Definitely had an aura about it.
Nice.
You know what else is nice? We hit our gift goal. So thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much to Paniac, to Fibonacci Flux, to Jace, to Danny Grax, and to 96. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. I am seeing Paniac's name reminds me every time that I need to buy cottage cheese and hot dogs.
What about cottage cheese?
Yeah, I told my wife about it.
That Rav.
I told my wife about it, and she gave me a look and said that I was ruining something because I told her Paniac's version of the cottage cheese hot dog. And she liked it, except the ketchup. She didn't think the ketchup was necessary. No, you're not necessary. But she liked the idea of the raw onions and the cottage cheese on a hot dog with mustard.
So I think I need a little bit more context here. Are we talking about
Just
actual
got it.
cottage cheese on a
Yeah.
hot dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I was
Okay.
questioning a belief, and this came up. And Paniac says the ketchup can be skipped, so that's good. I didn't like the raw onion idea, so I was thinking, of course, okra, fried okra, not raw, or pickled. That'd be weird. Of course, that'd be weird.
It seems like a combination of a Chicago dog and a Seattle dog.
I don't know what.
Think about it. Think about it.
I don't know what a.
Ooh, I remember that.
I can
And
actually.
Michigan sauce, you ever get that?
Is that like Heinz fancy sauce or whatever?
Heinz 57.
It's like not chili, but it's like ground beef, but in like sauce form. It's like weird.
Like what's that? Tommy's in LA. I don't know if you ever had Tommy's burgers.
I can only do mustard on my hot dogs. Every now and then sauerkraut's good, but I only do mustard.
That's me. Stadium mustard, sauerkraut.
I mean, see, these all sound like normal options. Even the cream cheese, I can be like, yeah, I can get with that. Sounds good. When I heard cottage cheese on hot dogs, it just something about that combination has never occurred to me.
It wasn't even the combination that was unsettling. It was just the calm delivery. Like that was a regular hot dog to eat on a Tuesday morning. Like
Who eats hot dogs on a Tuesday morning?
I don't know, man.
That's a hot dog GPT situation.
Well, I added a twist. I'm swapping the onions for okra. I'm skipping the ketchup, and I'm going to give it a try. And I think the okra is an important decision there. And I'm naming it after Paniac, even though that's not how Paniac has her hot dog.
What kind of hot dogs do you get?
Usually the ones that.
The plump when you cook them?
Yeah.
Nice.
And the kind that, are hot when you cook them. And they're kind of long.
There's a synagogue in Washington, D.C. called Hebrew National. Sorry, I fucked it up. It's called Washington Hebrew. It's called Washington Hebrew. I did it. I always call it Hebrew National, like the hot dog, and I just did it unintentionally, completely unironically.
Trying to tell us how you always call it that.
Yeah. Completely unintentional.
Oh God, I hate it when that happens.
As far as the brands go, though, like every other brand pales in comparison to Hebrew Nationals. Like it's so good.
Oh, it was also specified that they have to be all beef franks.
Yeah.
Yes, that was specified.
Yeah. None of that Upton Sinclair nonsense.
Well, I will try it with an all beef frank and cottage cheese, just to. That's really the core of the dog, is to see if cottage cheese is good on a hot dog. I mean, Paniac says it is, so I don't mean to detract from their experience, but I've got to find out. I'm questioning that belief. I feel like I've spoken to this person before. Edox, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Edox, did you mean to join us? I'm just seeing bars and I'm not hearing anything. So maybe it's a connection issue. You can always try again, Edox.
Ted's hot dog stand in Buffalo, New York also is legendary.
Are you familiar with Papaya Dog in New York City?
Sounds very familiar.
They do all beef hot dog, and they sell this like papaya smoothie, and papaya is like a digestive enzymes, really good for digestive enzymes. So that's the idea, is like you can eat a hot dog that might give you indigestion, but you got the papaya shake to balance it out. And it's actually quite amazing. I miss it.
Man, I'm sure it goes down easier than Sabret.
I think Edox is with us this time. Can you hear me, Edox?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
And what is the proper topping for a hot dog?
I'm gonna ignore that question.
What's wrong with that question?
I believe it's just preference. I don't.
Right.
So what's your preference?
Well, I mean, could you call like a cow being milked a hot dog?
A cow being milked. I don't know why you would call that a hot dog.
Well, I mean, I don't know why
So, Edox,
you would agree to a hot dog having different preferences, like
you don't know why I would agree that people have different preferences. And we asked
what a
you
hot dog
yours.
is.
I didn't realize it was a contention on the definition of hot dog at all.
Well, I don't.
So you're just
disagree
up
with
here
that.
looking for a debate with everything? Because it wasn't a debate question, you realize that, right, Edox?
I'm not debating with you. I'm
Great.
telling. I have an open mind.
I see. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
Probably the one that contains the actual definition of what God is, which I believe to be the creator of all things.
The one that contains the actual definition of what God is. I'm not sure what actual definition of God you're referring
Right,
to.
so something like well, I mean, I don't know, you kind of just opened up like a broad spectrum, because like, what do you think of God is?
I just asked you what God you believe in.
Oh, okay. The one true God.
You say it's the one true God. That sounds
Yeah.
like preferences, like hot dogs.
No, it sounds like
Can we talk about
there's
what you're actually
truth
talking
and truth.
about? Can we talk about what you're actually calling God?
Yeah, so reality, the reality that we believe, that we live in.
The reality we live in is God.
Yes, sir.
Is this
Have you-
God?
have you not
like
heard that
reality?
before?
Oh my goodness.
Wait, why are
you
you the one
actually-
only asking questions? I'm asking
Because
you. Have you not heard of this god before?
Edox, because this is my show.
Thrayle.
It's pronounced Thrayle. I'm going to go ahead and mute you since you're not mature enough to carry on an adult conversation.
Most of the
you're going to
time-
have to be controlled. So,
No, you just
Edox, since you can't seem to contain yourself, I think it's important that you read the live, read this screen. It says it says, can you question your beliefs, Edox? I'm not here to actually have some kind of contentious argument or debate. This isn't some place where you get to come up here and interview me unless it says question the questioner, which right now it doesn't. So I'm asking you questions about your beliefs to see if you can question your beliefs. It's my show. It's what I do. You're here as a guest. If you'd like to continue being a guest, I'm going to ask that you calm down, maybe dial back the aggression by like all the way, and see if you can actually question your beliefs. It's because I'm not talking anymore. It's as soon as I start talking, he'll try to do that whole
Are you ready?
thing. See? There it was.
There
Am
it
I ready
is.
for you to interrupt me? Is that what I...
So,
Your
I don't have
maturity
a
is
problem.
actually really
You just
working out
interrupted
for
me.
you.
It's not.
That's working out really well for you, isn't it?
Sure, buddy.
Are you having a hard day?
Wait, hold on, Rav, hold on. So I don't have a problem questioning my beliefs. I don't know where you got that from.
Great. So then let's continue questioning your beliefs. Quit trying to turn the tables since there's no table to be turned. It's not going to work.
Of course not. It wouldn't go well for you. So why would you do that?
I think he's panicking. He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to control a situation that he has no control over.
Or like, how about just don't try to control a space that doesn't belong to you?
Oh. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm not here for his crash out. He can do that in his own place.
I always wonder if people are just having a bad day, you know?
I muted him out of another live the other night for he was making some anti-Semitic comment in the chat. So
Well, that tells me everything I need to know. He doesn't even need to be in the room if that's who he is.
I think people are just so angry and sad and disappointed and scared and hungry and just all these sorts of things, and that they're looking for anybody to blame for it. You want to question that belief?
No, God will fix it. It'll be fine.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
I don't know why he thinks I would want him back up here if he can't control himself and behave like an adult. Hey there, Sean. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Man, I am 23. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief in a higher power and God. Yeah.
Which god do you believe in?
I just believe in a God, just a higher creation. You know, something bigger than this world itself.
What does that mean? Higher creation. Creation.
I feel like everything is made. You know, I don't believe in just something just pops out of nowhere, right? I feel like it gets created by something, and whatever that something is. Why? I'm sorry.
Why do you assume things are created by something?
I mean, I just never seen something that just pops out of nowhere. You know what I mean? I feel like everything that we've seen in this world so far, it comes from somewhere. So that's just my belief.
You're saying you don't believe things pop out of nowhere. I don't know why that's the alternative to being created. Why do you assume that those are your options?
I mean, I really wouldn't know any other option if it, I really wouldn't know any other option. It'd be just
You can't
either
think
or.
of any other way for things to exist other than popping out of nowhere or being created by a god.
I can't, no. I mean, if you have any examples, I'd like to hear some.
So, because you can't think of any alternative, you narrow it down there, and it must be one of those two.
Yes, correct.
What does it mean to pop into existence? What does that mean?
To, I don't know, or not even just pop, just kind of like it's always been there, If the world was nothing before, what did that one thing that was inside the world, where did that come from,
What is nothing?
Nothing is, I just imagine it to be a blank space.
When did that happen?
And who knows? Who knows?
Can I just highlight also? I don't know if you noticed, but you offered a third option just now.
What's the option?
Well, I mean, I'd be curious to know if you remember what you said, but
Just kind of like who knows, that last part?
well, you said that's a fourth option. You said
Yeah.
God popped out of nowhere, always was there, and who knows?
Yeah. And who knows how he was created, what was before him. I don't know.
Well, so I mean, out of those four options, I mean, how are you coming to understand the God one as like the most plausible or something like that?
I just feel like I believe that at the end of the day, my experience with God helped me believe in him, and I just was kind of like, okay, if I'm gonna believe in him, I've got to search for these deeper questions.
Do you
What
remember
was
the question that do you remember the question I just
yeah,
asked?
which was what was before God?
Well, no, the question was, how did you come to believe that the God option was the most plausible out of the four?
I just, like I said, I felt like me trying to question too much of what was before God. I just was like, you know what? I just feel like trying to know everything in this world is what, I feel like we're not meant to know everything. I feel like we're not meant to know, I feel like if we know everything, then what's the point of living, right? So I feel like I don't question anything before God. I just question God and after. That's it. Or not question, but just at least I can come with at least a mindset of what's after God, or, in our lifetime.
So you're not interested in questioning your beliefs?
I mean, yeah, I'm open to question it, because that's why I like talking to, people with different beliefs. It helps me learn and understand in a way.
Sorry, I'm confused because you just said that you don't want to question this God thing, but you do want to question your beliefs.
Not that I want to question it because I don't like what I believe. I do like what I believe. I just also like to, in a way, learn everybody's perspective. Like, I am open to hearing it, because I'm not going to just shut you down,
Well, is that questioning your beliefs, or is that hearing other people's perspectives?
I think a little bit of both. Will I take some things from their belief? Maybe. Will I not? Maybe not. It just comes to the end of what I decide is better for me to believe in.
Do you ever look at yourself in the mirror, like actually, not like a metaphor, but like truly examine your face? Like sometimes I look for blackheads and that sort of thing, or like pimples on my face. Do you ever do something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would it be helpful if you were looking at somebody else's face while you were looking at your own face, like while you were trying to examine your own face?
No, of course not.
Right. So if we're questioning your beliefs, I don't know how it would be helpful to hear like other people's perspectives.
I mean, you guys question and I answer it the way I can, you know. But if you don't believe it, that's fine. You know, I'm not gonna do anything about it. You know, everybody has their own beliefs. Like at the end of the day, right? So, but I do believe, you know, in good and bad. That's all I believe in.
Good and bad. What is that?
Good and bad. Good, which meaning, you know, I don't know, helping somebody, and bad being killing somebody. Sin in a way.
Sorry. So good is helping, and bad is just killing.
Well, that's just an example. That's just an example. There could be
Those
many
are just
different
examples. So there's what does good mean then?
Good means doing something that is.
That was an interesting time, Teacup. We can't hear you. We heard good is something, and then you cut out.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, sorry. What I said was I believe that the definition of good is the right thing, doing the right thing.
Right. What does that mean?
Right? Just being correct, or being, you know, if you don't know what right means, then that's, you know.
Then that's what? It's not about what I know or don't know, Sean. We're seeing if you can question your beliefs. It's an exercise. Thought you understood.
All right, well, I mean, no.
So what does right mean?
Right is just being true.
Being true. What is true?
True is however.
So right
however you want to believe it.
Is however you want to believe it. Good is however you want to believe it.
Yeah, however you want to believe it.
Believe it. And bad, what's that?
Bad is I guess the same, because we could keep going and keep asking questions, but at the end of the day, it's what you want to believe in.
So you realize we're asking you, Sean, what you believe, and your belief that good is whatever you want to believe by what you believe.
I mean, I believe that, you know, everybody is born with the knowledge of knowing what good versus bad is, right? If you want to ask what good versus bad is, then
Sean, you say everybody is known or born with the knowledge of what good versus bad is.
Or everybody grows up to know. They learn.
So they learn it from where?
From anything, anybody. You know, what they see around the world.
And I just learn it.
World.
And I just whatever they want to believe it is.
Yeah. I mean,
so then
however
what are
you think
about, Sean?
However you want to believe whatever your definition is good, if that's good for you, then that's good for you. If you want to have your own definition of what's bad, then, you know, that's what's bad for you. That's it.
Does anybody actually have a question for this guest that they think will get a coherent answer?
No, I do
not. Yeah, man. Well, I don't know about a coherent answer. We'll find out. Do you? It sounds like this God you're describing, Sean. Is this God holding judgment over your thoughts or your actions?
No, I don't think he's holding anything like judgmental against me. No.
Okay, because I mean the reason that question came to mind is because you seem to hesitate. Like, you're okay with questioning your beliefs, but earlier you seemed to kind of hesitate when it came to questioning the existence of this God. And that's why I was wondering, like, are you finding it like difficult to really take on that aspect of your belief, the existence of this God?
I just simply like hearing other people's beliefs. That's it.
So then,
That's it.
did you just request on the panel to hear other people's beliefs?
No, I mean, I was also hoping that you guys question mine, and I could tell you about mine, a little bit what I believe in.
So far, what you have told us is that you believe that there is a higher power because things must be created because you assume they're created, and that good and bad exist, and that's whatever you want to believe it is.
I mean, not that I assume that something is created. If I touch my arm, if I touch, my, the wall right next to me, that's, something
If you
that
touch the dirt, if you touch the dirt, how do you verify that's created?
by feeling it, seeing it. I mean,
How does that mean it was created?
it was once not there and then it was.
How do you know that it was once not there?
I mean, you want to go scientifically speaking.
Do you know the science?
I mean, I know of it. Yeah.
What science do you know, Sean, in regards to where dirt comes from?
I mean, not specifically dirt, but just where anything came from. If you want to, I don't believe in it, but if you want to scientifically.
Well, then we're here to question what you believe. So if you don't believe the science, then why are you bringing up science?
Because a lot of people bring up that topic, and I don't know. I just feel like if I describe it, my will understand it. So, I don't know. I guess I'm also just trying to point out different ways, even though I don't believe it.
The point of other people.
Like, what is your sort of belief grounded in?
Just I'd like to just describe it in basic terms. Going back to it, good versus bad. I choose and I opt to be a good person.
But what
in
is
this
good?
World.
You opt to be whatever you believe.
Yeah, I opt to believe whatever I believe, but I opt
to be whatever you believe. I mean, when you say good, you define that as you believe. I mean, when you say good, you define that as right, and right is whatever you want to believe it is, man.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what you define right as.
If I'm gonna open the door for someone, I think that's the right thing to do. If I'm going to cook for somebody, or do something.
But it's just whatever you believe it is, man.
Yeah.
If I look up right in the dictionary, is it going to say whatever you believe it is, man?
No. If you look up right in the dictionary, it's probably gonna. I mean, I can't tell you what the definition of right is in the dictionary, but I'm sure it's
I'll say
there.
the opposite of left.
Yeah. Or, I don't know.
What role does this belief system, or how does this belief system inform your day-to-day life?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, like, the question doesn't seem like there's really a belief system there. It seems very vague and very nondescript.
Stuff's creative and whatever you want to believe, man.
I mean, I believe in a God. I believe in a higher power. I believe that.
What does that mean, higher power?
Something that's bigger than us, something that makes us feel more important and,
Makes us feel more important.
Yeah, makes us feel stronger, makes us feel.
How does it make you feel more important?
By, I don't know, helping or maybe just bringing my self-esteem up, or, I don't know, something like that just helps you get better, become a better person, I guess. growth.
How is it making you be a better person?
I just, like I said, being kinder to people,
What is kindness?
showing an act of love.
I'm gonna regret it. What is love?
Baby, don't hurt me.
I knew it.
I'm sorry. What is love? A good feeling.
No more.
Love is a good feeling. Love is a whatever you want to believe it is man feeling. Isn't that how you defined good?
Yeah.
So love is just whatever you want to believe it is man feeling.
I mean, if it's a...
Do you think we should revise our definition of good?
I mean, you mind if I ask you the same question?
What question?
How do you define good as or
I'm
bad?
not using good as a basis of a belief system.
Okay. So what do you believe in?
What I believe doesn't matter to getting you to question your beliefs, does it?
I'm sorry?
Remember the mirror?
Yeah.
Looking at somebody else's face. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, remember the mirror? Looking at somebody else's face while you're examining your own wouldn't be very helpful.
No, I understand that. I mean, I think it's okay to try to understand what you guys believe in as well, right?
It's okay to try, but it's not really going to be helpful to the exercise. It's not going to help you question your beliefs, which you're kind of reserved in sharing, except that you believe there's something that created things because you can't imagine things popping into existence. And there was that third option you completely ignored. And then
The third option was, again, I'm sorry.
that they could always be here. You said that.
That they could always be here?
Yeah.
Things, existence, stuff, matter.
I don't think they could always be here, no. Or I don't think they were always here, no.
But you suggested it as a possibility.
It was a third option you presented after saying there were no third options.
Okay, well then I eliminate that option. My mistake.
How did you eliminate that option?
By committing an error.
By what error?
Of saying that.
Of suggesting this
Of
third option was an
suggesting
error.
that third option, yes.
How was that an error?
Because that's not what I meant to say. That's not what I meant to.
Okay, so you decided it wasn't a viable option, and we're asking you, how did you decide it wasn't a viable option?
No, I just didn't mean to say that. That's not what I meant to say.
Okay, we understand that. Go ahead.
But now that it's been out there, like the words are out there, you can't unring the bell, can you? Are you trying to unring the bell?
No, I'm just...
Okay, so you suggested this option, somehow dismissed it.
Because I didn't realize I said that. I just didn't realize I said that.
So since it's been said, now that it's out there, is it something you can think about for a moment and tell us why you dismiss it?
Because I didn't mean to say that.
How does that dismiss it as a possibility? You didn't mean to say it, but now that it's said, now we're all thinking it. So
let's pretend I said it. Let's pretend I said it, and you are discounting what I said. Forget the fact that you said it.
Okay, so if
why would you discount me saying, what if matter always existed and it just changes forms and nature is what we observe it to be because of the way the universe works?
I mean, no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know is a great answer.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know.
nothing wrong with that.
I don't know.
So if you don't know why this wouldn't be a good option, I'm sorry, a viable option, If you don't know why it wouldn't be a viable option, does that mean that it could be?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm honestly lost. You guys confused me. I don't. This came from a third option to something completely different. So I just don't know what you guys are talking about anymore. I'm sorry.
You don't know what we're talking about?
No, I mean about the third option.
You talked about how you think
Yeah.
things had to be created because you
Yes.
couldn't imagine them not popping in, or you couldn't imagine them popping into
Just them
existence.
coming out of yeah.
Right. And then I asked you about third options. You said you couldn't think of one. And then you went on to say it was either God popped it in, or God made it, it popped into existence, or it was always here, and or I don't know. And Raph pointed out that you threw out two more options: the that you just didn't know, or that it had always been there.
I believe God formed it. That's it.
I understand that that's what you say you believe, and that's your belief. Got that.
Mhm.
But the question is, since you have suggested that there is this other option, part of the issue is we can't get it out of our minds now. And now that it's been suggested as an option, saying it's no longer an option sort of means like we have to deal with it in a way that that sort of rules it out. So
No,
like
if I didn't mean to say it, sorry for interrupting. If I didn't mean to say it,
but that's okay. That's okay. We can accept that you didn't mean to say it, but now that it's out there, you've already said it. So it was, even if it's completely not a viable option, we still have to kind of examine it and ask ourselves, well, that's an interesting suggestion. I'm wondering, how it isn't an option. And you may argue that you like you're saying that you didn't mean to say it. I understand that, but it doesn't really like why avoid exploring it, I guess.
I mean, okay, so then if we go back and we start, okay, and I say the third option.
Does it scare you to explore that option?
To explore
the fact that matter could have always existed, is that a sort of a spooky sort of?
No, I mean, I feel like matter was formed from,
No, I understand that.
God.
You're ignoring the question.
You're ignoring the question, exactly. You had already said it doesn't matter. Like, let's just say Everlasting pointed out, like, let's say Everlasting said that it's possible that matter always existed, and you're saying no, that's not an option. Well, why is it not an option?
Because God made it. So if He made it, what was there before? Nothing.
So got it. So the question that you're asking yourself is, well, God made something. If it was always going to be God, so God made it. But what then? The logical next question is the same way that you're asking. Well, what made that matter? What made God? Right?
Yeah.
And it seems to me that there's sort of the same ending. That if you ask yourself what made God, and then you'd have to ask, well, what made the thing that made God, and then what made the thing that made God?
No, yeah, of course, I asked those questions. Of course, I asked.
Right. The things.
Of course, I asked those questions. It's normal.
Mm-hmm. And so the same question is raised with the if matter always existed, right? Is that there's this sort of infinite loop that continues, and so what is this God thing that you're imagining? Like, how does that work for you?
On a daily basis, or just in general?
Well, no, I think I'm really focused on this creation thing. Like, how does that work in your mind?
I mean, I just like to believe in. I just believe in good versus evil. That's it. I mean, I don't. And that's where it goes deeper into I believe God is good and evil
Can I
is.
point out a little bit of the discomfort that I notice you feeling?
Yeah.
What is that discomfort?
I'm just really cold right now. I'm outside.
I hear that, but I'm saying like every time we really get close to you actually questioning it, you come back to this. I just believe in good versus evil,
It's just
or
hard for
right
me to
versus wrong.
explain. No, it's just hard for me to explain because like I try to explain good and bad, but then like I was questioned of what's good and what's bad. Like what's the definition? If like I can't really give people a definition of something that like they
I just
should
want to
know.
reflect back to you what's been said so far, that
Hmm.
that you believe in a God that has no origin story, and a vague description of right versus wrong. Is that sort of like, I mean, oh, man, I see. Here's the thing, like I can hear that there's other thoughts that you have that are like right there at the surface, but there's I just am wondering why you're resisting that urge
No,
to.
I just know. I believe, and in my personal opinion, I know that God exists just through experiences, just through things that's happened in my life. That's it. I can't question. I'm not gonna question God anymore because I have before in my life, and it didn't get me anywhere. And then I stopped questioning Him, and now I feel like I'm somewhere. So that's just about it.
So it sounds like you think this God is judging you on some level.
Not judging me, no.
Well, you said that when you question it, when you stopped questioning it, your life improved, as if to
No,
say
I didn't
that,
say that. I didn't say
like
that.
God rewarded you for not questioning. It's whatever.
Oh well, no, because I feel like He equally will reward you for not reward you, but He would be there for you when you believe in Him. Or He's always there for you if I believe that, but not
So
everybody
he's going to
knows
have to
that.
make a judgment whether or not you're worthy of that, right?
No, He's gonna let you choose if you want to believe Him or not.
Anybody else have cheerleader playing in their head? Ooh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. He is always right there when I need her.
I didn't until now. Thanks, Rob.
My pleasure. That's what I'm here for. The hits.
Sean, does it matter
Yes.
to you if the things you believe are true or not? If they are real or not?
Yeah, it does matter, of course. I feel like,
I wonder how you will ever find that out, hiding from the questions. I appreciate you coming up and being respectful. And
of course.
I don't have any more questions for you. It seems as though you've put some walls up around your beliefs, and maybe you should question why you shy away from questioning so much. But I appreciate you being here.
You guys have a great
You
night.
do keep asking questions. Take care, Sean. That was unfortunate.
Didn't it feel like there was just something right
like
there?
He was almost there. Like he would hear the question and then intentionally step into.
I think there's third-party influence there.
Maybe.
Yeah, I hesitated voting it on the poll right away when it first got put up because I was like, I don't know. Is there something here? There's like, yeah, you're right on the edge, but very resistant.
There might come a time when you can question again. It sounds like he's done it once before, at least, to get away from calling it the Christian God. So I wonder what it is that's hanging him up from questioning at all anymore. Good morning, Tav.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey,
How are you doing?
Howdy.
I'm doing great. How's everyone on this fine morning?
Doing pretty good. We do have a new guest, but before we introduce them, I gotta make sure that I thank Fibonacci Flux, Dancing in Duality, Morgan Le Fay, Everlasting Godstopper, 96, and KD for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you so much. Brendan, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Do you remember me?
I remember the name, but I think I've spoken to 3 Brendans in the last month, so...
You have spoken to me last week.
Okay.
I came up here. You know why? I came up here last time, and I had a question in my belief. I come to you now with no doubt. And I came up here to thank you.
You came here now with no doubt as your...
No doubt. I came here to thank you.
You say no doubt in what?
No doubt. I have no doubt in my belief.
In your belief in what?
That's just the thing. And it's really no belief at all. You see, I came up here last week, I want to say, and I told you this story that my whole life I had really struggled with reality dissociation, how it had really ran my whole life and affected me. And for whatever reason, I had never asked myself one question that you asked me. And it was a simple question that you think I would have asked. And it was along the lines of, if you knew why you existed, if you knew what the whole purpose of your existence was, would it change your outlook and how you viewed your own existence? And I pondered on that for so long, and eventually I realized it didn't. I realized that there really is no answer that would satisfy me, because the question itself is no question. How can you ask about your own existence and expect a question from within the existence itself? It's like an equation. To explain it mathematically, it would be like if you had on the left-hand side of an equation, you're asking a question, but expecting an answer within that same side. It's a paradox. It contradicts itself. And the only thing I could really come up with that makes sense to me is that this, now, that is it. There is no such thing as good or evil. It's just that what you have is, you consider something good, I consider something to be good, he considers something to be good, and we all come up with a general consensus of what is morally good and what is morally bad. And that's just to mention from what you guys were talking about earlier, you know?
So what does it mean that you have no doubt?
I have no doubt now, in the sense of I feel at peace. I don't have this worry or question no more. It's like I just feel like there is no more question. Like I don't. It's almost like the question doesn't exist no more. It's like there's only the present. Like I can't see outside of it. It's like I know there's a future, there's a past, but the reality is they're both just ideas in a way. Like all there really is now. Why am I questioning something that really is no question? Like, what is, I don't even understand the question now. I'm thinking about it. Like, I don't even know what my question was. It doesn't make any sense.
So the question that you went away from here with was about if you knew your purpose, would it change the way you actually live your life? Would you?
That question, it made me realize
Sorry, Brandon.
that questioning my own
I just want to ask you
existence wasn't really like a question at all. Like, it made me realize that's not a question. It just is.
Hang on, Brendan. Go ahead, Taff.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to remember this one thing. Were you the guy who had the conversation with us about meaning and purpose? Were you that Brandon?
I think so, yes.
Okay, I remember the conversation.
I will say though, I
think there were
do
two
have-
Brendans that spoke about meaning and purpose in the
And
last
they
2
were like right
weeks.
after each other too.
I will say though, I do feel lost in the sense of I don't know what to do. I feel free. I can't express that enough. I almost feel like overjoyed.
So I have 2 questions for you. First, is a question answered by only one of 2 options? Yes or no? Is every question answered that way?
I don't think so.
Is there ever a time where a yes or no question has a third option?
I think always.
What is that third option?
Oh, depends. Philosophically, like you have a question where you're asking 1 or 2. I would say more
Here,
likely.
let me reframe it. If I offer you something, or I offer you, I ask you for information.
Okay.
I ask you, you know, hey, we're supposed to be going to a party next week. Is it Tuesday or Thursday? Is it Tuesday or Thursday?
At the end of the day, I don't know. I would say I don't
what
know.
Was that? Say that again? Yeah.
I don't know.
Morgan.
No, hold on.
And I
I'm
don't
not
know
done.
is a third option.
Manufactured I don't knows.
No, they're not. Just give me a second. Jeez.
Well, no, I don't know.
I know you
What
better.
I'm saying is,
Brendan,
I don't know is the
Brendan,
third option and the fourth option.
Hang on. Let's let Morgan land the plane.
Okay, so for a yes or no question, sometimes, almost always, I don't know is the third option. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why does I don't know make you uncomfortable?
I think it's because I would rather be in control.
Can't you still be in control of what you do have understanding and control of yourself?
Well, not knowing is... To not know is a fear, I feel like. And I feel like that's a natural fear in the sense of we fear what we do not know.
Why do you fear what you don't know?
Because you don't know what's going to happen. So you expect the worst.
I want to ask, what does...
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just have to ask this. What does control mean to you?
Control, to me, would be knowing, I guess, what would happen, to be in control of the situation, to know everything is going to be okay.
So if
To
you
know
don't
that no harm would come to me, or to know that everything would be all right within
reasonable loss. If something were to be lost, it's measurable and okay, acceptable.
Do you think you're more afraid of the unknown or more afraid of not being in control?
I think they're the same.
That's interesting. Do you have any questions, Thrayle?
I will say though, I like I said, I feel way more free, but because of this freedom, I don't know what to do now. I really don't. I want to do something good. And what is good? It's objective. It's like, I don't know. Good is objective.
Freedom usually comes with responsibilities, but I would say you just said that you don't know. Doesn't that?
I don't want to do. I quit my job. I don't want to do whatever. I want to do something that's important to me. I have no idea what to do. I don't know what is important to me. I really don't. I feel like I have to find myself. I have no idea how to do it now. I feel like I spent my whole life trying to figure out something that was never to be figured out in the first place, because it already was. And now I'm trying to find, I guess, what to do with the rest of it.
So,
Why do you think you need to figure out what to do with the rest of it?
Well, I want to do something I enjoy, something I'm passionate about, not something I just do to make money, you know? I want to do it. I want to spend my time in a way that I would appreciate when I'm running out of time.
I think those are wise words there. Rav, did you have a question?
Are you saying that you quit your job based on the conversation?
On the realization.
If I were to say the words unique potential, what would that mean to you?
I'm not sure. That means really nothing. I don't know.
What makes you unique?
I don't know. I really don't.
Do you believe that you have potential?
I think I could be good at whatever I wanted to do. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I don't know what I want to do. And I think a lot of that is because I don't know who I am right now, in the sense of I don't know what I am passionate about that I want to help somehow. I want to do something towards society. In my opinion, the definition of good is to do right by others, and to do evil would be to do wrong by others in the benefit of yourself or some other reason. But I want to do something right. I just don't know what.
Can you respond to the statement, every person has a unique potential?
I think so, yes. I think every person does.
Well, what I mean by respond is, like, what does that mean?
I think every person has a purpose and a potential to, like, I think every person has not a purpose, but something that they could excel at. And it's probably driven by who they are as a person.
By the way, does it mean that they are going to excel at it, or does it mean that that they like.
I would say excel in the sense of in a broad term, like whether or not they excel in the sense of success and what you consider success or what I consider success, but they're going to succeed themselves. It's for them.
I'm going to ask just one more time because I already asked it once, but what makes you unique?
I really don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's kind of like what I'm looking for. I want to find something that when you say unique, it's not like unique in the sense of I think of different from everybody else, but something that you, I guess, want to do. And I don't really know. And I don't know how to go about finding it either. I don't know. I would like to travel and learn culture. I just find that very difficult in my situation.
I'm not trying to like pry or anything, but that feels like loaded. I don't know how to respond.
I just mean like I'm married. I have 2 kids, and it'd be very difficult. I would love to experience different cultures from around the world. I like meeting new people from all over the world, and just hearing about their culture, their beliefs, where they're from. And I think that's something I would like to do. When my kids are out on their own, to be able to travel the world and get to experience unique things from around the world. But for right now, I really can say the only thing that is truly unique to me are my children. But I feel like that's something like that every parent has. It's like a given, a calling. For myself, I feel like everyone needs some sort of goal for themselves, and I really don't know that I have one yet. I haven't found it at the moment. I feel like, when people say they live for their kids and their life is their kids, it's almost a cop-out. I feel like everyone needs some sort of something for themselves that they want. And I really don't know. I can't think of it. I don't know. I haven't found it.
What's a problem you see in the world?
I see a few. I think one of the biggest problems is people can't seem to disagree with each other. Like
people don't disagree with each other?
No, they can't.
He means they can't do it right in his eyes.
They can't disagree and just be okay with disagreeing, and like it. Where I'm from, it's okay to go to a bar and disagree with somebody. It's no big deal, but like sometimes it's not. Like people disagree, they can't associate with you, and it's an issue. If you don't believe in the politics I believe in, or you don't worship who I worship, we cannot even talk to each other, and that's an issue in my opinion. I don't like that. In my eyes, I disagree with it. I don't care if we disagree. I don't care if I don't agree with you. I should be able to at least have a conversation, and somewhere we should be able to meet eye to eye on something. I feel like people have more in common than they don't have not in common,
Why do you think that's an important value?
I think in today's time, people are searching for it in the sense that they almost want to disagree, and it almost feels like the world is the media wants people to disagree, to have each other's at each other's throat, whether it be for publicity, money, views, political gain. I don't know, but it seems like everyone's always at edge and they're looking for a reason. And social media doesn't help it. It almost amps it up.
Almost.
People don't want to experience different cultures. They want to. They stick to what they know.
Literally monetizes it, dude.
Seemed like you felt pretty impassioned about that perspective.
I don't know how I could change it though. I don't even know if it'd be right to. That's just my opinion. I mean, does it make? I don't know. It's like, am I any better by trying to push my opinion that maybe we should? Or I don't know.
Did you run out of questions, Rev?
Well, I'm hung up on the uniqueness piece. Like, just to kind of peel back the curtain a little bit, and maybe somebody else can think of a question. Like, I am of the firm belief that every person has a potential that is unique to them. And that part of making the most out of life, not the pursuit of happiness necessarily, but the pursuit of fulfillment, is the hard-won struggle of working towards something that somebody is passionate about. And so finding out what that passion is like the privilege of a lifetime, truly, in the truest sense of the word. And so, I guess the question is for all of us. It's like there's a really lovely Mishnah that says, find for yourself a teacher and make for yourself a friend. And I think, like, having thought partners and somebody who's, I know am I my brother's keeper? It's like one of the great rhetorical questions of all time. Am I my sibling's keeper?
I feel like you've heard the reason you don't know what you want is because you already have it or because you don't know who you are. And I question whether or not it's I don't have it. I know I don't have it. I feel like I would know, but I feel like I question that maybe I don't know who I am at the moment.
How old did you say you were, Brendan?
I'm 25. I'm stuck in the predicament.
I think that's about the normal age.
Yeah, that's your age. Give it a few minutes.
I'm stuck in a predicament in the sense of I don't know how I feel. I don't know. I don't know what to do in the sense of because I don't know what I want. Part of me wants to re-enlist, maybe, to just buy time, but I don't know if that's right.
I'd say sit yourself for let the thoughts marinate. And journaling can help as well.
Did you hear him, Brendan?
I don't, not clearly.
Oh, let the thoughts marinate. he said journaling can help as well. I wonder, Brendan, it sounds like, as far as your existential crisis goes, you have some introspection still to go. As far as questioning your beliefs goes, I think you're on the right track, and you should keep questioning those things.
I enjoy it. The only thing I could ever see in life that I would truly enjoy is, almost like teaching philosophy or something. But at the same time, it just feels so cliche. I don't know. I've thought about going to school for like theology. I don't, like I said, I'm not religious, but I would like to study it. I think there
There's
is something
also
to gain from
history
studying.
and literature.
I myself am looking to pursue a degree in cultural anthropology.
There you go. So there's all different kinds of aspects of humanity, if humanities are what you're interested in. Brendan,
And they'll take your money for you. They
will.
won't.
They absolutely will. I appreciate you being here, Brendan. I think it is time we move on, but I hope that you keep asking those questions and keep looking for whatever it is that drives you forward.
I appreciate you having me, and thank you. Thank you for our last conversation as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, Brennan. Take care. Big W's for Brennan in chat. He is questioning his beliefs and going through, sounds like a little bit more, but I hope he does so with care and
self-compassion.
Self-compassion. I think that's a really, really important thing. Probably should have given myself some of that at his age. But this would be a great opportunity for me to make sure that I thank 3 Pips and Katie for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Also, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, if you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
What does self-compassion mean, though?
I think patience and critical thought. I think most people are very hard on themselves and have expectations of themselves that they wouldn't put on any other people. I think also like the pressure to comply or comport with societal standards of success are pervasive, especially in this country and countries like ours. I think it's a privilege to move to another country, or something like that. But I think it's also important to remember that like other countries live in more diverse ways. There's more than just one way to exist. And I think, as Americans, Americans forget that there's a whole world out there. We're an ocean away from many places.
Thank you for that interesting perspective, Brad.
Hello, real Kevin Earth. I'm pretty sure we've spoken a few times. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do not. I struggle with that. I struggle with the belief in any sort of God.
What?
Truly.
What does it mean you struggle with it?
I struggle with it because it's such a common thing that we gravitate to believing in a God, to, you know, like there's some being watching us, watching our every movement, and I can't believe that. You know, we are conscious beings on this planet, and there's so many questions to be asked, and we're asking these questions, and why can't it just be as simple as that? Let's ask questions. Well, let's ask questions, but the answers, they're maybe so far away from us. We don't know the answers to these questions, and that's okay. Whereas if you believe, if you subscribe to any sort of religion, you have the answers, correct? You have the answers. Whereas I don't have any answers. I'm fine with that. And I am at peace with that.
Kev, why did you request up?
Why did I request up?
Mm-hmm.
Just to have a voice.
Just to have a voice.
To have a voice.
You just wanted to say things.
Am I not being logical?
I didn't say anything about your logic, Kevin.
Okay. You know, I ended a very good relationship.
Is this why you requested up here, was to talk about your relationship was?
No, but I think it could be relevant.
Well, what is the topic of my live, Kevin?
Can you question your beliefs?
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I don't.
Okay. But you wanted to come up to have a voice. About what?
Yes.
Have you been drinking, Kevin?
I left my son's mother. She became a fanatical Pentecostal Christian.
Okay. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Well,
that is rough. I think you talked to us about that before.
And we have a good relationship right now, but
did you want to question her beliefs?
When I would bring it up, she wouldn't entertain it at all. It wasn't a matter of me. I couldn't try to convert her. But is this a thing? Like, is this does this happen to other people? I'd imagine it is a thing that happens.
This is not a therapy space.
No.
I mean that with the utmost compassion. this is not that space. None of us are qualified to unpack your the trauma that you're experiencing. So, like, I personally don't feel comfortable having this kind of a conversation. That's just my personal.
Okay. The whole purpose of my life, Kevin, is to see if believers can question their beliefs. And I do question atheists when they come up. I've questioned you before, and we've gone through this before. Have you been drinking tonight? Is that what's brought you up here?
No, I'm here on my own.
Okay. I'm sorry for your relationship woes, I really am. And I don't mean to diminish them by calling them that, but that's not the topic of the live. I'm here to see if believers can question their beliefs. I would ask you more about your lack of belief, but we've gone down this road several times. I'm ready to move on to a new guest, so I appreciate you stopping by.
Find a support system for yourself.
I do, and I'm not trying to boot you out the door, but I've got a nearly full panel, and I'd like to keep questioning believers. So I appreciate you, Kevin. I do. I hope that you find your voice, as you said. And I don't mean that in any kind of dismissive way, though. We are moving on.
Come in time, oh my darling.
Hello.
Come in time.
Hello, Wild Magnet. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in a higher power.
And what does that mean to you?
To me, that means that as an incarnation on this planet right now, I have like a connection to God or higher power or source energy, and that through my life I can like be an expression of God, not one that anybody needs to worship necessarily, but I believe that I get to create in a God type way, maybe lowercase g.
What does that mean, create in a God type way?
I believe that just in the same way that some believe that God spoke and created all, that I can use my voice and my words to create what I want to create in this world.
So you're saying you can speak things into existence, or you just mean that you can... What does that mean?
I mean, yeah, I can speak things into existence. I mean, maybe not always instantaneously, like poof, it's there, but through my intention, through willpower, and through what I believe is able to happen in my life.
Are you speaking things into existence, or are you actioning them into existence? Are you actually taking action? Or can you just speak and sit back and the thing will happen?
Did you know that abracadabra is I will create as I have spoken, Evra Kadivra?
Yeah, I read that today, actually, in some of my notes from a long time ago. I do believe that action is necessary. And I think the speaking can be an action.
My question was, if you say the thing, can you sit back and it will happen?
No, I think with saying sit back, like kind of implying no further energy given, and no, I don't think it's that easy.
What if I just keep saying it?
Saying it is one thing, but feeling it and believing it, I believe that's what's necessary.
Yeah, if I sit here and I feel it and I believe it and I say it, do I have to do anything else?
Yeah, I think you do. In order to really create enough ripple in the fabric, so to speak, or for lack of a better term, I guess.
What do you mean ripple in the fabric? What would I have to do to ripple the fabric?
Well, I think action in the physical world, like actually, moving atoms around to create whatever it is that's in the mind in order to make it physical. But not just, using my actual hands to create, but using my belief, my electromagnetic field, or my energy, I guess. I'm not sure.
Magnetic field.
Yeah, I don't really know what to call it.
So, what is energy?
Vibrations of matter.
Energy is vibrations of matter. Is that what's rippling the fabric?
Yeah, I think so.
So, energy is vibrations of matter. Where does that come from?
I guess I would say that comes from God, from the fabric of it all, from reality.
Why is that God?
I guess I put it that way because that's where my belief system kind of stemmed from. I was raised in a Christian church, the Mormon church or LDS church, and part of that doctrine is that God is everything. omnipresent. So that would go from the biggest things to the smallest things. So I guess that's where that belief kind of stems from in my mind.
Do you still believe LDS doctrine?
Sort of, maybe as a launching pad, or for my reality. Why do I see it as a launching pad, or why do I still kind of see it?
What are you using as a launching pad? What aspects of LDS doctrine?
Is the doctrine that God is, or the higher power is omnipresent, like in all things, or like, in other words, that all matter has spirit.
All matter has spirit. And so you take a loose understanding of what energy is and apply it to God, and kind of make God fit the energy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Why?
It's a good question. I guess I was taught for many years, up until I was probably 22 years old, that the LDS church was the only true church, that we have the fullness of the gospel. And I also believed very strongly that all of our advancements and discoveries of science were just as true. And so if I could form connections with all scientific belief systems and all of my religious belief systems, that I would be able to receive clearer revelation, that I would be able to understand God, that I'd be able to live my life in a more Christ-like way. That's where I kind of started.
So do you still believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I think he was a prophet, or maybe a group of people, and the story of whoever Jesus was, or whatever it was, has been transformed over the years. But I do believe something happened back then that was pretty powerful. I'm not sure if the version of it that I've gotten over my lifetime is accurate to what really happened back then. But I do believe that there's definitely some power around the story of Jesus.
Do you think the power is in the story itself?
Not only in this story. I think that there were some pretty big societal changes that happened, like that actually did happen at the time. And I think that there is a lot of power to the story. I mean, it's very polarizing for people.
That's what I'm asking. Is like, do you think the power that you're talking about comes from just the story itself? In other words, have you ever heard the phrase "art reflects life"? Art reflects real life or reality.
Yeah.
If this were just a story that just reflected the times, you know, the general geopolitical, you know, issues that were at play, and maybe this was just a story that was told to kind of, you know, give people hope in a savior from the oppressor, you know, just it would be much like we see art, movies, books, literature, mythology. You know, what is the purpose behind any of this? Is to, you know, teach people a moral lesson of some sort. In other words, does this story have to be historical? Does it have to be like real events for it to be meaningful to you? That's what I'm really asking.
No, yeah, I don't think so.
What makes a solid dating profile?
That's a great question. Like, to have a solid dating profile, someone needs to be authentically themselves, to show who they really are in their gooey center and show their weirdness. Stop trying to attract as many people as possible, but just try to attract the right people.
And how do these beliefs play into that messaging?
I believe that as a person connects to their story or their heart, or connects to maybe the truth behind all of the trauma, that they're able to express themselves more fully with less masking, less persona. And if I can make people feel safe enough to be themselves in a one-on-one coaching situation, then I can help them feel safe enough to show that through a dating profile.
Don't we all mask, though?
Yeah, I think it's part of the human condition. But the less or the more we can take down that mask or give people a peek behind the curtain, the easier it is to connect on a deeper level and form real attraction.
Did you have a follow-up to that detour, Ref?
Nope.
I appreciate the question.
For Schnitzel.
Does it... What is it that compels you that there... Well, actually, that's an assumption. Do you think that there must be a mind behind the existence of everything? That the God of everything, the you carry over from LDS has a intention for you?
Well, in the past, in my early 20s, when I believed that God was more separate from me, that version of God that was so wrapped up in the religion did have kind of an agenda for my life, because that religion needs to collect money to stay afloat and stay organized and all the things. So that God did have a mind, but I guess as my beliefs have changed, I kind of see myself as having more free will. I feel like I might have gotten away from your question. Did I answer it?
You have more free will, but do you think that the God that created everything had an intention? Do you think it created everything, or it just is everything? It's two questions, sorry.
Well, I've heard that the intention, I guess the story that has resonated with me is that the intention was to have experience, or to experience itself through all these incarnations or emanations. And that feels true for me. Yeah, the purpose is just to live.
I don't think you're hearing or answering my questions.
Oh.
To the question that Thrayle asked about does this God that you're carrying over from your Mormon upbringing, your LDS upbringing, the question was, does it have a mind? And you seem to kind of conclude that with, as you grew away from that idea of that deity, you obtained more free will. And then Thrayle followed up with the intent, like taking is that because if taking the intent away from this deity and placing it more into the aspect of like this creator is experiencing itself through its own creation? Is that kind of where you've tried to answer this?
Yeah. So if that God, or because you're asking me in the present, right, what I believe about the mind of God and
the intent, and if the intent is to experience its self through its creation, then that sounds like there's an intention there and a mind at play.
Yeah.
Where does that intention end and your free will begin?
I guess with every breath I take, or,
Every move you make?
Yeah. Yeah, every moment, just every movement of all of my atoms. That's where, or yeah, maybe just from the past into the present. That's when it goes from the intention of God to my free will.
Sounds like you're describing the measurement of change, which I would define that as time. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah.
Does God require time? Or even simpler, does God exist within time?
No.
Then how can God actualize any change?
Are you saying change? Yeah, change only happens with time.
Time is the measurement of change. And if there is no framework of time within to measure that change, how can any change occur?
Yeah, because if what I was saying earlier, if God, wants just to experience itself, then that would imply that change needs to happen, or that time needs to happen. So yeah, maybe God does require time.
Have you ever heard of process theology?
No.
You may find it interesting.
Cool, thanks. Process theology.
Does it matter to you that a God exists?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I believe that that I am an emanation of God, so I like existing. This is pretty fun.
Right, you exist. Does it... You... Okay, Okay, there's a few questions raised by that. I'll try not to go the comedy route.
Why not?
You said emanation. Is it like an emission? I'm trying to formulate the right question. You assume this God exists, and that you are an emanation of the God. My question about does it matter to you if it exists or not? Is it not possible for you to exist and there to be no God, no intending creator that is in everything?
Yeah. I guess in my mind that would sort of condense everything to a very like material, like it really is just us on this rock floating through space, and it's all just really, really lucky, and the chances are just so low.
How do you know what the chances are?
Well, I guess I don't really, but given the information that I currently have, it seems to be unlikely for us to exist.
But you do exist. It's 100% chance that you exist. I guess it depends on the direction that you're looking.
And how do we know that the existence that we have is the lucky one? Like there could be life out on a far off galaxy planet somewhere that doesn't suffer. For all we know, I'm just saying, like as a possibility of questioning when you I feel like every time this comes up with like, well, statistically the likelihood of us existing is so infinitesimally small compared to what we only have access to so much information. We can do rough calculations and figure out what's the likelihood that we're the only life in the entire cosmos. Well, that's it's highly unlikely that we're the only life out there. That's a statistic that we have something to quantify off of. But the fact that we exist is just, it's a 1 in 1 chance.
Yeah, that's fair. And we haven't been looking for very long in the grand scheme of things. I guess, how does that connect to the original question?
I was just actually kind of responding to what you had said about lucky, us being lucky that we exist. So,
but yeah, you're right. Who's to say we're lucky? There's all kinds of wild things going on.
Well, how is it that you've determined any of the odds to know if we're lucky or inevitable?
Hmm. You say lucky or inevitable, like two sides of a coin?
Is it luck that we exist, or is it inevitable that some life somewhere would arise and would be wondering a why at a universe that has no reason? While you ponder that one, I'm going to thank Insomnia 96 and Paniac for helping with the goal. I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And also thank you to everybody else for getting us up to nearly 40K. Looks like 40K on one screen. Thank you guys so much for tapping and sharing the live. And if you haven't already, you can repost with the bent little arrow at the bottom of your screen.
Huh. I like this question. You got me stumped. I feel like I'm coming to the edge of my the edge of my abilities here.
Your ability to do what?
To comprehend the question, or to form an answer about my perspective on it. The neurons are all just trying to connect. They're not sure which order to connect in.
I'm wondering what comes up for you when you think of like being lucky or something like that. Like what drives that feeling?
I like to say that I am a very lucky person, and I believe that by having that outlook, good fortune, so to speak, is able to condense itself in my reality more often.
Do you also say how lucky you are when something miserable happens?
It's harder in those situations, but when I can connect to gratitude, it does make harder things more bearable.
How does it make harder things more bearable?
When I think about gratitude or the things that I'm grateful for, I believe that it puts my physiology in a state that releases less stress hormone and can create more peace, or more of a sensation of peace. My physical body is still in the stressful situation, but I can control my reaction to it.
What does that have to do with the belief?
I'm not sure what you mean. The belief that gratitude helps me, right?
How is that generating a physiological response?
By focusing on gratitude, or by exciting the neural pathways in my brain associated with good feelings, good memories, by exciting those areas of the brain where those memories are stored, I'm able to quiet the stress response that my body's going through. Or kind of changing the channel through my attention.
Did you have a follow-up on this line of questioning, Rav? Oh, we lost Rav. There he is.
I just muted myself. Tab, is that person bothering you down there?
No, it's all cool. Don't worry about it.
They're old friends.
Got it.
Allegedly.
Effendi. Well, Magnet, I don't know that I have any more questions for you. I don't know if you're questioning your beliefs. You're very vague in your answers. I don't know if that's by design or if that's just the way you think of your God. But I wonder if you can question even that. I appreciate you coming up. I hope you keep asking questions, but I think I'm ready to move on.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys. This has been a really cool discussion. You guys really got me thinking. I think I did question my beliefs. So.
I think there's some questioning happening there. Maybe that's why it's vague.
Yeah, I think it's all kind of foggy for me, too. So.
I hope you keep asking those questions. If you come to some more, I think, direct answers, bring them back, and I'll be happy to question you again.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate you.
Don't worry about it, dude. Thrayle does that to everyone. Rav, it's transliterated Arabic into English, and there's also regional dialects like Morgan said. So he's speaking in the Levant accent, and I'm speaking in the North African accent. There was some miscommunication there.
And are the numbers representing letters or characters?
Yes, so the 3 is Ain.
And it's a lot of stops usually.
Yeah.
That's so great. How many characters are there in Arabic?
27, 28, something like that.
And are there like vowel punctuations?
There is, but I think it's 1 or 2. Not much.
Okay.
It's the kha.
I need to learn Arabic. I feel like I've tried twice and it just is not like it's interesting. I can hear it and understand some just because of the similarities, but I need to learn how to read it and understand it.
We'll get your Duolingo. Not sponsored, by the way. Hello, the Invoker. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, sir. Sorry if my grammar not right also. But I want you to understand, I'm not promoting religion here. Is that
Great.
okay?
I did ask your age.
I'm 32 years old.
32. And you said you're not promoting religion. That's great. I'm not either. Do you have a belief in a God or anything like that?
What again? I didn't heard.
Do you have a belief in a God or anything like that?
Yes, I believe God is inside me.
Which God is that?
In my perspective, that God is from Christian, but I want to get out here. Sorry, my grammar.
You're saying your God is Christian, but you're looking to leave that. It's still that God, though.
Of course.
So do you believe in Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
Yes, and of course too.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Sorry to ask, but I don't read Bible anymore.
Why not?
Because Bible made by human also. But the authors, I respect the authors.
So the Bible was made by humans, but you respect the authors.
Yes.
So do you just not believe the stories from the Bible?
In my childhood, believing religion, I also read the story, not the verse. And then I believe Jesus saved us from the sin, but not just to teach us to make a religion or to preach Him.
I didn't understand your answer.
In my discovery, I thought so. Jesus Christ don't worshiping. Sorry for the grammar. Don't he promoting. Sorry, I'm nervous. He promoting to go back to relationship with him fathers.
He's promoting to go back to a relationship with his father. Is that what you said?
Yes, of course. He's promoting that.
What does that... My question...
But
okay.
I mean, he means to worship the only God, his Father.
I'm having difficulty understanding you, and I'm not quite sure you understood my question, based on the answer that I am getting.
Is there a conflict in my belief?
I wouldn't know if I'm not fully understanding the questions, or the answers, I mean. Are you saying that you believe the stories because Jesus said to have a closer relationship? Or are you saying you don't believe the stories except that Jesus said to have a closer relationship? I'm not sure how that answered my question about believing the stories from the Bible.
I mean, he don't want us to give himself to become a religion and not to make a religion also in that time in his life when he's
Why do
in
you
life.
believe?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you're not answering my question about believing the Bible, then I've got to ask, because you said it was made by men, and that's why you don't read it anymore. And so I wanted to know if you believe it, and you're just kind of answering your own questions, avoiding whether or not you believe the stories, which would be important to know why you believe anything Jesus says, if you believe the stories or not, right? I need to know where you get anything Jesus says if you don't read the Bible. Do you understand how not answering my question isn't helping this discussion go further?
Jesus, with my reading of grammars, not understanding. What again po? Ayun po. Sir.
Why do you believe in Jesus?
I believe Jesus is our Savior. And Jesus is totally or absolutely inside us.
Right, why do you believe in Jesus was the question I asked, not what do you believe about Jesus? Why?
I believe because He wants us to do His preaching and teaching more of that.
I didn't
Sorry,
understand.
my grammar is...
I didn't understand your answer. I could ask the question again and you could answer again, and I don't know that I'll understand. Is anybody else understanding the answer?
No, not really.
I am not.
If you don't understand,
Yeah, I'm asking you why you believe in Jesus. So far you told me that you believe he's a savior. Now there's an echo that's very loud. Okay.
yes, also.
Yep. Appreciate you being here, Evoker. But I can't even speak when you're unmuted. And I'm not hearing this conversation progress. But maybe if you have a belief in a god or gods, or anything like it, you're capable of questioning your belief, you might request on up. See if you can question your belief. Show the kind of courage and curiosity that Invoker showed. And who knows where the questions might lead you. I would have kept trying. I think I had a few more ways of questioning, but when the echo started ringing back, yeah.
I don't think that ever would have clarified.
It's an interesting drama going on in the chat.
If you want me to stop, I can stop.
No. You guys, I don't understand most of what you're saying to each other. It's just when you switch to English.
Oh yeah, the English line was a bit dramatic.
I know that's the point, Matt. And I'm not mad about it.
If you want, I can translate the entire conversation.
I bet you could.
But I think they're done.
I like passing notes when the teacher's not looking.
Does have some.
And it's written in their own secret code, just in case.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Don't translate it, guys.
To be honest, at first they were just shit talking each other, but then it got to a conversation.
It's been interesting to see this relationship progress over the last few weeks.
Definitely.
True. If you wanna come up, you can come up and ask it. But we still have to question the belief.
Mm-hmm. We do have to question your beliefs. And then, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, why am I saying it? I could use one of Michael V's segues.
I was literally about to say that.
in a God, a higher power, or anything like that. Request on up.
Oh, 2-for-1.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God, but there's always room for one more in the shelf.
Okay. Yes. Yes. As far as I know, it is. That was provided to me by Michael V. And you'd know that if you were in the Discord. Of course, Linktree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio, either one will take you there. You just need to make sure you read the rules when you get there, and if you can't agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. Lake Lacey, this is just questioning beliefs. We're just here to see if you or anyone with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that is capable of questioning their belief. And if they are, then they can come on up and see if they actually can, or if it's just a belief that they should have questioned. Like every other person on Alive, apparently. What does that mean, to be like every other person? Is that a belief that you can question, Lacey? I guess I asked everyone, and they said what you did as a reason. What does that even mean? Just like any other troll in chat, in any other TikTok live.
tonight has been a string of Mormons or Mormon adjacent people. I had 3 on my panel. One was ex-Mormon. One was Mormon, but not LDS, and the other one was LDS. And then we just had that other gentleman. And it's weird because I never encounter Mormons on panels. And tonight it's just like a conveyor belt of them.
Oh, we get a lot of Mormons through here.
Yeah, I have noticed you get more.
Everlasting, I gotta ask, what's the difference between a Mormon and LDS?
So that's what I asked, and apparently there was a theological fracture with Brigham Young. That's the most I was able to really ascertain from what was explained to me.
That's something.
And I don't even remember what that theological split was. It's confusing.
Sorry, what were the 2 options? What were the 2 options?
LDS and I guess traditional Mormons.
Did they make that distinction?
Yeah, so the first guy that was up, he made the distinction, and so that he's the one that I asked the delineation. So Aspen answered and gave Aspen gave like an extremely detailed answer, and it just like it bounced right off of me. I at the end of it, 5 minutes into the explanation, I was like, wait a minute. What question did I have again? Oh yeah, like, okay, what was the split about, or what's the difference? And so it was something to do with Brigham Young. I don't remember what it was though.
Steamrolled.
The last message Matt sent was, I don't want to come up on the panel, so I don't. So he doesn't cuss me or something. يا زلمة لو بتطلع ما راح اتكلم معك. شباب بس راح يحكوا معك. He meant that he doesn't want to cuss me.
Oh, he'll cuss at you. Is he that, out of control?
I don't know.
I mean, at least he's honest.
Hell yeah, Wisdom Eye. I think you'll like it there. Wow, that escalated quickly. What the fuck?
Escalated real quickly. Jesus.
Oh my.
We just jumped into that.
Defend humanity, defend beliefs. I defend everybody, but hey, has anybody done this today?
Wild. I just out of left field, my guy.
My.
Crybaby monster. I feel like I'm dissociating because of that. I don't feel like reality is real anymore because of that.
Was reality ever real to begin with?
Sorry, say that again.
Was reality ever real to begin with?
Well, yeah, but my doubt levels have skyrocketed since that. Especially the cream cheese one.
Wait, what about cream cheese?
But no, believe me, you do not want to know. I'm not gonna mention it. I'm not gonna talk about it. You're good like this.
This is the kind of thing that would make me go throw away all my cream cheese.
It's the kind of, it's not even the funny kind of thing. It's the horrible kind of thing. It's in relation to the files. Yeah, exactly what Crybaby said. That. Tell you about all this, but I'm curious.
These are beginning to read like Discord conversations. And sandwiches, every one of them. We had a ghost in queue. But maybe you're not a ghost. Maybe you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, and you're capable of questioning your belief. If you are, then go ahead and request up, and I promise Tavium is not going to curse you out. Neither am I, as a matter of fact. Morgan is a wild card, and Everlasting Godstopper is nothing but respectful, but if you do have a belief in a god, then, you know. Oh, and Rav's asleep.
How come Morgan gets to be the wild card and I'm the respectful one?
Well, because
Thrayle doesn't let me alley-oop him into another fucking question, that's why.
Okay, that's fair.
Just gotta trust the process, man.
Hello.
Hello, James. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe in God, the one true God.
Which God is that?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Not all of it, no. I'll be honest.
Why not?
I personally, like, religion-wise, I don't believe in religion like that. And I don't trust, like, all of the Bible. I trust in God.
You say you trust in God. You don't trust in the Bible.
Not all of it.
You believe in Jesus.
Yes, I believe that Jesus
died on the cross for my sins. Yes. But there's some things in the Bible that may or may not be true,
What might not be true in the Bible?
There's just some things that just don't make sense to me, but who knows?
Can you give me an example of something that might not be true or doesn't make sense in the Bible?
I'm on the spot right now, so. You know.
Oh, there was a bit of an echo there.
But I personally just believe, I believe in God. I believe that Jesus did die on the cross for my sins.
You did say that already.
But
you said it twice.
I don't believe in the aspect.
Stop, James. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. The topic of the live is, can you question your beliefs? And the question that I asked you, after you said there are parts of the Bible that might not be true, I said, what parts? Can you give any of them? And so if you don't have any, that's fine. And I don't know, or that's fine. I'd like to move on to a new question, though. So you're just giving us a sermon, because that's
move on to a new question.
Stop talking while I'm talking, James. So the next question I'm going to ask is, if you haven't read the Bible all the way through and you think there are parts that aren't true, how is it that you come to believe the Jesus part to be true?
Well, there's evidence of that.
Evidence of what?
That he died on the cross for my sins.
Where is there evidence?
There's evidence that he walked through Bethlehem and Jerusalem and all that.
James, where's the evidence that he died on a cross for your sins?
Where's the evidence? The evidence is that it's the proof. Do you not know that Jesus died for you?
James, did you request up here to preach at us and act condescending when you realized that nobody believes what you do? Or did you actually come up here to say, stop talking while I'm talking? How old did you say you were?
I'm 22.
You're acting like you're much, much younger. You should probably learn self-control. It's going to be important in your life. So, if you believe in Jesus and you claim that there's evidence of him dying for your sins, can you name any of that evidence?
Well, the evidence is, it's hard to explain in my standpoint, because as a believer in God, as a believer in Jesus, it's more of a relationship kind of thing with God,
That's not answering my question at all. So
it's that feeling and that knowing that God exists.
That's not answering my question at all. What was my question?
Your question was, how do you have evidence that Jesus exists?
No. You said there was evidence that he died on a cross for your sins. I asked what.
There's 100% evidence.
What evidence?
Have you not seen documentaries and stuff about it? Like they have found crosses, and they have found the nails.
I've seen more than documentaries.
They have found footprints.
Documents about it. But James, what did you say they found?
They found footprints where he walked.
Footprints where he walked.
Wow.
How long ago was that? You walked part.
What do you mean? That was a long time ago.
There's only one set of footprints. That's where he carried you.
Wait, what?
Where did you get that they found footprints where he walked, James?
There's literal, go watch.
Where did you see this?
Documentaries.
What documentary?
About God. Well, about
Which
Jesus
one?
Specifically.
What documentary?
I do not know the name of the documentary, but...
And so in a documentary about Jesus, you're saying they found the actual footprints where he walked?
Yes. And Inca...
Who were the, the producers, the archaeologists, who found the footprints?
I don't know the exact people that did, but I know that they have found...
You don't know who made
They have found evidence of his existence, yes. That he died on the cross.
Who is they?
Philosophers.
philosophers found evidence that Jesus died on the cross. Are you trolling right now?
I'm not.
What year were you born?
2003.
This is fascinating and terrifying at the same time. You think philosophers found evidence that Jesus died on the cross?
Well, yeah. Well, not philosophers, but who are the people that find stuff? Sorry, I'm pushing myself in a hole right now. Let me back myself up here. Sorry. I'm reading these comments and it's just like, okay.
Is that why you're not actually comprehending any of the questions or the words coming out of your own mouth right now?
Not really.
Goodbye, James.
Wait, hold on.
You guys know of someone called Dave Farina, YouTuber, science communicator.
Oh yeah, Professor Dave.
Yeah. You know his debate with James Tour? How James Tour started screaming at him, Mr. Farina, Mr. James. That felt like that. Thrayle
was jumping up and down and stomping his feet on the ground.
It was fucking hilarious. Mr. James, please write down the formula for some random amino acid.
That was so strange.
But watching the Harvard the round table it's like a must see. After if you watch that debate and you don't watch the Harvard round table, then you're really missing out.
Which debate? Oh my god, that was so satisfying.
Yeah.
I'd recommend some popcorn, guys. That was so cool.
Oh boy. Dave Farina, it's Professor Dave Explains. He has a YouTube channel. The topic was we don't have the slightest clue about abiogenesis. And Dave Farina was like, well, no, we actually have a lot of clues. Like, we're only missing a couple of pieces. You know, he showed up ready to actually talk about the science, and James Tour literally just like performatively just started screaming and shouting, because Dave did call him out for some past comments that he's made, that he's just been dishonest in a lot of his, you know, they had this back and forth video response thing going back and forth, and so Dave called him out for some of his dishonesty, and that like just caused him to crash out. Like he couldn't control himself. I'm talking about James Tour, like this prestigious chemist that's like really well renowned in his field of synthetic chemistry, but now he's talking about the field of systems chemistry, which he didn't really seem to possess a great amount of understanding on. And so it was just it was a train wreck of a debate. But the Harvard roundtable was a very humbling experience for Dr. Tour.
Yeah. This conversation reminded me of that, because the way Professor Dave says James was exactly the way Thrayle was saying James. James.
That was infuriating. Did it show? Was I?
Yeah.
Did I seem infuriated?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Did I let it crack?
Marginally irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You were totally crashing out.
Yeah, I was crashing out.
Sorry, go ahead, Fred.
No, you go.
I wanted to say that the Harvard roundtable thing felt like a child being tutored to numbers, learning numbers or letters or something. It was very, very satisfying. And the whole time James was looking down at her. But it felt like a. So you have to see it. You guys have to see it.
Maybe we can watch it on the Discord later.
I'm gonna go watch it right now. Actually, that's okay. Good night.
Appreciate your rap.
Yeah, you're awesome. See you guys.
And now all we need is a believer in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, who's curious enough or courageous enough to request up here and question their beliefs. If that sounds like you, if you think you can, well then go ahead and hit that request, either one of the boxes underneath Tavium or Everlasting, or the pink and blue people next to your chat box. Either way, it'll bring you right up here. Sounds hard. It does sound hard. OBX. It is hard for some people to figure it out. Thank you, Liz, for all the finger pegging.
God damn it, Liz.
Why you gotta say it like that?
It's a whole thing. Don't bring it up, please.
There was an entire life about begging.
It wasn't the entire live. It was like a good 10
Sorry, I
minutes.
missed that.
It was 10 minutes where we just couldn't get off the topic. And then
I mean, to be fair, even the poem was about begging, so.
I did quickly compose and read a poem that was basically pegging every other word, and then at the end of the live I ended it with a poem that snuck in at least one little peg.
Right, Liz? It felt like forever.
I didn't take us there. I just enjoyed the humor of the
Attention to
moment.
it is what you did.
I just enjoyed the humor of the moment. I don't think I was the first one to call attention to it.
It's Liz's fault.
How about a Master Shake poem? It'd have to be delivered by Meatwad. Because I don't do Master Shake's voice very well. It just sounds like Gilbert Gottfried. I know. Now people think they want to hear me try to do a Gilbert Gottfried impression. You don't.
I can do a decent Carl. That's the only one I can do.
No, I can't. Yeah, I don't think I can do curls.
Oh, when something's cool, you say sweet nectar.
No, I can't get there. That was good, though. That was good.
We can do this all day, you know what I mean? And if you gotta believe in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request honor.
I believe Chicken and Beans is one of the greatest songs ever written.
What? Why are you suffering from short-term amnesia, Morgan?
Oh, it's just how my brain works. I don't sometimes retain short-term memories.
What did you forget already?
What are we talking about? No, I just remembered who started it.
I swear it wasn't me. It's Becca.
Mm-hmm. Crybaby says, what are we doing on this planet, you guys? I haven't figured out how to get off of this one.
I mean, just kind of living life, dog. What are you doing?
Right. There's stuff going on, so I'm occupied.
Mm. Becca, you're a lawyer. You can get out of it.
As 100% as Becca was making stuff.
I guess my first live back is gonna be a mock court to figure out who's guilty.
Oh, punish it.
I'm pretty sure you can petition for him to pay the legal fees, yeah?
And you guys can wish.
You guys hear about the time God tried to sue Satan?
No.
Satan said, good luck finding an attorney.
I'm gonna say something that might sound controversial, but Hell sometimes makes me feel less of an Arab because she says Arabi. I am Arabi and not an Arab. That's the strongest Arabi I've ever heard in my life.
That's so aggressive.
I know. That's why I feel less of an Arab. No fairness, she was raised in the Middle East and I was raised in North Africa. He's more of Arabi than me.
Is that? I don't think I've heard her say it.
It does.
Yeah, Hell was here. She was here 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Something like that. I don't know. Recently, in the last week.
Yesterday, or the day before.
This is what happens when I do 12-hour lives over and over. They all kind of run together. I know it was recent.
2 days ago?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Hello.
Interesting name. Yeah, you're probably not old enough to be up here, so we're just gonna go ahead and move right along. What a name. How do you expect to be taken seriously on TikTok that way?
Well, that's how adults speak, isn't it? That's what the grown-up usernames say.
You're 20. Well, okay. I don't know how to address you without saying.
Yeah, the addressing is a bit tough.
How do you even address somebody like that?
Just call them H. IH.
I mean, we can take a poll, but I have a poll for just such an occasion. Well, okay, the wording's close enough. There we go. Let the audience decide if we bring that guest back up. It's already 6 votes, 7 votes, mostly in favor. I probably should have made that a shorter poll. 5 minutes is a long time. I don't know, yeah. Ten votes in and we're 70-30. If anybody's looking to vote, there's a clipboard on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Let us know if we should bring up the previous guest. 15 votes in. 73 to 26. We're going to reach a point where it's going to become pretty overwhelming, I think. If we actually got 20% of the vote, I would be surprised. And by we, I mean if 20% of the room even vote.
Did Rab tell you guys the chicken and egg joke?
Yes.
I thought he did. Okay.
Well, it's just about 20% of the room. And we're at 65-35. And the real question is, did the guest even wait around this long to see if they come back up?
I think they left.
I think they left too.
You lost the believers. How dare you?
I ran off somebody with a voice that sounded way younger than 20 and a name that I didn't want to say out loud. Yeah. But look at that. 20 people voted, and 65% of them are going to be disappointed that the guest left. Charlotte says not really. Yeah, I'm really tempering my disappointment right now. Democracy in action. We all vote for a thing right as it becomes impossible to do.
Did you just critique democracy, Thrayle?
Yeah.
They also have the voting options where you can vote with coins, and that's a little more accurate depiction of democracy in action.
That is. It's a way more accurate. I've used it a few times. I don't very often do the gift polls, but yeah, sometimes they can be very accurate to democracy. One person votes 80 times, and enough, Liz. We know what's on Liz's mind. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that on your mind, and you're capable of questioning it, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just want to see if you can question. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I don't have a what the fuck is paganism, but now I'm kind of thinking that's missing from my collection. Closest I have is this.
What the fuck is paganism? I was thinking about saying that if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, like to your heart. Or are willing to question that. You request that. When what?
I think it was paganism. Yeah, no, you've got it. 7 limits. I think that's right. I don't know why the other G looks weird there, but yeah, paganism. No. Paganism. Yeah, I don't know which one's more accurate.
Well, the slang gives it a better play on words to, like
Right.
Norse paganism.
It does. The extra G makes it just seem a little dirtier. It's just pagonomics, yeah.
At that moment,
This is how that moment happened. Except, no, this is how it happened.
Almost verbatim, almost a complete and utter perfect replication.
It was.
Deja vu.
Well, it was pagan. Okay, let's just hope the next guest helps us clear all that away. Hello, H.
So what is the prompt? Sorry.
Yeah, I just need your H for TikTok TOS. Can I get your age?
My age?
Yep.
26.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I feel like there's a possibility, but I don't know for sure.
You asked what the prompt was when you came up.
Yes, and I answered the question.
You didn't read it first.
I did. I said, what was the prompt? Can you question your beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I mean, I can question it. It's not that difficult. I have my beliefs, but you have an ability to question your own beliefs, yeah.
What does that mean to you, to question your beliefs?
To question it, to ask, like, what do I actually believe in and why do I believe in that? So to me, that's what that means.
And The question of do you have a belief in a God or gods? You said.
I answered that. I said yes.
Yeah. Which God? You answered that.
I don't know what God is, just like a higher power, like to me personally.
What does it mean, higher power?
I don't know how to explain it. A higher power is something that is beyond our comprehension.
So something beyond your comprehension.
Right.
And you think that... In what way is it higher or powerful?
Because it's not a living, like, being that's among us. So, like, obviously it's a higher power, right?
So it's not a living being.
No, it's not.
It's not among us. What else?
No, it's a higher consciousness. So, I mean, so logically speaking, if it was a higher consciousness than you, then it is a higher being.
Well, I'm sorry.
Because it's not human.
You just added
right?
this. You just added this consciousness part, so it's got consciousness. What is that?
What is what?
Consciousness.
Being aware of your surroundings, knowing what is going on around you. And being aware that you are mortal and that you can die at any time.
Okay, and you're saying that the awareness, that the thing that is higher than you is somehow aware of its surroundings. Is it aware that it is mortal?
Say that again? Sorry.
You said that the higher power is conscious, right? Consciousness is awareness.
Right.
According to you. Is it aware of its surroundings?
The higher being?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
You say obviously, but a moment ago you had said that you couldn't comprehend it. So how is it, if you can't comprehend it, that you're able to comprehend that it has consciousness and awareness?
Okay. I feel like you're diving way too deep into it. I feel like I said what I said, and I feel like I don't know what you mean by that question in specific. So.
I feel like you may have read the prompt, but you didn't understand it. So
no, I understood.
Okay, well, I'm questioning your beliefs.
You're asking, can you question your beliefs? My answer is yes. You can question anything.
Great. And since
if you're a logical person, you can question anything. So
I don't think you're actually a logical person or that you can question. Since you can't contain yourself and allow me to finish speaking, I've taken the liberty of removing you from the panel. But if you'd like to go ahead and request again, after thinking through whether or not you actually can question your beliefs, you're welcome to request back up.
That was definitely a conversation.
Was it a conversation?
It was like talking to him.
I felt like I was being shouted at the whole time.
I just felt like they were speaking like through you, I guess is the correct word.
Well, they've requested back up, so we can see if maybe they can question their beliefs.
okay, well, I think it's kind of childish to remove me from the panel just because I have a different opinion than you.
It has nothing to do with your opinion, Adors. It has to do with the fact that when
I wasn't being argumentative.
Right now, I'm speaking, you speaking. That's not how you get to stay on the panel. That's not childish. Childish is when you talk over me and act like a child. It had nothing to do with you. Oops, that was the sound of my my earbud dying. It had nothing to do with your opinion, Adors. It had to do with your inability to have an adult conversation. That was childish. I don't host children up here. I know Derby. She was incensed that I would even dare to question her beliefs on a panel about questioning beliefs. Maybe a better prompt is, will you question your beliefs? No, I like, can you? Some people can and still refuse to for various reasons. I'm going to question that too. Maybe will you is a good question to ask. I don't know.
Okay, I'm curious. What the second? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I'll think on it. What?
Guess what 2 Corinthians 5:19-21 says. Do you have any idea about that?
Yeah, 5:19-21. This would be, to wit, that God was in Christ, reconciling the world unto himself, not imputing their trespasses unto them, and hath committed unto us the word of reconciliation. Now then, we are ambassadors for Christ, as though God did beseech you by us. We pray you in Christ's stead, be ye reconciled to God. For he hath made him to be sin for us, who knew no sin, that we might be made the righteousness of God in him. That's what it says, Taff.
It might be a cultural thing, but how does that destroy all religion?
How does it destroy what?
Religions. It was a calendar.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't see how that destroys all religions. Yeah, I'm not sure how it destroys anything. As a matter of fact, let me double check something.
So, since when it gets quiet, I usually look at the post from the Quran. You want me to do it?
To do what?
Bring up something ridiculous from the Quran.
Oh, you have something else ridiculous from the Quran?
It's a never-ending deed, dude.
Wait, you mean there's more than like one or two ridiculous things about the Quran?
Yeah. Other than the ants talking and Solomon replying to them and stuff. Yeah.
The ant stalking was pretty ridiculous. What do you got for us?
So, a bit of a play on words in Arabic. This is what filthy ex-Muslim atheists do usually. You know how I told you that the Quran was composed in a Proto-Arabic type, where it had a lot of Syrian words and a lot of Arabic stuff? One of those was at the start of 7, verses 7, the first ayah. So Surah 7, first ayah. It says Alif Lam Mim Sad. If you read it entirely, it's Al-Mas. Al-Mas in Arabic means a BG, basically, a BJ. So, yeah.
Wait, say that one more time.
Al-Mas in Arabic means BJ. It's a job where you blow, you know?
Okay, yes. So, I'm sorry, this...
It doesn't mean that in Arabic. No one knows what it means. But if you read it as an entire word, it means that.
Then why... What? I mean... If you read it as an entire word, it means that. But nobody knows what it means. What does that mean, nobody knows what it means?
The Syrian words are usually read as letters because people think it has some divine meaning or some shit like that. So they read it as letters, but sometimes when you're distracted or you're not paying enough attention, you look at the word and you just read it as an entire word. It's written as... Okay, let me do the camera thing. Can you see it?
Yes.
It's written like this. Like this. If you go to the English translation, it's literally transliterated. Alif, Lam, Mim, Sad. But it's one word in Arabic. When you read that word, it comes out as Al-Mas. Al-Mas is the job where you blow in Arabic.
Yep.
I told you it's gonna be ridiculous.
What? What a dirty book. First the jinn writing all night long, and now this.
Yeah, I just found out about the Alzut about a month ago.
I figured out about it, yes.
Yeah, all night long.
Pretty wild, the shit you can pull from this book. Honestly, a very small book for the shit that's in it.
Well, thank you, Shell. I appreciate you.
want to pair it with another ridiculous thing from the hadith?
Yes.
I like the enthusiasm. So there's, you know the wudu, right? The thing you do before you go to prayer? Basically wash your hands and faces. So, I don't know if it's a well-known thing, but when you sleep, when you wake up from sleep, you usually go do the wudu again, even if you did it before sleep, because usually it's like a continuous thing, unless you went to the bathroom or did something to break your wudu. So the Prophet ﷺ gives a reason why you do it when you wake up. It's poetic in Arabic, but when translated is extremely funny. And I'm just gonna read it in English. The Messenger of Allah said, the eyes are, you ready for this? The letters. The eyes are the leather strap of the anus. So whoever sleeps should perform that. I'll share the camera. I'll do the camera.
Yeah.
Oh, because when the eyes open.
Yeah.
Is that what it's trying? Oh my God.
Can you guys read it? The eyes are the leather strap of. The focus is really bad on my camera. It says the anus though.
I did see it. Yep. Definitely focusing now. No. Sure enough, that's what it says. What? The leather
straps.
So when you're sleeping, your leather strap is not fully strapped, you know.
But why the? I guess No, all the jokes. I have to stop myself. I have to stop myself because rather than focus on what leather straps are where and what they're strapping down, I do need to make sure that I thank Donna B, also Inksomnia, Shell, Polly, Danny Grax, Cassie, and 96. Appreciate all of you for helping with the goal. Thank you so much. And hopefully, yep. Are we ready to break our brains? Hello, Wisdom Eye.
Hello, Freeman. Yeah,
How you doing?
I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to repeat the existing thing we discussed earlier, but I did want to share my latest belief, if you're interested, and maybe tell me if I can question it or what should I think about it.
Okay, what is your latest belief?
You see, I have been thinking about how do we store information in our brain, right? And the only known method I know of is by imprinting a pattern onto a medium, so a physical thing, right? And that made me believe that our brain is basically imprinting patterns in configuring the neurons and then impressing, based on how many times you do it, you are reinforcing the structure in your brain. Thus, you can remember it longer or shorter. If you just impress it once, the structure is semi-loose and you don't remember it, right? So my problem with this belief is that, are all of these patterns existing in their natural form all the time, and we are just getting them, sequentially based on our environment? Because if that's not the case, if all the patterns are not already imprinted somewhere on some level, then it's a paradoxal. How do I get the shape? Is it out of chaos or is it out of, existing pattern? And my belief is that I think all the patterns exist in all variants at the same time, but they're just getting imprinted sequentially and, based on some line of unfoldment. So that would be my belief. Or the other version would be that everything is digital. So anyway, that sounds less plausible to me.
When you say the patterns are being imprinted, or that they are already existing, which patterns are you talking about? The patterns of... I'm missing that one point. What was it?
Yeah, it's a pattern of whatever is that you're feeling, looking, or experiencing. So the pattern of, if I'm looking at something, the pattern of the track, for example, is going to be imprinted as in a literal physical shape with my neurons. And then the interpreter is going to add colors, but also the interpretation is mixed. It's like mixing the data, the structure, and the colors, and the feeling of multiple places in the brain to this experience, right? But if I'm not, my issue is the absolute system, which we talked about the previous slide, right? Since I believe the brain is like limited to this space, you need to, compress data or wrap your, add more neurons. And if you cannot add more neurons while you're still receiving more data, you have to overwrite your existing structures. This is why people forget. When you start learning something else and you don't have enough place in your brain to, existing structures, then you have to either share or fragment that which is existing just to hold a portion of that memory, to get the new one in. But if you have a decent production of your neurons going on, then you can, remember more than other people. And this is what I notice in patterns. People who have a very dense brains, they're more wrinkled, and they can remember more patterns, right? So anyway.
Are you actually physically examining these brains and comparing them to the way people observe patterns?
No, but I have been researching this, following the research they did when they dissected the Einstein's brain, right? And it showed, the only difference it showed is basically it was more wrinkled. That would indicate that his neuron count was much higher than a normal brain, because when you spread a wrinkled surface, you get more area. So his brain was bigger in a more confined space, because how you get something bigger in a confined space, you add folds. So his brain was much more folded than our brain. I'm saying not our, but a normal, decent human, who is not considered intelligent by the modern means.
You're talking about the gyri and the sulci of the brain here?
Actually, I'm not sure what that means, so I'm not going to pretend I know.
The wrinkles and the folds in the brain have specific names to them. So basically, each wrinkle has a specific name that's attached to an area or controls an area or sensation of the body. Most of them, like we call them gyri or gyri. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Gyri and sulci. That's usually the sulci are the grooves and the gyri are the folds. And I'm thinking that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, cool. It sounds. I'm just talking about the neuron count and the physicality of how it manifests. It might be irrelevant, but I'm trying to argue that the neuron count is actually allowing you to memorize, imprint more shapes or more experiences onto your brain, and thus this is what makes you you. And my question is, in the belief system, are these patterns already existing in nature everywhere? And my personality, if I want to believe that it continues on, that means my whole pattern history of my pattern impressions on my brain need to continue in some way onto another medium. Let's say something more lighter, like electricity or whatever you want to take into consideration here. But it's a deep philosophical question about how we transition, if we transition, because I'm talking about feeling that everything is deeply mechanical in nature, while people say it's spiritual, but then what spiritual is made of? Where are the patterns stored, in what form? And you know what I'm saying. So it's I don't know.
So I'm just gonna say this. I'm a bit lost because I didn't catch most of the part, but I'm just gonna point this one thing out. The counts of the neurons doesn't usually you were born with the same count that you have, or I believe around 6 months or something like that. That's the constant count you have. It's the size and the roots of the neuron. So more pathways, more connectivity, that's what really counts. And if you want to get really specific, it's a specific area on the brain. I don't think we're quite there to determine it's the intelligent area or the intelligence or memory area or not yet, but I believe it's theorized to be the prefrontal cortex. That's where most of the stuff you're talking about would be in.
Yeah, but also your motorics, right? Your bodily motorics are imprinted in your brain as a historical record of what you have been doing. If you continue repeating the same action, you're going to be imprinting that structure. It's not even it's like a connection between the neurons, which is holding a tight correlation together, and they're connecting in this specific way for you to be able to signal back the same pattern again, over and over. But if you get, let's say, so this is why some people, I think, when they get the damage to the brain, specific parts, they forget specific motions. If that structure is gone, the motion is gone, then you have to re-imprint the structure. This is why you can relearn the motion of the body again, because you have to re-imprint it on another part of the brain. So, but I don't think I agree. It's the neuron count is static, because it's the thinking. When we concentrate and we want to learn, it's basically a demand system. So in my opinion, it's a demand towards having more neurons to imprint if you don't have any place. So this is why people are getting denser and denser brains based on how much they have been thinking. I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong, but this is my hypothesis at the moment. That's the belief, since I cannot prove it, and the scientific community doesn't have an answer. So I don't know.
The movement, I can only speak to what I know. The movement part is usually subdivided into two parts: the reflexes and the learned movement, or the acquired movement that you do. The reflexes usually also are subdivided into multiple, let's call them sections. There's the primitive one, which is your palmar grasp, your suckling reflex, and so on. Yeah, I don't think you're ever gonna lose these, especially in a case of a brain damage, because this is the time where they show up. It get diminished with time, but when brain damage occurs, they usually come back on. There's the reflexes, normal reflexes, and when you try to test for a brain damage or brain injury in a specific area, when you go to the doctor, they tap you with a hammer on your ligaments. This is called the motor reflexes. That's a whole different part. The acquired movement, like walking, holding a knife or fork, like writing something down, that is something you can relearn, yes. And so, yeah, I agree with the other parts.
But my literal is the belief of if all the patterns. It's like saying the pattern of an eye came from the chaos, from the chaotic state of elements, things which exist, the corpuscles, right? I think these formations exist in their nature in a specific substrate of reality we don't probably know of. So the question is this godly being containing all these structures in itself, and he just expresses it based on some will, or based on, then you have to go into these multi-dimension theories. If all of the patterns are exhibiting at the same time everywhere, that would be also a different approach to think about reality. But my question is, do you believe, and I'm not going to question you, I'm questioning my own belief, if these patterns already exist, or is it just, chaos, or I came from chaos, I go to chaos, So that would indicate that my pattern
is your belief more, is your belief more towards patterns always existing, or is it more towards the chaos?
Yeah, this is what it is more towards the patterns, because I feel the system is absolute, and
why do you think that is a
sorry?
Why do you think that is a necessary dichotomy?
Because
patterns
of the
must always exist. To be clear, it is that patterns must always exist, or that things come from chaos.
Yeah, that's an axiom I have been trying to get at, because I can see the minimum complexity needed to create anything, but the maximum complexity depends on the size of the container and the size of the possible fractalization levels, because then combinatorics will indicate that you can have so
You're
many
not really
patterns.
clarifying it. So, if the dichotomy is between things coming from chaos or patterns always existing in some other pattern space, why have you determined that that must be? Like, why is it that it's one or the other and not some other variation unthought of, unexplored by you?
This comes primarily to my observation of the wavelengths, the sizes of matter we know of from our personal standpoint, right? We know about what our limitations are to seeing these wavelengths, but we already know what would be the maximum and the minimum. It's towards zero and towards the extended longitude. So it's compression and decompression. You were talking about infrared to X-ray, right, or less. But I would argue that this is an absolute system of the biggest and the smallest unit we can think of, and everything, all the patterns must be dictated by the amount of this levels, which I think are absolute, of fractalization. But if somebody says it's infinite level of fractalization, then there's infinite amount of patterns and permutations, and that would render my theory or belief wrong, right? But since I cannot see infinite wavelengths, I'm believing it's an absolute system.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, real quick, Thrayle. I think Morgan wants to be set down.
No, Morgan wants to escape, I understand. Appreciate you, Morgan.
And I'm not far behind Morgan myself, but I do have a quick question if I could ask before I go. What would falsify your belief that you're cooking up here?
It will falsify it if I can even conceptually envision an infinite amount of permutation in my finite viewport or sensing. Even if I say it's a 360-degree viewport and experience, or even visual and experiential wise, I fail to be able to conceive of infinite permutations in a visibly and experientially confined space, right? I hope that answered the question, but I really didn't want to alienate your life, Thrayle, but anyway.
I'm a little fuzzy on the answer you just gave.
What would could imagine an infinite?
I have an analogy to give you to better understand. Let's say you fold a white piece of paper in a sphere. That's your sphere, right? And you start drawing lines. You're dividing now the field into. You have a white sheet, and you're using the black line to to divide it, right? And you keep dividing. And is there a finite point where your white paper is going to become black? You can test it out. You can take a piece of paper, try dividing it, and from it will go from white to black, depending on how many of these divisions you make with the size of your divided other counterpart, right? So it's going from this to that, and this is why I see the fractalization level not being able to exist in the infinite magnitude, because you always have to have this definitive polarity to define something, or the two extremes, which are one which we say is nothing, or something which is something, depending on what you're correlating with.
Clear as
anyway. Yes, sorry, I didn't want to alienate your life, but I want to ask you guys while I'm at.
You're right, Wisdom. I think Taft's got a question for you.
Sorry?
So going back to the pattern and chaos thing, have you thought of... So your thing was either patterns always existed or it was chaos, correct? I just want to get that clear.
Yeah. My viewport is that my perception is that these patterns exist. In their. If you can sum up all the patterns, they exist in the sum up form, and that would be the
like a platonic sense, like platonic forms.
Yeah.
Do you think? Have you considered the possibility that your brain is wired to recognize pattern, even when patterns don't exist?
Yeah, this is why we get these people believing that we are tuned to this source of all patterns, or source of all knowing. Because what is knowing then, other than patterns and their interaction of these things we call matter, corpuscles, patterns, changing form, shape, whatever. So if you would argue that, if you want to argue with these people, then you would say they would say it's a source. I would argue that it could be called the source, but it would be the source of all exhibitable patterns, which people say potential. I don't believe in potential. I believe in an absolute existence which exists all the time, and you just tune to one or the other pattern based on the demand of your current situation and environment. So it's basically you are only receiving what you're needing, and if your body is saying you're needing something, you're getting that something, which is always exists. It's not created or destroyed. It's always there.
That's very interesting. So you think that people back in the ancient times arrived at God because they or source or energy or whatever, because they recognize these patterns?
I think people experience patterns for which they didn't have words for, and I'm still to this day experiencing patterns which I don't have the words for. This is why it's very hard for me to communicate specific ideas. Unless you have seen it with me, it's very hard to communicate it out because I don't have the verbiage to do so. In ancient times, what I noticed, they have been anthropomorphizing a lot of these ideas into human shapes, into human interactions, which is the only thing they knew and what they knew how to convey. So this is how I see also these scriptures arise, anthropomorphized, like Ma'at in Egypt. You would use a female deity to explain balance or whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Ma'at. That is very interesting. No, I got it. You can go ahead, Thrayle. I'm done with my questions. That is very interesting.
I'm going to bid you all a good night.
Sure? Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Prince.
Mm-hmm. Hope you take care.
Good night, everlasting.
Wisdom, why is it that you feel that it must be either platonic existence of forms where things just are as patterns, or else randomness? Could it not be some combination of the two, or could things just not come to be in certain shapes because they are simplistic or durable?
Yeah, this is the problem, because I have problem with non-existence, which we call nothing, right? As a bare minimum, I try to reduce first things to the bare minimum, which is the dual polarity needed to exhibit any shape. Let's say you draw a dot, it doesn't matter. There is always an inverse shape of that other shape you're identifying with as something. So if I say I'm made of the substance of the dot, then the dot is something, everything around it is nothing. It's just nothing, right? But the nothing also has an inverse shape of that which you say is something. So to have any shape, you have to have two.
Why did you just negative the negatives? Why are you negativing? So you're saying that something exists and the stuff around it is not it, and for the stuff around it that's not it, it is nothing. And the stuff inside of it is now the new nothing. It really sounds like overcomplicating, and I'm wondering what purpose you're actually deriving from this.
But I maybe didn't finish what I wanted to say. I said it's like like a cup. If you have a cup half full or half empty, whatever you see fit is the reality, right? I'm not saying something. I'm saying everything always is something. It's never nothing. It's just depending on what you are personally, identifying as something and what is a nothing. If I'm made of the other stuff, then the other thing, the dot would be nothing, right?
Right.
So it's a whole. Then it's a whole, right? So I'm just saying it's an inability to define any shape without these two series of numbers or
It's
two
an
different
inability, an inability to define a shape without the absence of the shape.
Yeah, without the inverse of the shape. Yeah.
The inverse of the shape.
What does that mean?
It means that you cannot have a shape without a contrasting shape, which is helping define the shape.
Why?
Because you cannot then identify it as any shape. It would be just dissolved into this nothing or something. So I can simplify it with the black and white colors. If I say the paper is only white, that means it's either all the way something or all the way nothing. And if I say it's only black...
Why is everything black or white, all or nothing? Is this a matter of your perspective? Is your perspective locked into things must be all or nothing, and that there is no gray?
My perspective is locked into all or something. Nothing is nothing. These things which we call nothing is basically which we do not perceive as something.
That's my point. I think that's my point. So it's all. It's not all or nothing, but is your style of understanding things to be framed in polarity?
Yes, and not just polarities, but then the nested sizes of these two polarities. Then you can call it a gradient. You can say now you have black and white, but then you have all the colors in between, which is based, in my opinion, on the size. And this is what is correlating with the theory of wavelengths. You know, different things have different wavelengths.
Stop.
Sorry?
That's a whole new direction. Okay, so the belief that things are either all chaotic or random or else they exist in these forms as patterns in some state as of yet undiscovered. What is the benefit of this?
Yeah, because benefit would be I'm trying to unpack the reality I'm existing in,
and what will you do when you unpack it? When you find your extreme one end or the other answer?
Then I can control it and I can know it. You know, it's always about the controlling of our fates.
How do you think that you will be able to control chaos if it were chaos? How would you control an underlying pattern that always existed if it always existed?
Yeah, this is where this duality comes in, right? There is always an opposing thing which is opposed to that thing. I believe and I see this underlying necessity for these dualities, which must exist one with another. You cannot just say one without this.
If I were to ask, you say that the duality requires that everything exists in polarity. If I were to ask you the opposite of grass, for you, it would be whatever medium the grass is in, the air that it's in, or that space which the grass occupies.
Yes, you cannot identify grass without its surrounding.
Why?
Because then I would just see everything green or just the air. It depends on what you want to. How do you define a shape? You know what I'm saying? You have to have
You can't see it without its surrounding inverse. If a theoretical nothing could exist, if an absence of anything could exist, could you? Oh, I see.
It's a simple truth you cannot avoid. You cannot. Everybody who will tell you that can you imagine a shape without imagining its environmental inverse or a contrasted shape, it would be a false lie because based on our experience, right?
Because you're saying even if you were to imagine it with an absence of anything and nothing, then even the nothing would be the contrasting shape. It would be the inverse to the thing, if you were to even mentally prepare it that way.
Yeah, and I imagine that you can see the air. Then you would say the air is something, and the grass is nothing. It's just the universe. I don't know. It's
Is this necessarily that all things must be dualistic in a way, or is this just that we require contrast for identification or differentiation? To discern and understand things, we use contrast. Does that mean that there must be dualism?
in my opinion, to exist, it takes a bare minimum of knowing I am. So this would be the conscious part, right? I can see everything black around me. I will never know who I am, what I am, but I will just know I am. And there is nothing in, like I said, nothing, or blackness is something. I just see blackness in front of me. It's still nothing because it's still blackness. And I feel myself into this, whatever is you want to contribute, say it's nothing. So it's a very deep philosophical question, but I would say the nature of God, if I'm the maximum epic pinnacle of everything, the supernatural God, I would see nothing else than around me, because there is nothing more to see around me, since I'm the maximum, right? If that's the case, right? So maximum and minimum of existence would be at the same point in my belief system.
Maximum and minimum would be at the same point. I'm not hearing.
In the minimum, listen, if I'm in the minimum, I just know myself and I know nothing else. I behold nothing else. Then I start seeking out and I start seeing something. Then I'm starting from the minimum up towards the maximum.
Wait, I'm not hearing how it's the same point.
I'm coming to it. So I'm building up. I'm knowing more, and I'm knowing more correlated to other things, right? And I'm building this structure, and then at the end, if I inhibit the whole structure again, I still start from the same point again. It collapses back into me seeing nothing, because I already contain everything within me. So I have to start all over again. So if you can see the loop, if you believe in the loop, this is why I'm saying I'm believing in the loop. I'm not believing. I cannot see a undetermined infinity to be a possibility.
You can't see an undetermined infinity to be a possibility because as you scale up, is the matter of perspective is going to be the same no matter what scale you are at. And so therefore there would be, I'm still not hearing how you definitively arrive at. Oh, because maximals and minimals. Okay, so why do you...
I think it's very perception based. You know this piece of paper I have.
I can see where you're going with it, but I feel like there's a lot of assumption layered into this. There's a lot of I understand how you've extrapolated this loop, but I feel like it is built upon the assumption that you're going to meet the same limitations and the word is not coming to me. That you're going to meet the same limitations upon every perspective. So it's basically as you scale up and scale down, the perspective does not change, and because there is a maximal or a minimal assumed, then therefore they would be the same point. There would never really be one or the other in this infinite loop, which you say must come around again. I'm not hearing why it must come around again, or...
I mean, it's coming from one point to another, but it's very hard to explain the structure I'm seeing. It's basically subjective and perception based. And sorry, my mobile phone is going to turn off, and
that's all right.
We can continue another time.
Yeah, Wisdom, I saw you join the Discord, so I look forward to actually having these conversations. Might be a little better there. We'll alienate less of the audience, but I do appreciate you. I really do appreciate you.
Before you drop me, Sorry, before you drop me, just want to say I don't know how many Christians even know about all the scriptures they're using to define their religion. People don't even know that Abrahamic line split into two, which became the Islamic and the Jewish and the Christians. And on top of that, we have this Byzantine line of text, which is the latest of the ones, and which is mentioning resurrections a little bit more boosted. While we have codexes, Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, and then we have a Coptic and Ethiopian line, and Armenic line. People don't know about this.
I know most of them don't study their texts, but I appreciate you coming up. I know you have no shortage of studying. Thank you, Wisdom Eye, and I look forward to talking to you again in the future. Take care.
See you.
I'll be happy to talk to you on the Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are several people on the Discord that would love to pick your brain on some of those ideas. That was intriguing, and I can absolutely appreciate the dilemma he's coming to, though I think some of it might be of his own making. I hope he keeps questioning. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I do see one familiar name in the queue, and if you meant to be here, well then make sure that you request again. I am clearing the queue just to make sure that everybody who wants to be here actually is in the queue.
Remember the headbutt I gave to the wall yesterday? It started hurt it again.
Oh, I thought you just did it again.
No, come on.
You did it twice.
It started hurting again. Yeah, I mean, yes, I was flexing my back. Didn't do it intentionally. It was something.
I have a pillow on the back of my chair, and it's got a hard railing, but the pillow prevents me from hitting my head on the frame of the chair.
I should definitely get one as well.
We had a guest in queue. I cleared them out just because I know what it's like if you fall asleep tapping and you wake up on panel, or wake up seeing you were on panel, because it leaves that little window open saying you've been disconnected. So if you actually did mean to request that, then go ahead and do it again. And if you've got a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, we'll go ahead and do the same thing, request up. We will not be tearing you down or debating you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. And a little bit more importantly, can you even question that belief? Hello, Katie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Katie, did you mean to join us? I'm gonna guess not.
Bye, Katie.
If you did mean to join, go ahead and request again. We just didn't hear you. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or something like that, here, let me segue again in a better way.
Okay, Thrayle. You don't have to.
Welcome in.
You don't have to.
Can you question, ever believe in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
I tried to play the next one. I need to make this player not go to the next one every time.
This one was really good.
I like that one. So far they haven't worked though. None of them have immediately brought up a guest. None quite so well as a flea segue. Oh, Weedy, there's more of them than just two.
Looking for a hadith where Prophet wanted to go do a number one, and he couldn't find a place to cover himself, so he pulled on what the fuck was it called? A tree. Pulled the tree by its ear and told it to cover him up. A few years later, the tree was crying because the Prophet didn't talk to her anymore. Oh wait, I'm mixed up to hadith actually.
Trees have ears.
Do trees talk, Thrayle? Is that the only thing you're worried about? A tree moved, Thrayle.
It had ears?
Tree moved, it had ears, and it was crying because the Prophet wasn't talking to it anymore.
Where are the tree ears? On the anatomy of a tree.
I've studied human anatomy, not trees. You're gonna have to forgive me.
Great Jedi, if you find anything about tree ears, and is this like part of the branches?
In all fairness, yeah, I think it's a branch. Yeah, it's a branch in one of the companions. Just colorful language.
He pulled the tree by the ear, and it covered him up.
Let me Google the hadith. I might have confused things because no, it's filthy exposed. Always get the both wrong.
I wonder if it gets even better. Hello, Moketsi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am above the age of 18 and I live in South Africa.
Above the age of 18 by how much?
By a lot.
Is there a reason you're being evasive about your age?
Yes, I would prefer not to actually share the disclosure of identification, even though that my name there is actually my real name. It is my age that of which that I am choosy about up until a certain point.
I see. So you will share your real name but not your age, and you're open to discussing and questioning your beliefs.
Yes, I am actually open to questioning.
What does that mean, to question your beliefs?
Well, personally, to question my beliefs it means that to question of certain things that of which that do not lead to a individual's direction, depending
Certain
on what
things
is
of which that do not lead. What? Certain things of which that do not lead to, like, well, can you be more direct in your language, or you're just trying to be obtuse?
Okay, let me try to do my best to be more simpler. To question one's belief is to question as to which direction it actually leads a person to in regards of their existence.
To question beliefs is to question what direction it leads into one's existence. What are you even saying?
What I'm actually saying is that, as we all know, we have a lot of belief systems, religious systems, practices.
Do you have a belief system?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe in a god or gods? Higher power or something like that?
Yes, I do believe in a God.
But which God?
Beyond. For thus is a name that I do not know, that I will only find out later. That I.
Where do you learn about this God?
Personal experience with that of which I encounter in the dream realm and paranormal activities.
Paranormal activities? What about your paranormal activities indicate a God?
Well, in most cases, what pushes me to believe in that of which there is true God is times of whereby I would exercise law, that of which is portrayed to say that these are the laws that resonate with the heavenly.
These are the what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, seriously, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about my experience and the practice of
what laws? Laws that resonate with the heavenly. What are you talking about?
I'm talking
like
about,
it almost sounds like you're talking about a specific religion. There's some specific doctrine with specific laws that you follow and that you resonate with, and that it has to do with your paranormal activities. But you're not actually saying it because you're afraid of it, or you're shy about it, or you've deconstructed it, but you're not being clear at all. You're being very opaque, and you're also being very well, I said it earlier, obtuse with your language. You're not being direct in any way. Is there a reason why you're being so evasive?
Well, perhaps it is my current manner and means of being able to communicate that suffer, because of to how I'm actually saying it. It is as direct as I can be. Perhaps you could help me with being able to become more direct to that of which that I seek to deliver of, or give an input to the conversation. Do you believe in a higher power?
What I believe doesn't make a difference to this conversation.
Okay.
So you believe that there is a God, that it is, you've given it names, Almighty, the One. You talked about it being somehow related to your paranormal activities. What is a paranormal activity?
A paranormal activity is things that of which that happen within the physical realm that science cannot explain.
So anything that science cannot explain is a paranormal activity.
To my perception's definition.
And how have you determined that science cannot explain these things?
Due to that of which that science has made experience, and I'm not getting a scientific explanation of certain things that are happening around me, and I've actually made peace to say that this is part of matters of the dream realm that I experience that manifest to show signs in the physical, thus registering as paranormal activity.
I'm sorry, if I understood you correctly, you're saying that you are talking about things science can't test because it's in your dreams?
Indeed.
So your paranormal activity is all within your dreams while you are asleep.
Well, let me put it in this way. My paranormal activity is of I would be encountering and engaging with specific of different beings in the dream, and then there being signs in the physical realm of their presence in the physical realm.
So in the physical realm, there are signs of their presence, and the beings are encountered, though, in your dreams. What do you mean by signs of their presence?
For an example, I'm going to use more paranormal activities that of which close to science cannot explain. Let's say, as an individual, you'd end up dreaming of perhaps a...
I didn't ask for a vague thing. What did I ask you?
Okay, I don't know how should I explain then how to answer your question.
When you say that you can question your beliefs, questioning your beliefs, you said was questioning where your beliefs will lead you, right? That's what you...
Yes, direction.
So, do you give any room to the possibility that your beliefs could be mistaken?
Yes, I do leave room for that.
What would you say is the best critique of your belief?
At the moment, I do not have a critique of my belief system as an individual, for I made the decision to actually only be part for what actually is true of different religions. So that's
To only be part of what is true of different religions. How do you know what is true of different religions?
I practice religion by result of a dream. So if a religion or belief system places something before me to my awareness, and it does not give me the results that of which places me in presence of light in my dreams, then I would question to that is of whatever it was placed before me or was said. I don't know if I answered that to an understandable level?
I'll be honest with you. You haven't really answered anything to an understandable level. And I don't mean that to be insulting. I don't.
No problem. That's you saying that would actually.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude. I don't know that you're questioning your beliefs in any way that I understand that to mean. But you are trying to explore where your current beliefs will lead. You say that you can consider the possibility that you're wrong. Is it possible that your dreams are just your dreams and that you may have more control over them than you expect, and that they are influenced by your life rather than being influenced by any kind of God?
On that one, I would actually say both, both influenced by me and also by the true God that created me, because I cannot deny my experiences due to what I've experienced in regards of actively.
What is it you've actually experienced that convinces you there's a God instead of just you having dreams?
What convinced me is there are times, okay, let me just place the paranormal activity. I'm an African, I'm an African, and as an African, I have certain things that of which have been given to me, and those things, depending on what I dream as I'm praying, I pray for something, and then procedures are there to how I could get it, and then I get it. And thus then there are other movements and certain things that actually make it undeniable to say that God exists. In simple terms, let me say.
You haven't said anything in simple terms. Can you back up to the beginning of this answer and tell me what it is that you've experienced that actually convinces you that a God exists?
Well, we did not create the sun or the moon.
I thought you were talking about paranormal experiences. Now we're just talking about the sun and the moon.
No, I'm just trying to actually make things simpler, because if it seems like, in regards of me, it's making it quite a little bit hard for me to be actually to give a more simplified answer due to the way that I portray a message. So I'm trying to come to a point of using a more simpler examples of what fuels my belief in that there is a God. So I'm just simply saying that we did not create the sun, the moon exists, and we definitely did not create the planet. So how am I to deny existence of God?
What does that have to do with the existence of a God? You were talking about having dreams a moment ago.
Yes,
now it's because planets and suns and moons exist. What does that have to do with God?
Who created it? It becomes the question of who created those things.
Why does it necessarily have to be created? And why, and by a who instead of a what?
I prefer to say by what. It's things that we do not know, things that we cannot explain, that of which that we come to a point of believing what actually works for us to believe.
So when you don't know, you fill in the gaps with God.
Inevitably, yes.
Why?
Because everybody processes, we're individuals, right? So
I'm asking you individually about why you fill the gaps with God?
Because there are certain things that we still have not found out the truth to that of which that is of them. And in order for me to know the truth, I'd rather have it come from God.
So, have you ever tried looking into how this stuff you're talking about was formed? Or do you just assume that we don't know?
Yes, indeed, I must say that I actually have looking into the issues of manipulated and tempered stories or people coming up with belief systems only to feed their narratives.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but can you
No
repeat my
problem.
question to me?
That have I looked at the possibility of saying that, of seeing that, well, I'm just gonna relay the question in the manner of that of which that I understood it. That what is it to say that it is true that of which that is of what is placed before us?
That's not my question.
Okay, what was your question?
So many more words.
So I'm gonna ask it one more time. Pay attention.
All right.
Have you ever looked into how, or yeah, let's go there. Have you ever looked into how we know this stuff and how does it form? How did it form? For like the sun, for example, have you ever looked at how do we know how the sun was formed?
Yes, I have looked at different ways that people choose to say that things were created. I have.
Okay. Thrayle, do you wanna ask more questions? Because I'm.
Do you think he's actually answering questions?
I don't think he's actually listening to questions.
Mikitsi, I appreciate you for coming up. I don't have any more questions for you. I would encourage you to keep questioning your beliefs, but instead of questioning them to see where they lead, question to see why it is that you even believe them, and if you really have a good reason. I'm gonna bet that this next guest didn't mean to join. Charlotte, did you mean to join us? I went ahead and muted you, just in case. And that's kind of what I thought.
It's very possible. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I mean, people can run their mouths as long as coherent things are coming out of them. On topic.
There is a system in Warframe called Ribbons. These are basically mods that you can slot into any weapons. I mean, each weapon has a specific ribbon, but you know, that comes with randomly rolled stats. So it's basically a Vegas thing. Like, I don't know if I can say this word or not. Anyways, RNGesus was on my side today. I got one of the best ones.
Are you saying that something lucky happened for you?
Yep, that's 5k platinum.
Who did
5
you
minutes.
Who did you say was on your side?
RNGesus. So RNG, Jesus.
And if you believe in random number generator Jesus, or any kind of Jesus, or God, or Easter Bunny, or mermaid, Sasquatch, alien, or I don't know, some combination thereof. If you got that kind of belief and you can question it, go ahead and request on up. Not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to burgle your God. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? No. Some of them see it as a challenge.
Ooh. Thrayle's challenging you, believers.
That God made man guy says, yes, you can question Thai belief through doubt that the devil gives you. You should question your beliefs, though, right? I mean, that is the next comment he gave. Through the doubt that the devil gives you, apparently. What is pop, chalk, and cheese? Oh, hey there, Miss Beth. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Gonna guess not.
You want to try your luck with me? Maybe I have a belief that needs questioning.
Do you believe in ghosts or jinn?
I have one irrational belief that's a remnant from my former faith. They call it the grave's torment or torture, something like that. I don't know the correct translation. It's where a bold snake comes and bothers you in your grave. And that bold snake can make that grave even smaller and smaller. So I know where my claustrophobia comes from.
Wait, there's a snake in your grave?
Yeah, a bold one. You didn't know that?
Why is there a snake in your grave?
You really are not gonna ask about what's a bold snake looking like?
I wasn't gonna shame the snake for its hairline.
But I want to know what a fully haired snake looks like.
I'm picturing something more like one of the worms from Men in Black, but wearing a wig. It's not helpful. So, why are the snakes in the grave? What's going on there?
So, okay, let me explain some lore. Remember when I said God gives a shit which leg you walked into the bathroom with, and if you're a woman, how you did your makeup and your eyeliner and your hair and stuff? So these minor things you don't get punished in hell for. You get punished in the grave for. That's basically it. So that snake is there to,
To do what to you?
I don't think it's TikTok appropriate. But it goes into one of your orifices.
What?
Comes out from the other side.
Why is this religion always doing things to your...
Yeah. So it's a callback to the story of where God created Adam and the fall of Satan or Iblis. Now you're curious about how that story went in Islam? Sure, Thrayle, I can tell you. You don't have to ask.
Good, because I'm eating pistachios.
So, Iblis or Satan in the Quran. I'm sure you probably know this. But in Islam, it's not actually a fallen angel, but it's a jinn that's very good behaving, a good boy and shit like that God elevated into heaven. No, the Quran isn't. If you just went with the Quran, you're not gonna be clear on this. One time it addresses Iblis or Satan as a jinn, and the other time it addresses it as a fucking angel. So it's very vague if you just go with the Quran, but in the Hadith, it's very clear that it's a jinn. Anyways, the whole myth, I think it's a Jewish myth, I'm not sure, could be a Christian one as well, that God created Adam from clay or mud or something like that. Is that true? Is it Christian myth as well?
It's, dust.
Okay, so let's just go with... Okay, so it's different.
Well,
got it.
It's either dust
Anyways.
or mud.
Yeah. So it was created, Adam was created, but an empty husk, no soul. This is the thing I talked to Rav about. The nefesh, the Jewish word, the Hebrew, I mean. It literally means the same thing in Arabic, so God has to breathe into you your life force. God didn't do that into Adam and just left him there, and called all of the angels. This is the confusing part when it goes to the Quran. Because at one time it says all of the angels and told them to... what is the word? You know, the bending down, like when an aged person tries to apologize, you bend down, bend the knee. Is there a specific word for that? Supplicate, maybe? I'm not sure. Anyways, God calls all the angels to do that, to Adam.
They're
So the
really
angels
good
do that.
pistachios. Keep going.
I'm going. So they do that. This is the differing, or the confusing part about Satan. Bow, yes, thank you, Charlotte. They bow down. In one of the verses, because this story is told around about 3 times, I believe. In one of the times I was told, it says, I'm slowing down because I'm translating the verses. God called the angel to bow down to Adam. They all did, except for one. He was very prideful and decided not to. That was Satan, or Iblis, or something like that. In the other verse, it says the same exact word. It uses the same exact wording, but in the end it adds, he was one of the jinns, so he was even more prideful and decided not to. This is the fall of Iblis, or Satan, or whatever you want to call it. This is the reason he was kicked out of heaven. But the thing is, the callback to the snake story was before God breathed or called the angels or whatever. Iblis was playing with that husk, the lifeless husk of Adam, and he was going through one of the orifices and getting out of the other side as a spiritual being or whatever you call it. Nice pistachios, huh?
I'm still not sure what a spiritual being is, but yeah, pistachios are good. Not as good as blueberries, though. Just not quite ready for my smoothie.
Blueberry smoothie?
Oh, yeah. Is there any other kind?
Okay, I'll give you that. Just don't put in my coffee. Or any coffee for that matter.
No, coffee and smoothies stay separate.
Chalk doing the chalk thing in the comments, okay.
You be are just about to find out. You be are.
UBR, yes.
Who be are?
I thought I was talking about UBS, but okay, let's go with UBR.
Poltergeiser. Are you a poltergeiser?
Yoda!
Hello, Yoda.
Hello. I believe in the Force.
You're just queuing me up to use your favorite background, aren't you?
I believe that everything in the universe is connected. All human beings, all emotion, everything is. People are all connected for the correct universe. Fall into 2 sides, the good and the bad, or the dark or the light. The light is always in constant conflict with the dark, but the balance is seek. The one will bring balance to the Force. I believe this wholeheartedly.
Wholeheartedly. What does it mean to believe something with... What does it mean to believe something heartedly?
It means that you have a feeling in your rib case, and you like the feeling leap out of you and into the world.
The feelings leap out of you.
That's it.
Where do feelings go when they leap out of you?
Into the universe.
when feelings leap out of you into the universe, by what method do they leap out? Is there like an orifice for feelings?
If you focus, then it is with the mind, or can even be the sword, the saber.
I'm sorry, Yoda. I don't know if it was your laughter or mine, but I didn't quite hear what you were saying.
I said it will either be the mind, or if you have training, the lightsaber.
The mind or the lightsaber are the orifices through.
Correct.
Does the snake come out of it?
It wasn't a snake.
There is no snake.
No bold snake? Oh my god. Okay.
When the feelings go out of your orifice, which you said was the lightsaber or your mind, how is that detected?
The training, you choose select a crystal and to put into.
I'm not quite following what you're saying anymore, Yoda.
You select a crystal, and that goes into your lightsaber.
What does that have to do with feelings being released?
Whatever you feel, the saber will take the form of in the color. So you have complete connection with Force.
What kind of crystal?
Green, and it is a kyber crystal.
What is a kyber crystal?
It is the heart of the Jedi sword.
Let's saber, yeah. And you see your emotions too, right?
Yeah.
Where do you find these kyber crystals?
They're on
in Kyber Crystal Caves, Thrayle. Come on.
Unless you are able to find maybe an old Sith weapon, in which case you can take all the evil out of it and make it good.
What is this good and evil? What is good?
Good is light side of the Force. The Jedi.
Why is light good?
Yeah, because it creates, whereas darkness destroys.
How does light create?
It is in everything. You cannot see without light. Without the light.
I'm sorry, you cannot see without light. Does that mean that things do not exist without light?
If you close your eyes, you will see the dark. If you open your eyes, you will see the light.
What does that have to do with creating or destroying?
The creative is the light. The light creates and the darkness destroys.
I mean, I'm hearing you repeat yourself, but I'm not really hearing much of a clarification, Yoda. Maybe if you mixed up the words in your sentences a little more.
They might go out a bit jumbly then. Like a jumble sale.
You think that would be a jumble?
Yeah, like a Brockus of Phasir or Wernicke's of Phasir.
So, what you think that is?
How many points have I made so far?
0. No one's keeping score. I do really quickly need to thank Insomnia, Shell, Cassie, also Is it Yak Club? It is Yak Club. I'm just making sure I'm reading that right. And also 96. Thank you guys so much. Tavium, did you have a question for Yoda?
No, I thought that the dark and the light side were more about emotions and what you meant. Yeah, like the dark side was more of the emotional one, and the light side was more of the logical one, not good and evil. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That is also correct. Yes, because you cannot focus. The mind becomes very distractible and distracted, and therein lies the destruction. The distraction is destruction.
So you're saying that when I get angry, I get evil, correct?
Correct.
Anger is evil. There you go, Thrayle. I got you what evil means.
Evil is anger. Is anger always evil?
Anger leads to the dark side.
I mean, it sounds like you're just preaching at us, Yoda. Does that answer my question?
To my satisfaction, yes.
You said yes, you're just preaching.
Focus is peace.
Yoda, can you question the Force?
I guess in a way we all will do it at times, and something happens that we don't like, we would question it. The Force can be so kind one day, and the next so tumultuous. So, when it is like that, it is easy to question that.
Are you just saying that we all question when things go rough? But the question for you, Yoda, was, can you question the Force?
Yes.
What is the Force?
Every time you've ever thought about something that wasn't in your immediate vicinity, this is the Force.
Anytime you think of something that isn't in your immediate vicinity, this is Force. Why is that Force? Why have you decided that that's what Force means?
It calls to us all.
If I may,
yeah,
I remember Yoda saying that. Sorry to cut you off, Thrayle, but I remember Yoda saying that the Force is his ally, a powerful ally. Life creates it, makes it grow, energy surrounds it, binds it. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Yes?
Yes.
So, what exactly is it, though? It is your ally, but what is it?
I'm giving careful consideration to answers. I hope you don't mind. Yes, the most powerful ally that there is. More powerful than anything. I've seen people give up hope and it never goes well. People will be someone saying they can be in prison of the mind or of the world, and simply the Force is enough to get you out of it.
Obi-Wan explains it as the Force is an energy field created by all living things, surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. Do you agree with that?
Yes. What a perfect summary.
Yeah, Obi-Wan is perfect, we know. I'm all out of questions today.
Really quickly, if I didn't already... Did I already? I'm sure I did. I thanked Yeah Club. Yeah, I remember that now. 96 and Cassie and Shell and Insomnia. I did thank them. I just left the list open. Well, thank you guys again, because you're fucking awesome. But also, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And it seems, Yoda, like you're not really questioning your belief so much as trying to reinforce it. What would you say is your best critique of the Force?
The dark side. Where the evil...
I don't know that this is a is that really a critique of the worldview, or is that a critique of how some practitioners use it?
Because the Force itself will never let the good win, because it seeks balance. It does not seek good. It only seeks balance.
It seeks balance. That's not a critique so much, is it? Unless you're saying that balance is somehow
which is bad.
A bad thing. You're saying the Force creates evil?
Yeah, it created the one to bring balance to it.
Does the Force create things, or does it just flow through things?
I guess in a way it's kind of like a super state. You know, it kind of does both depending on which way you look at it. That's a good point.
Did you say soup?
Yeah, like a quantum particle. Sometimes it's a wave, sometimes it's a particle.
Oh, I thought you said something about soup.
I didn't mention any major food groups, Thrayle.
I just wanted to clarify because I was prepared for that eventuality.
Really are ready for anything.
I mean,
If it was a quantum soup, then it would be in your quantummy.
Quantummy?
That's it. A wonderful place to have the jumble sale of your jumper in the middle.
I think we might actually have a guest with a belief other than the Force. Hello, Holy Ghost. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 200.
I thought Yoda was like 900. Okay.
Dementia.
No, if Holy Ghost had meant to join. appreciate you, though. And you can always request backup if you did mean to. That's what I thought, Sebastian. I remembered the name when I said it the second time.
You agree with the practice of finding a sword and cleansing the dark force out of it, correct?
Correct.
How about the opposite? How about I go out, take out a Jedi, take his sword, and seep in dark energy to it, dark force to it? Okay.
No, I'm not gonna stop you.
But is it good?
You're not even gonna stop him.
There must be balance. The light, the
Does the need for balance mean standing by to watch atrocities in the name of it?
That's literally what he did when the Empire won, though. Isn't that right, Yoda?
Are you referring to the Order 66? I think I decapitated my two would-be killers within a couple of seconds before their chance to do anything.
The most
Is that
powerful Jedi.
self-preservation over balance?
Yes, the most powerful Force user disappeared into the nothing.
That's it. They're still hiding on a planet, waiting for the Jedi to rise.
Did you have a follow-up there, Tav?
I'm thinking of the question. Still not formulating, though. Not coming. Okay, but okay, I got this one. Why didn't you stop, what's it called, Anakin when he took out a Jedi and used the Dark Force on his saber? Or at least helped Luke in anything whatsoever?
I do actually feel a little bit bad about that now I've had a chance to think about it. Yes, I do now understand that Anakin should never have been stopped from being more human. We ever did was we brought him down and he was already on the most difficult path. So no, that was not right. We should have done everything in our power. We should have made him full member of the council, of the Jedi Council.
At least help in the rebellion? Or the clones? Clone Wars or anything? Or did you just sit back and waited for Luke?
There was obviously the aid I was able to render, but you must remember that those Sith, the Jedi hunters are really a mean bunch of hombres. But I simply by my body movement, I was able to outsmart and move into a position of domination over them.
Position of domination.
By jumping.
By jumping.
That's what the legs are there for.
Why? Why does Yoda sound like a hardened general from a Call of Duty game?
I cannot speak to this.
As voice acted by Liam Neeson.
Definitely voice acted by Liam Neeson. Oh yeah, Jigsaw as well. Sounds like Jigsaw.
Hello and welcome. I like to play a game. Such responsiveness and such little shoulders.
Imagine how Jigsaw make a puzzle for you, Yoda.
Hello and welcome, Yoda. I'd like to play a game. I think that guy had the right idea. Maybe that could be considered to be the dark side as well. Was Jigsaw the dark? An attempted balance.
I'm sorry, I'm finishing off my pistachios. Did I just hear Yoda say that Jigsaw had the right idea?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. What are you talking about?
I mean, actually, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't escalate this to a full...
To be honest, I was waiting for that one. Yeah, that's a valid question. Yoda, were you on the dark side when you said that? Or are you getting a bit emotional?
I will never join the dark side. Me and Luke have that in common.
Though, prequel, sequel, or the main ones? Which movies do that?
All of the above.
The Disney ones.
Well, you have to respect the Darth Maul's abilities with the double-bladed saber thing, and also the who's the guy in the Force Awakens at the start where he's got that cross-guard red saber. I mean, he knew what he was doing. Ben Solo, he was alright with the blade. I wish he'd been on our side of the whole time.
Okay, so Emma, if you wanna question that, request that. But I mean, if you're talking, I don't remember the exact story of Darth Maul, but I think the movie is coming out soon. We'll see what happens there. There's also the other guy that you fought with. Used to be a big Jedi. I forgot his name. He's Saruman. He's the actor of Saruman. What was his name?
Christopher Lee.
Yeah, Christopher Lee acted a role in the prequels. He was a very cool Jedi. I forgot his name. You guys fucked up with that one, especially you, Yoda. The Jedi Council really fucked up with that one.
Count Dooku is who you're thinking of.
Yes, Count Dooku.
I don't know that I have any more questions for Yoda. I do want to remind everybody watching, if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. Yoda, I appreciate you coming up, but I don't hear you actually questioning the Force in any way. Even the critiques sound like more of a bolstering of the point. It sounds like you might be caught up in this idea of Force energy mixed with some sort of dualistic assumption of all existence. I wonder if you're even really capable of questioning that, or do you take it as a certainty, a knowledge beyond question?
If you feel something, that is the Force.
Sandwich. I'm just hearing sandwich at this point. It's like a sermon for sandwiches, but
it's a good job. I like sandwiches.
I appreciate you, Yoda. I'm going to go ahead and set you down. Hopefully a believer comes along soon, but thank you for whatever this was.
Very fun.
Yeah, W's for Yoda, giving it a shot. I got to use the what is Force background, so
You're probably happy. Yeah.
Surprisingly, the soup one has gotten more use than the Force one.
Damn it. But if you're that young, I don't think you should be on TikTok at all.
Well, what that tells us, MA, is that you are either lying in chat or you've lied to TikTok about your age. Either way, I'm not interested in having liars in the audience.
Did you like the pistachios?
They were good. I ate them too fast. I ate too many of them. Good morning, Bats. Hope you're doing well.
Remember Zaid? The coma guy? The coma.
Yes, I remember the coma.
Morning, Bats. He texted me and he wanted to connect, so I said either on the panel or the Discord. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm being paranoid, I'm just, being a bit careful.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
from
good
my
to-
own side.
Yeah, you want to make sure and keep a little bit of separation there. Thank you so much, Bats. Appreciate you. I do really like those night stars. Thank you, Bats. That means a lot. Coming from the best audience on TikTok.
Do you think young people are more attracted to Islam because of its edginess? Or misogyny? The obvious answer is the community, but come on.
Right, they'll say it's the community. There is... I know I've seen a lot of propaganda videos trying to convince people to believe in Islam geared towards science.
Yeah, the quote-unquote scientific miracles. You know that some Arabic-speaking scholars saying, don't ever talk about scientific miracles. That's haram, that induces more doubts into people's hearts and stuff like that. They say it's easily disprovable, so yeah, don't go there. We're doing dawah. It sounds interesting to me that the English-speaking quote-unquote scholars use scientific miracles more than anything.
That is interesting, since they are usually using translations to make their points. The cheese master would like to return. I don't think they made it on panel last time. No, that's twice in queue. They are ghosted.
Oh, sorry, Kim. I just remembered something when you said translation. Do you know what the sun does in Islam?
I don't know what it does. What does it do?
When the sun sets, it goes under the throne of Allah and starts praying and asks Allah the permission to go up the other side or to go up again. It doesn't say the other side. In the English translation, however, they've added the other side and chosen some people and then the other people, stuff like that. It's not even in the Quran, it's in the Hadith. So they're editing, not translating.
I'm sorry, it goes up the other side of what? In the where?
Okay, so I'm gonna read it in Arabic and I'm gonna translate it word for word. Doesn't matter. Okay. So there is a guy called Abu Dhar, okay? Abu Dhar was hanging around the Prophet. They were praying in the mosque and then they walked out. Then it was about sunset. So the Prophet said, "Hey, yo, Abu Dhar, you know where the sun goes when it sets?" Abu Dhar said, "The Prophet of Allah and Allah knows best." Of course, so you have the fucking Prophet of Allah. He's in direct contact with God. Of course, he's gonna know. Yeah, so he said the Prophet and Allah knows best. The Prophet said, "It goes under the throne of the Almighty to pray." That's the end of it. That's
the
where
sun goes under the throne of the Almighty to pray.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
It's obvious, Thrayle. It's under the throne. It's obvious.
Where is the throne?
Under Allah. Jesus, do I have to explain everything?
Yes. Where is Allah?
Well, okay, the throne is on the waters. Allah is on the throne, so.
Which waters?
The primordial waters, that which An-Nun swims in. You know, the huge whale that has the entire surface of the earth on its back.
I'm sorry, when did the whale get here? Is this like...
You don't know about the whale? The whale was already here. You and I stand on the whale right now.
Is there also a bowl of petunias?
A bowl of what?
A bowl of petunias.
I don't know what that means.
It just seems rather improbable if there's just a random whale apparating out of nowhere. And there wouldn't also somehow...
Oh no, you got it wrong. It's not a random whale. It's the first creation of all first living creation of Allah.
Why did he make a whale first? Is he a whale?
Is he a whale? The story goes, this is like scattered around the hadith. I'm telling this from my memory. First there was God. Nothing was with God. God created the qalam, which is the pen, and told the pen to write the fate of everything from the start to finish. And then God sat his throne on the waters. Somehow the waters was there. Follow along with me. God created the whale. The whale is called An-Nun. N-U-N. On the back of the whale, God spread the earth. Okay? And then he created the angels and the jinns. And the race called the Han and Bin. The Han and Bin populated the earth before mankind. Han and Bin were really corrupt, so God sent the angels there. Not the angels, sorry, the jinns there to, Noah Ark of Noah them. Then God created... Go ahead, ask. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, the jinn didn't know his ark.
Yeah, the jinn, not the literal ark, just the act of what happens with the ark. The drowning of all humankind, the obliteration of that species entirely. I just don't want to use the word.
I see.
Okay, so when the jinn did all that, the jinn gained control of the earth. They started living there. And God said, the jinn are too nice. One of the nicest jinn was, surprise, surprise, Iblis. Satan was elevated to heaven to stay with God because he was such a good boy, you know. And then the fall happened with humankind and everything, and you know the rest of the story. However, it is theorized, and when I say theorized, it's literally mentioned in one of the hadiths, that the first food of the people of Jannah would be the liver of that whale. So if you don't like whale liver, you're not gonna like Jannah. Jannah is heaven.
How do you know if you like whale liver or not?
Try it. In Jannah. Oh yeah, Sebastian gets go. Yeah.
Is there a comic book adaptation?
I tried to make ChatGPT do it, but they refused.
There's an action Bible out there, you know.
Yeah, there's an anime adaptation of the Bible as well.
Yeah, there's a manga Bible as well.
That would be amazing if they did that. But by the way, just so... Oh, hi, we have a guest. Let's go with the guest.
It's Lush. We know Lush. Hello, Lush. How are you?
Oh, hiya. Sorry, I've made a mistake. Requesting a... Sorry.
No worries, Lush. I'll set you back down. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, if you have another device, can you Google Quran 68.1? No, you're not hearing things, Becca. It is.
Okay.
That first letter right there, the transliteration of it in English, nun.
Nun.
That's the whale. Yes, that's the whale.
Nun, by the peril, by all they write. What?
No, it's more of a nun by the bin and what it writes. But anyway, it's talking about the first pen I told you about and what it writes, the nun, the first whale I told you about, and everything else. So most of that story comes from trying to explain that simple line right there, right in front of you.
I'm sorry, just the pen and what they write. That's how the whale came about.
Yes, story of the whale. It is theorized that the Nun was an Arab mythology thingy because of the earthquakes and stuff, but we don't have any sources confirming nor denying that. But that's where that story comes from. Got ridiculous real quick, huh?
Every time you bring up something from the Quran, it gets ridiculous quick.
Thrayle, the next time I'll bring a real story. Hope you have.
What does that mean, chose the wrong grail to drink from, Toaster? Are you saying I chose poorly?
Do you think that all these ridiculous things contribute to any doubts whatsoever of anyone that's listening that believes in this?
You're gonna have to ask that again. My brain trailed off.
Do you think any of the ridiculous? Do you think any of the ridiculous things that I bring up from the Quran, like, get anyone questioning that believes in the Quran?
I don't know. We'd have to ask somebody who believes in the Quran or believed in it before you said that. I don't know if there are any. But it should raise some questions. I think the last time you brought up one of these to somebody who believed in the Quran, they yelled at you and called you a liar until you showed them the image, and then they said that I was leading you astray.
Yeah, that happened. That was beautiful. But in all honesty, if someone wants a serious, not so jokey objection to the Quran, I have multiple. I've posted one of the most difficult errors in the Quran in the server, the mathematical error. And I posted even a silly contradiction, the creation from water one. So if you want a serious one, I can bring a serious one. If you want a silly one, I can bring a silly one.
I do like the silly ones. The serious ones.
They're always fun.
I mean, the serious ones are serious, and they're pretty hard to dismiss. But the silly ones are just, it's funny how varied the reactions are.
It's always funny to face people with that silly stuff in their book.
Sebastian says the whole religion is kind of silly. I don't know if the whole religion is silly, but quite a bit of it is. It seems that's true of many religions. But is that a belief you can question, Sebastian? Good night, Bex. Appreciate you being here. Good to see you as always. I was just gonna comment on the comments. What were you saying?
I was saying, so which one of the silly things that I brought up you think is the most silliest?
All night. No, you didn't bring that one up. Somebody else did. Probably the talking ants.
Yeah. I mean, go on Twitter for 2 minutes. If you're speaking Arabic, you'll find that no one takes the Quran seriously. Even people that believe in it. They pretend that they do, but when faced with it, they... No, it's just an ant talking. What the fuck you want me to say?
But it's a colorful metaphor and it keeps the perfection of the poem.
They don't say it's a metaphor. They say it's literal. Sorry, I got some pistachios.
Once the seed or nut is planted, are there not things that they would say are metaphors?
Depends on how unhinged the person you're talking to is.
I guess the more unhinged, the fewer metaphors.
Yes. I mean, it gets to a point where people say, there's one line in the Quran that says, the words of Allah are bigger than the biggest sea, etc., stuff like that. It's obviously a metaphor. Everyone could look at it and say that it's a metaphor. Some people would say that it's literal, and the word of Allah means that Allah is still talking to this point, so nothing would be great point.
Good morning, Jim. How are you?
I'm doing well, Thrayle. Hi, Tavian.
Jim?
Tavian, I'm wondering what you think about, the mystical practices of Islam, like Sufism. Is there some benefit in practice that is less bound to scripture? I don't know. Is that right? Are mystical traditions different? That's my question.
Or seems as if they're orders or laws, something like that. Those are the only ones that they take seriously. The rest are just metaphors, or these would be the ones that I was talking about when I said depends on how unhinged the person is. So these would be some of the least unhinged people.
Yeah, interesting.
They basically, even the verse about the 434, the infamous women beaten verse, they would say that it's a spiritual beating, so you're just having a debate or a discussion with them or something.
Which makes the first part of the list of things.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was speaking. Smith and Wesson.
I'm so sorry, my mic's fucked up.
Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I am 34 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I am Christian, but over the last year and 2 years, I can't help but overlook the plight of the Muslim people in the Middle East. And I can't help, I actually picked up a Quran, and I couldn't believe how much we believe, like in similarity. You believe Jesus is a prophet, you believe Mother Mary is a holy woman. Jews, on the other hand, who are supposed to be our allies, spit on the holy graves of Jesus. They think he's burning an excrement. I say that the Christian and Muslims
You're a
are
drunken
lying.
rant from a anti-Semitic. Okay, we're just going to move on to somebody who's not drunk and actually capable of questioning their beliefs.
That's all where that was coming.
I almost interrupted him, but then I realized he was going to give me plenty of reason to just move on. bring you up, you're a Christian and you want to make a case, it's in there. Tell them nobody wants to hear you. Just rant about things while you're drunk. Nobody cares. I do care if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. You're actually capable of questioning your beliefs. If you are, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down. But I'm also not here to platform your random drunken rants.
Anti-Semitism is incredibly cringe, and people should read more about the movement of Jews.
Getting back to what you were saying, Thrayle, it would contradict the first part of the verse. That's why they're always shaky when it comes to religious debates. And to be honest, that's why most Muslims don't take them as seriously. This is what happens when me and Hell starts bickering, and I say you're not a true Muslim, and she says you're a literal, because I come from a Salafi background, and she comes from a mystic background. Does that answer your question, Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was seething a little bit.
Just a guest.
Yeah. And I think my mind was racing in a very un-Buddhist way, and I missed what you said. I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
No, it's okay. Usually in the mystic practice, or the mystic beliefs in Islam, they're not taken as seriously because they always shake you when it comes to scripture. They don't. There is a meme going on in the Salafi, the traditionalist, the literalist community, is that they're not even Muslims, they just pretend to be Muslims so they'd be accepted in society and the communities around them and stuff.
I hear that. Yeah, that makes unfortunate sense.
Yeah, is that their communities?
That makes unfortunate sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're very,
a much more focused view on Sufism and that perspective. And who knows, maybe she'll stumble across here soon and answer some questions for Jim.
Yeah, Jim, she would be perfect if you want to talk about mystic Islam, Sufism and stuff. Abdullah, I was saying the exact same thing you were saying. I don't know how you got anything different from what was I saying, but okay. Jimmy, this is the actual, literal, real-life application in real time in the comments of what I was saying.
Well, it seems the traditions that embrace contradictions and meditate upon them have a little, in some ways, take the scripture a little more seriously, rather than trying to make it all literal. That's my opinion.
That's why I survived as long as it did.
I know what we're missing. Oh, that wasn't what I meant to do. Just took all the music out. Oops. It just does what it wants sometimes, I guess.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Request on.
That was awesome. Who made that?
Michael V.
Nice.
Hell yeah. I haven't seen him in here tonight, which kind of sucks that I keep playing him. He's not here for it, but that's all right. We'll tell him about it.
I got to get my band to do a Batcolyte song. Something backgroundish. Royalty free.
Something that loops.
Yes, that's the tricky bit.
Just gotta somehow make it sound like it ends where it begins, or put that transition in the middle.
And have a kind of a meaty stop somewhere so it can start again. The easiest way. Yes, meaty is a musical term. I'm a professional.
Barfing Toaster says, I love Meaty Stop, my favorite sandwich shop.
You have to try the pastrami.
I imagine it's quite meaty. Tomat says, I play keys. We prefer the term girthy.
I'll run it by Josh, see what he says. I'm echoing. I need to get headphones.
It might be me. If I'm not quick enough with my mute switch, sometimes people echo. But as a bass player, we always called it chunky. I don't know about, girth and meat, yeah. I get where you're coming from, but very, very, innuendous.
Ah, yes. Such is much of music.
Toaster, as a theremin player, it's referred to as a Reuben.
Theremin is so difficult to play. Respect. Yes, theremin is easy to play very badly.
Yeah, anybody can wave their hands around.
Thank you, Tavia. Have a good day at work.
Appreciate it, Tav.
But if any of you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that, don't be afraid. We're actually quite friendly. But we will question your belief. Maybe it will come out stronger. Maybe you'll discover that you believe something you didn't think you believed. That would be good too.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? quest on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
They're short, but they're awesome. I need a way to put them on a button.
That's fantastic.
The music out.
I would try to make something long and loopable.
These might be loopable. I haven't tried that.
I have to figure out what mode these tunes are in.
Oh, like this, the loop?
Yeah, and then play something in that mode because it's a mood. The mode is a mood.
You're saying modes are moods? That
Yeah.
Are moods equivalent to modes?
No, they're not, but the mode creates a mood, for sure.
Does it create the mood, or does it invoke the mood?
It does. It invokes the mood based on your cultural identity disorder.
Oh, I see. Bats asked, what is a mode and what is a mood?
Mode is a scale. Major scale, minor scale. And then there are 6 other scales. No, 5 other scales.
What is a scale?
A scale is a series of 7 notes. Well, they're not always 7. Are they always 7?
Scales don't have to be 7.
No.
The key is comprised of 7 notes. You're gonna pull the teacher out of me. Oops.
Yeah, I like that. Something I'm weak on are modes. Yep, Lydian, Dorian, Phrygian, Mixolydian, Ionian?
Ionian is one of them, yeah. So that would be the one for the root. Be your Ionian.
Right. And then there's the 7th, which is like a diminished mode.
The Locrian.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Phrygian has a PH, Joe. PHRY.
Right.
It's been more than 5 years since I taught, but yeah. That sticks with me. They're Greek names from specific tribes, I think.
And Plato wanted to outlaw in the Republic all but one, I think. All but the Phrygian?
Why the Phrygian?
I don't know if it was the Phrygian. I think, if I remember right, it was the Phrygian, but that was a very strange part of the Republic. And when I say Plato, I mean through the voice of Socrates, so we don't know if Plato actually agreed with that.
Joe, yes, I've definitely seen the grimoires. I've taught from the grimoires.
Dorian.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bats. I hate to do this right as you arrive on panel, but I'm going to disappear for about 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, walk the dog or do everything that you need to do. I wanted to ask Jimmy something about music.
Okay, I'll answer. I'm self-taught, so I know what I know.
What is a piece of music you heard, maybe at a younger age, that inspired you to want to learn music?
Great question. I think Higher Ground by Stevie Wonder and Superstition by Stevie Wonder. And no, it just sort of continued. Brian Eno, Before and After Science, was I never stopped playing that record. And then it was really Bob Dylan, though.
We lost you, Jimmy. Either got a phone call or a battery warning.
Yeah, Jimmy's gone after Bob Dylan.
My phone said it was too close.
Too close to what? The truth?
Yeah. My face, apparently. Yeah, so then I discovered Bob Dylan, and then I learned everything I could of his, and that really got me playing.
Stevie Wonder, Bob Dylan, those are all great musicians. I can understand how that would maybe inspire someone to want to play. What one instrument that you really want to play, or is piano the instrument that you really wanted to play?
I think I'd love to be able to play the piano. Yeah, in a better way, absolutely. Is there another one? I always wanted to learn to play the saxophone. My grandfather played the saxophone.
The saxophone is a very classy instrument. I love the saxophone. I only can play the piano, though.
You do play the piano, Bats?
Yes, more or less also self-taught. I did have piano lessons when I was younger, but with my dyslexia, it's really hard to read notes, know how to read notes. It just takes forever to do it. So I do a lot of improvising with my music. I'll hear a song over and over, and then I'll just start to play it. It's a way that I get to appreciate music despite my reading disability.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm also dyslexic, and reading music's what stopped me playing piano. The guitar was much more intuitive to me.
Yeah, there's way less lines and dots and half notes and things all over the page. But I'm glad that you found an appreciation for music, and those are definitely wonderful musicians to look up to.
The one that really changed me was Laurie Anderson. I don't know if you've heard any Laurie Anderson.
Sounds familiar. I generally tend to know people by their music and their sound, less by their name, which I need to work on.
She had an unlikely radio hit called "Oh Superman" in the 80s.
Oh, 80s.
She's still creating music and writing, and actually made a film that's just beautiful called "Heart of a Dog," about her dog. And all.
Is there any musicians that you or kinds of music that you don't like, that is, like, not for me kind of thing?
I kind of don't like, I don't like poorly written songs. And I don't
like
I mostly don't like love songs. There's very few love songs that I think are really good. I mean, I get their purpose, but I'm meant to be manipulative. And they don't always tell a story well. They're kind of emotionally manipulative. So I prefer a song about, that really tells a story about a person, something genuine. Or about, I mean, even a love song for one's home is more interesting.
When I think of love songs, I tend to go a little further back. What was that? Who was it that sang, "Ain't no mountain high enough"? That one. I forget what that's called. Whatever it's called. That's when I think of love songs. I think of those being like kind of the classic songs that aren't too lovey-dovey, but just portray kind of a genuine loyalty to someone else, which is often expressed in love. I don't know. I do. There are a lot of bad love songs, especially the fast hop, like, how we call it, pop music can tend to be a little bit fast paced, where it's like they make it really quick and with AI instead of taking the time to, I don't know, put lyrics together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the R&B out of Memphis and Detroit is an exception, and a song like "Case of You" by Joni Mitchell it has so much more in it than just a song about romantic love. I mean, more than just a typical song about romantic love, which can be really one-dimensional and boring in my mind. But I probably listen to music differently because I write.
So probably "No Baby" by Justin Bieber.
Yeah.
That song got 3 words in the whole song, and one of them is "baby."
Let's see. Joe says Tennessee Whiskey is a good love song. Fight me. I can't remember it right now, Joe. Probably turned it off.
Oh, and Prince of Darkness himself's "Mama, I'm Coming Home." That was a pretty good love song.
I mean, there are lots of exceptions, I guess. I suppose it just has to have something a little bit more than. No, you know what? The song "Let's Get It On," that's a good song. I just think that because love songs sell so well, they get very commercialized.
Yeah.
And to me, that's really boring. Yeah, a song like "Love Stinks." Is that Jay Giles? I mean, that's hilarious.
I'm curious on some of Thrayle's answers to these questions, him being a retired teacher and all that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's tempting to write a really good love song because it might get played at weddings, and then that song becomes the song of the couple for the rest of their lives. So, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, some people have a special song when they meet, and that's their song. I've, in the past, been in a few relationships where music was a key thing we send to each other. So had we ever gotten to the point of vows, we probably would have used one of the songs that we shared. My actual wedding was way less romantic.
I mean, What a Wonderful World. Is that a love song? That's often a song for couples. But it says a lot more than just you and I, you know.
Oh, I thought of a song for love of a country, Edelweiss.
And many people choose the song Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen, which is very strange to choose as a wedding song.
I love it gets people in the mood for their day. It is their day, so. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing some R&B at my wedding if I ever have another.
I hope that my next couple song will be Get Behind the Mule by Tom Waits. Actually, no.
Get behind the mule?
You gotta get behind the mule in the morning and plow. Terrible.
Oh, in this case, is the mule the bride? What the?
Nope, it's a mule.
A mule. So you just gotta plow and work hard, and that's...
Yep.
Okay.
You gotta get up in the morning and do what needs to be done, basically.
Or go for your Starbucks coffee and then do your cubicle job. Yeah, whatever gets you going.
Right. All right, John Prine is the exception to everything. Everything he wrote is brilliant.
And if you think that you brilliantly have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you can question it, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to snuff that brilliance out or burgle your god. I do, however, want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Azir makes a point. What if we believe in you, Thrayle? What's that? What if that's our belief?
What does belief in me entail? Like, what are you believing I will do, be, achieve? Are you just saying you believe I exist?
I believe you're broadcasting from a celestial realm.
Than the bone shed of gods. I think I more or less believe in the fact that you're probably going to change the side of TikTok. Like, you've been at this, like, what, not even a year, and you've already developed a following and people who are willing to question their beliefs, and it's gotten so bad that we get over 100 people in here, and all of them have already questioned their beliefs, and they're just sitting in here waiting for the next person to come along to question their beliefs. It's growing.
It has been more than a year.
Yeah, I've only been around here for a short while, but I've already seen how far it's gotten since I've been here. So it's just I believe in the method that you're using, the Socratic questioning. I would view a lot of skill as someone who could definitely help people question things. I couldn't. My speech impediment and nervousness would take over.
I definitely understand that.
I crushed up some freeze-dried blueberries and put them in my coffee this morning for Thrayle, so...
How was it?
I didn't use enough. I can't taste it.
I wonder if there's another way to get the blueberry flavor infused.
I shop in a very specific grocery store, and there were no blueberry coffee options.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps if you took dehydrated blueberries and put it in with the coffee grounds when the hot water went through it,
that's
what
I did.
What you did with the freeze-dried.
With the freeze-dried, okay. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe
I just didn't use enough. I think I have to use like a third of a cup or something.
1 part blueberry to 1 part coffee.
Maybe. I didn't try pepper. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it as pure as possible and not use extracts and stuff. Blueberries are miraculous food, so I agree.
They're a superfood, I think, aren't they?
I'm not sure what a superfood is, but yes. Because I believe them to be super. Super delicious.
Is it really possible that everyone here is just observing? No one has a belief?
It is possible.
Amazing. There's a belief. Barfing Toaster says superfood is a bullshit hippie term that is not significant in a botanical sense.
I don't know about all that. I just looked it up, and AI and Mayo Clinic said that it's a superfood. Not that I take all my advice from Mayo Clinic.
Right. What is a superfood then?
What is a Mayo Clinic AI?
A food that's super for you. It's in the name. It's full. Health Net was talking about 7 benefits to. It got on to benefits to blueberries and so forth, and I stopped reading because I wanted to get back to TikTok.
Understandable.
I'll do some more research on it later, maybe, and find out if there's antioxidants or something in it.
I think I don't believe in superfoods, but I definitely believe in garbage foods.
You're not taking away my Taco Bell tenders with my avocado ranch. I'm sorry.
I am not in a position to do that.
I know where that food probably comes from. I'll just not think about it when I eat it. Delicious. And if anyone else has a belief in a food or a deity that they are willing to question, maybe now would be a good time to request on up and let us hear what those beliefs are. Ooh, for the life goal.
Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure I missed the list on the previous goal, so let me make sure that I do thank 96 and Claire, as well as Philly Red. Insomnia, and Shell, and Cat to Witch for the previous goal. Really do thank you all. But I can't forget to thank Claire again, and 96 again, as well as Barfing Toaster for this goal. So thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate you. Oh, and Polly. Yep, see, that's what happens when I try to read two lists at once.
And since we're all just waiting for a believer, why don't you tap the screen, get us up to 150, and one might show up.
What do you know? We have a believer. Or no, maybe not. Another poltergeist.
With the name Poltergeist, they should have made a little more noise. Oh my goodness, the ghost! I need to get those moon manifestation pickles.
I'm trying to figure out how to make moon pickles where I live. I have to wait almost a month.
Do they have to be in the moonlight?
Don't they? Full moon, right?
Well, when you're making moon water, the different moon cycles make different moon water, but the most powerful is the full moon. So I'd want to make it in the full moon if I could.
Is it the amount of light coming off of the moon that makes the difference? Or is there some gravitational purpose?
Isn't the moon brighter and closer in the full moon?
I don't know about closer.
I don't think it's closer.
Well, it's brighter, so maybe they just thought because it was brighter, it'd be more powerful.
So wouldn't it be better in the sunlight? What is it about sunlight reflecting off of the moon's surface makes manifestation possible?
Well, supposedly the moon controls our Earth's waters, our oceans, our waves. And so they think that somehow because the moon, it would control the pickle brine, the vinegar, whatever was in the liquid, I guess. These are beliefs that I no longer hold, but I still find interesting.
They're terrifyingly fascinating.
All right, so brine is salt water. Okay, most of the world is covered in salt water. It's affected by the moon, the gravitational force of the moon, and then there's reflected light from the sun. I can't imagine any effect you would get would be significant.
I think it's more or less placebo, in my opinion. But that's because I don't hold those beliefs. If I did hold those beliefs, I would probably argue that there's a spiritual connection somehow. But if somebody wants to make moon milk for their granola, that's totally fine.
Placebos work, you know.
To an extent, maybe.
What's the control group for a placebo?
I think any controlled group that has less than 100 people in it per group is probably lame.
I guess if you give people a sugar tablet and some people know it's a sugar tablet and other people think it's medicine, you could do an experiment.
I think they have, and apparently it's only somewhat effective. It's only effective on your mood and that can affect your gut and your health, but it's not going to cure cancer. I think I still appreciate the placebo benefits of witchcraft. Probably more or less because I still practice some of it.
I think if something lowers your cortisol levels, it's beneficial.
In my opinion, music is probably just as effective as witchcraft because it doesn't really do much but affect your mood, your stress levels, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a music therapist. She says it's really quite amazing.
But if anyone in the comments has the belief in maybe even music therapy or gods or superpowers of any kind, even witchcraft, if maybe I've had some experience with that, I could ask a few questions. But if you do have a belief in anything that you think would be interesting, now would be a good time to request up. There's several boxes and the invite button is right there on the screen. Oh yes, and mixing witchcraft with music. Oh, it's wonderful. A lot of music cleansing happens in my home.
One could argue that the advent of recorded music has meant that we don't sing and play as much. That's not great for our health.
Are you saying singing and playing is better for our health than not?
I think so. I think that, yeah, playing music is, good for the brain.
Not.
Is
One of my sisters has, she has two arms, but she only has one hand. And she plays the piano very brilliantly, and she sings, and it always brings everybody in a good mood when they get to see and watch her play and sing. So even if people don't have all the necessary digits or whatever they think is necessary to play music, anyone can play music. Even my sister with one hand.
What's up, guys?
Hello, YOLO. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36 from Chicago. What's going on, guys?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Can you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Of course I do. I'm gonna tell you guys like this, right?
Which god?
I'm gonna tell you guys like this in the chat.
YOLO.
Go ahead.
The conversation is up here, and I just asked you which god.
I believe in only one God.
Which one is that?
Which is our God. There's only one God, and his son
Which god is the only one?
Well, his son is Lord and Jesus Christ.
So are you talking about the God of the Bible?
Of course.
Have you
What
read
else?
the Bible?
What else would I be talking about? False gods? False gods? Are you guys kidding me right now?
Are you drunk, YOLO?
Okay, so then who do you believe?
So then we're just gonna move on.
Wait, hold up.
Drunk.
Hold up. So who do you?
Yep. I'm not here to answer your questions, and I'm not here to babysit drunks. So if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, make sure you're not slobbering drunk, and then find your way to requesting on up. I'd love to ask you what it is that you believe and why, if you're even capable of questioning your beliefs. That's probably true, Witty.
He was so insulted that anyone might consider a false god. Like, what? Excuse me? We get lots of people up here, man. We just asking you clarifying questions.
I'm not sure what qualifies false from true gods.
How dare you don't begin the conversation by believing in my premise?
Like, there's over 300,000 gods. If you count all the Buddhist deities and so forth, the Hindu deities and so forth, like, there's so many gods. Like, just answer the questions, please, people.
Also, it's weird to say the God of the Bible, there's only one God. I mean, what do you call an angel? How are angels not minor gods? Yeah, let's leave aside the divine council.
What makes a council divine? They just have to claim it?
I guess if divine was on the council.
Yes, I do believe Yahweh has siblings and a father. He also had a mother, El, Asherah. He and his mother had a complicated relationship.
The symbol for Asherah was the tree.
if that was Ashura.
Yep. Divine was an actor in John Waters films.
Is that an answer to the prompt?
Yeah, that's my answer.
And if you know what divine is, or what the fuck God is, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And if you've already questioned, or you just can't question, then make sure that you tap the screen and share the live. Either way, that'll help get us out to the FYP of somebody who potentially can question whatever it is that they believe in.
You could have a prompt, what WTF is an angel?
I'm not sure how often does that one come up.
Kind of never, but I feel like it should.
Barfing toaster, a noun is a person, place, or thing.
Wrong one. There we go.
I'm just a verb in the body of a noun.
I think I'm more or less an adjective.
Buddha says, keep going, you're halfway through, Minotaur. Who's the Minotaur?
What the fuck is a mid?
The bull-headed creature at the middle of the maze. Greek mythology.
Okay. Arrow 404. I cannot find them.
Thrayle, what's a nun, Thrayle? A nun or a noon? Are you asking me what a... is it the sworn brides of Christ? Or are you asking me about a whale? Born a whale.
If there are no believers, I submit myself to be questioned on Buddhist beliefs. I have no problem with that.
Well, that's because you're not only courageous and curious, Jim, but more than capable of questioning your belief.
I think I am.
What is it you think that would need questioning in your belief?
That's the hard part. Buddhism is kind of about questioning your beliefs. But then when I think that you eventually come to some tenets of Buddhism that are hard to question. One might be that human beings are basically good. That's one that I question. That's an article of faith, I think. Another might be that the nature of reality is empty of self-existence.
The nature of reality is empty of self-existence.
Yeah.
Oh. That raises some questions.
It worked.
Hello, Uriel. Can I get your age for TikTok?
Via chaud, venez pour un battle. On va vous l'amener.
I see. Well, I don't think it worked as well as you thought it did, Jeff.
Nope. Nature of reality is empty of self-existence, right? And it takes a mind for a thing to be a thing.
It takes a mind for a thing to be labeled a thing.
Right. I mean, that's in essence the problem right there is things without a mind are not separate from other things. Meaning, there are no things, but thinking makes it so. Doesn't mean there isn't sandwich.
The sandwich exists, it's just not been called a sandwich until the mind calls it one.
Yeah, it's like an undefined sandwich without, we don't know what's in it until we think about it.
But it still is what it is, still comprised of its component parts. We just haven't identified them until we've observed them, recorded them.
Yeah. Yeah, but deeper than that, the component parts have no existence as parts. And the whole has no existence as a whole.
You're saying has no existence as. Is it that it has no existence as that because that is a label that we have ascribed to it? Or is it has no existence as that because it simply does not exist in any form?
Yeah, it is a formless type of existence.
How is it actually a formless type of existence?
How is it a formless type of existence? Yeah, I have to go into examples and metaphors and all that tiresome stuff.
So what you're saying is our perception, like reality is based off of our perception? Because our perception could be formless, but reality can't be.
How can perception be formless?
Because our perception is based off of what we perceive. If we have an inclusive, if our conclusions are inconclusive, then it's formless. It has no form. We don't understand. It's like error. But it doesn't change the fact that whatever we're trying to perceive exists. It just changes the fact of our ability to perceive it.
Okay, but you have to trace your thought back to the model you build that there's something and a perceiver. And that is, in essence, the mind creating the nature of the thing.
But the thing exists whether or not we perceive it.
Isn't that faith?
No, it's a sandwich.
Is the sandwich faith?
I think regardless of our faith, then it has to exist. Because if there's a sandwich, and if I'm say blind, deaf, mute, maybe I can't even touch as a perception. I just exist, and there's something else in the room with me, and I can't smell it, hear it, taste it, whatever, touch it. I'm not going to be able to perceive it. It doesn't change that it's there. If I'm going to believe it's there, I will in faith, yes, but it doesn't change the fact that it's there or not.
Right, but so the structure of that thought is positing a situation outside of the perception of the person that you're describing.
I think I'm lost somewhere in why do I have to perceive it to exist?
Well, I think that's the nature of the faith, that things exist outside of our perception as things.
Now I'm wondering what a thing is exactly, because a thing is usually something a name we give to something we don't know what it is, or we just don't have time to say what it is. That's what it seems like to me. Why can't we give things a name?
We do.
So what thing are we talking about in particular?
Anything, the sun, the moon. Everyone talks about a tree, a rock, a chair.
Maybe even an elephant.
An elephant.
We had a discussion with elephants the other day. The elephant being in the room, whether or not people could find it or not, or
There's
touch all of it.
There's a simple story that I think is more profound the more I think about it, which is two people are running through a field and they see a bear ahead of them. And they spend a lot of time deciding whether they should keep running or they should run the other way. And they decide to run toward the bear. And the closer they get, they realize it's not a bear, it's a rock. Was there ever a bear?
There was never a bear, no. It was only their perception that perceived a bear that never existed.
Right. But they acted as if it was a bear.
Not very smartly, but yeah.
It's a contemplation.
I'm not sure what imagining that there was a bear accomplished.
Fearful boys in the woods. I don't know.
But if you believe in a bear god or a humanoid god or just a sandwich god of everything or something else, I mean, you have the ability to question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. Hello, Duda. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Didn't quite catch that. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Can you hear me out for 1 minute? Okay. This is what happened. I grew up believing there was Jesus and God and all that stuff. Went through that stage, and I got into thinking, oh, if God was going to do anything, they'd do this and do that. So then I was a non-believer, and then I grew up again and had kids, and I got this will about having kids and love and life and husband and stuff like that. Then my husband died. So now I question all the beliefs that I had before. What made me do all this to get there? Get there for my husband to die on me. God, no. I'm going through a big awakening, I think, and I question all beliefs. So what? Ask me that question one more time.
Just asked if you had a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like it.
I think that a higher power is your will and your drive and your determination. Why I believe that because what else keeps you going,
So you believe higher power is will and drive and determination?
I think that, yeah, it's gotta be you. You gotta be your own fucking higher power.
Why does that have to be higher power?
Because with no will, there's no way. Unless you want to be like a slug on a sidewalk or, living in a box or something like that, you gotta have something to keep you going.
It's very difficult to hear you. It's not even that you're quiet. It's
you don't understand me. Did I talk funny?
No, you don't talk funny. There's just it's like your voice is cutting out a little bit when you're speaking.
Probably the cheap Wi-Fi.
Not sure what it is, but
anyway, yeah, I think you gotta have drive and determination and will to even make it, to get up the next morning.
Is your belief in higher power entirely about drive and determination?
I think it's about you. You gotta believe in yourself before you can.
It's just about you believing in yourself.
Yeah, it's all up to you. You got nobody but you in the end, So pretty much, I think it's you. And I believe that you are the answer to everything, It's all inside you.
So no actual, entity separate from yourself, just belief in yourself is what you're saying.
I'm thinking, yeah. But
why don't you believe in a God?
And that's a good question. I really never thought about that. But I think I would call that God, will and determination, just that you want to live. And you wake up and you want to get up.
You're saying you would call it God, but that's not.
I know. Again,
it's kind of using metaphorical language.
I've heard all about Jesus. He's cool.
Do you believe in Jesus?
I do believe in Jesus, yes.
Do you believe he's your savior?
No, not really.
Do you believe?
I believe.
Do you believe that he
God
is God and that he came down and died for your sins? Didn't hear you.
He would be mad at me.
He would be mad at you. Why?
Yeah.
What does that mean, he would be mad at you?
He's a big cheese, I guess.
You're getting harder and harder to hear and understand, Duda. Do you need to get a glass of water?
No, it's just when I haven't believed if he is the one, then he'd be mad for me.
Just not understanding anything you're saying, Duda.
What?
I can't understand you.
Is something covering the microphone, or?
It is. It's like she's put her hand over the microphone.
Maybe.
Okay, let me try that. Can you hear me now?
No, it's worse.
Hello? Everybody's saying nothing. Can you hear me better?
No. I mean, kind of, but not really. It's more consistent now.
Okay. All I'm saying, if God is the God, all gods, he's probably going to strike me down for having any doubt in him. So I'm very...
God is God of all gods, and he will strike you down for having doubt in him. What God are you talking about?
Probably.
Which God are you talking about?
I guess the one that everybody calls God. I don't call him God, I call him Source.
Why do you call him Source?
Because I don't want to use God's name in vain.
I don't feel like we're even communicating at this point. Do either of you have questions for Duda?
I wish I understood what Duda was saying. I just can't hear it well enough.
What I'm trying to say is I'm being all emotional.
Duda believes in the Christian God, but she calls it Source, but she doesn't say Jesus was her Lord and Savior, but it's somehow shaped like the Christian
Yeah, I'm
God.
talking like one of those spouses, right? What I'm saying is I was raised Baptist. And I believed in God, and I went to all those kind of church things, and I believed in Jesus, and it was all good. And I got broken.
Can't hear you. Nobody's understanding
Maybe I
you.
type this.
That might work better, but then you're not really on panel having a conversation
All right,
with
well,
us.
I'm just saying, you know,
So,
God's God.
I appreciate you, Duda, but I mean, it just really feels like you're preaching past me, and I don't know that you are or not. I can't understand you.
I'm sorry, Duda. Maybe it's the Wi-Fi or something, or whatever the problem is. I really hope that you continue to believe in yourself and questioning. Just keep that up, and I'm sure you'll get very far.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I think it's just too hard to understand. You know, the mic is at the bottom of the phone if you don't have headphones on. You have to keep that clear. I heard a lot of pain in your voice and their voice, I guess. It's sad we couldn't have the conversation.
But if anyone else has courage like Duda, we do have another guest.
Wow, before you even said anything, that's an impressive manifestation.
I don't even have pickles.
No. Hey, Aaron, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 31.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No. Working on it.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Yes.
So the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, those are true stories for you?
Yep.
Why do you believe those stories?
Well, just like the history of the culture, and to me it gives a better interpretation of how the Earth began.
A better interpretation than what? It's a comparative word.
Than any other religion.
Than any other religion. Why are you comparing that story of how the Earth began to other religions? Why would religion have the answer?
Who else would?
Your answer was who else would?
Yeah, who else would have the answer?
You can't think of anyone else who would have an answer to how the Earth began than religions?
No.
Fascinating. What is the process by which we discover things in our world?
Oh, there's science. But science can only do so much.
How does science happen? What's the process of discovery in science?
Well, like, so if you have two circles on a chalkboard, right? One smaller one and then a bigger one on the outside of the smaller circle. Science only discovered as much as the smaller circle, but God is the outside circle, right?
What does that even mean?
It means that.
Well, I'm sorry. Hang on. You don't need to explain the metaphor to me. What I mean is, why do you decide that science can only do a small circle inside of a bigger circle, and why do you decide the bigger circle is God? Like, why do you just decide these things?
Well, because God is what makes a God, basically. Or
You're saying God is what makes a God?
no, I'm saying, like, I'm asking you a question, like, what makes
I'm not here
God?
to answer your questions. What is it you're calling God when you say it's bigger than what science can know?
Well, God created science. Did he not?
I have no idea. I don't remember that verse of the Bible. What do you mean God created science?
If he's the creator of the universe.
Why do you assume he's the creator of the universe?
If he's the creator of the universe, then...
Why do you assume he's the creator of the universe?
Can you give me another reason who else would?
Holy shit. Are you capable of questioning your beliefs, or are you just turning every single question around?
Are you getting upset? I'm sort of...
Hey, Aaron. Can you question your beliefs?
Yeah.
Okay, then let's try doing that without asking me about what I think or to give you alternatives. Why do you assume that there's a creator?
Why do I assume there's a creator? Because there has to be a creator. The Earth literally...
That's just assuming again. In the answer of why you assume there's a creator, you say there has to be.
The Earth is literally proof there's a creator.
How is it proof there's a creator? What does that even mean?
Because you can't create something out of nothing.
What do you mean you can't create something out of nothing?
Like, an explosion doesn't create things; it destroys.
What explosion are you talking about, Aaron?
Well, if we're talking about the Big Bang, for example.
I didn't say anything about a Big Bang.
I'm giving you my answer.
Stop yelling. Are you? Calm down.
I am calm.
Why don't you stop talking over me. Catch your breath, okay?
I'm fine.
Take a deep breath. Slow down. Okay, why are you shouting at me about the Big Bang?
You haven't heard me shout.
Clearly. Okay, Aaron, you should stop interrupting. Maybe if you'd control your emotions, we could have a conversation here, but I don't see that happening. Why is it that you assume there's a creator? Notice how I didn't say Big Bang or explosion or anything from nothing. Why do you assume there's a creator?
Can I speak now?
I'm waiting.
Yeah. So, are you ready for my answer?
Nope. Not if you're not mature enough to handle a conversation amongst adults.
The attitude, damn. Oh my goodness. It's questions. It's just if you don't have an answer, I don't know is also a valid answer. But answering a question with a question or being rude and disrespectful because you've been asked not to interrupt is just plain immature, people. Come on. We can do
He
better.
was having an emotional meltdown. Maybe he can take a few minutes to calm down, catch his breath, and when he can come back without the aggression or the attitude and actually show respect while attempting to question his beliefs, then, he can try again. I would recommend for you, Aaron, since you believe in the Christian God, then maybe go read, what is it, 1 Peter 3:15. That might help you out. Read the context. Read 14 to 16. I think that might help you. Also, I'm not going to sit here and list the ways you were disrespectful. You clearly couldn't handle the conversation, so had to interrupt and present attitude, be completely dismissive of questions in order to avoid answering them. I could list it off, but it's already too much attention paid to you.
How is it that we go from asking where the Earth came from to where the universe came from? They're really different questions.
Where did the Earth come from? It didn't come from any explosion like the Big Bang. Clearly not answering the question of why you assume there is a creator. Also, nobody said anything about the Earth coming from an explosion. Very defensive in the comments, too. It might help if you slow down there, Aaron. Catch your breath.
So maybe look up how science is done. You can look up what the scientific method is. It's not a circle inside of another circle. It's very specific.
I think a lot of people who are raised in a Christian household or upbringing tend to get told a lot of things like, oh, nothing can't come from something. You can't get something from nothing. Oh, the explosions only destroy. They can't create. They hear all these things and they're told, oh yeah, that's what non-believers believe. And they don't take the time to actually research, to understand the scientific method themselves. They just assume these things because they've been told it. So maybe instead of assuming what we believe and assuming that we think that everything came from an explosion.
Well, you see, what them heathens believe is that there was this big explosion from a single atom.
Themselves. Assuming that we think.
Believe is that there was their atom before there was time, when all that there was nothing, because nothing came from something, and then something came around again, and it exploded. It exploded is what they're saying. They're just saying it exploded. Nothing turned into something.
Bada bing, bada boom.
To be fair, I do believe in the big sneeze, so.
The big sneeze?
Yeah.
Was it the Great Green Arkle seizure?
Oh yes, it explains everything. It wasn't an explosion, it was a sneeze.
Exploded, says Will Dot. Exploded.
Sneezes, exploded, what's the difference? But if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that at all, and you thinking you can question that belief, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to tear you down or burgle your gods. We just want to know what it is you believe, and if you can even question it. Maybe we'll even get to that why on the screen. That's one of them questions that some folks just never even get to. You hear it and you just crash out and start screaming about what do you believe, and why are you asking me all these questions?
Ifin.
It's a compound word.
You believe the questions?
I'm not sure what part of what word the N is coming in from, but if and you know.
Is that like a soft not? If not, ifin?
Maybe.
Well, Ifin, you can question your beliefs. The request button's right over there.
That request button's right over there.
Right
It's
there.
over yonder. I reckon it do be over yonder. And if you look down there next to your chat box, you see these little pink and blue people. And if you click on them people, you find your way up here.
Gotta reach your thumb all the way over.
If plus frickin', I like that girl, Marley. But I think you can say frickin' ifin', which would get a little confusing, wouldn't it?
So that would be if frickin'.
If y'all want to choose a path of self-discovery, go ahead and request on it. I do like that one barfing toaster. Look, I'm not trying to burgle your gods. This ain't no stick up or nothing. I'm just asking you what and what for. Should be something that should be easy to come to you if you know at all what it is you believe and, why. Does it sound like switchblade or does it sound like sling blade? Is that what you're saying? Some folks call it a Kaiser blade, others call it a sling blade. I call it Kaiser blade. Is that what you're saying, Shannon? Mm-hmm. I reckon he's got a little bit more of this grit in his voice going on. Like he needs to clear his throat, but he just ain't done it in a long time. It's like he's always trying to clear it,
Some folks call it a Kaiser blade, others call it a sling blade. I call it Kaiser blade. Mm. Ought not do that. It's just a box. You can click on it though.
Are we ever gonna get Thrayle back, or would we lost him to Sling Blade?
Sling blade's not as comfortable as backwoods Thrayle.
This one right here, this one's easy to do all day.
Yeah, damn them woods, them part what is it? How they say it? Yeah, damn them part them woods. Something like that.
Pass me that there whiskey jug, y'all, will you?
You spittoon for your charred backer.
Yeah, that's what them for, you know.
That's why they call them spittoons. Don't spit in that area yonder.
How do we get to Appalachia from Texas? I'm not sure how this happened.
I don't know. Somehow. I think there's a trail out there somewhere that leads one way or the other.
That near their Ozarks.
Yeah.
You just gotta figure out how to ford that Mississippi.
I grew up on what? I got Appalachians and Okies in my heritage. Also Italians.
I'm more or less a godfather to some Bama puppies. Does that count?
I'll take it.
No, far south as I've been is Virginia. And I hear that apparently that's not south enough.
Nothing is ever south enough.
They still point their cannons north. In my mind, that's south. That and their heritage flags, if you know what I mean. If you fly one of those flags at your pickup, you're south.
So, I'm sorry, you're talking about the losing trader flag?
Yeah, the rebels that supposedly have a heritage now.
Fair enough.
I'd be surprised if they could spell heritage. But if you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request on up, even if it is a belief based on heritage. I'd be curious if you can question whatever that belief is. Or, in other words, I think what I'm asking is, what the fuck is your belief?
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more in the shed.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Michael V, for the segues. It's where they come from. But if you've got a belief, as the song said, in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. Sorry, Trip's like, is that Jim singing?
Hilarious.
I thought that was positively brilliant.
It was. It was beautiful.
I write a song a week, and now I have to write a Batcolyte song. That's so inspiring. It's really cool, Michael V.
I will put it to use if you let me. Did I get enough coins for Billie Eilish? No, definitely not. That would be interesting, though.
Great vocalist. I mean, the one on Michael V's recording.
Oh, I'm sure it's inhuman.
Inhuman. Oh, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But Billie it did kind of give a Billie Eilish sound to it a little bit. Which was lovely. I do love Billie Eilish. She's amazing. She even used her platform at the Globes to speak against a particular frozen substance we all dastardly hate.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a motherfucker I like to question. It's a quiet question, you motherfucker. Or straight out of the country. Get you back going straight back to Britain. Or England or Wales or Germany, wherever all these people come from, took over our land.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's my, oh. Just not Canada. Yeah, we won't send him to Canada. It's okay, Lady Huggy, we won't. I do have a love and appreciation for Canadians, but that's probably because I've lived on the border for so long. Very friendly folk.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on up.
Yeah, I need more of these.
Those are so wonderful. I'm just humming along to it with them all muted up, just like, so lovely. Very inspiring. I do want to make music now too.
It makes me sad to think there weren't. If there was just AI, then no real musicians.
I know. Well, I can tell you the person who used the AI is a real musician and artist.
And the words are yours.
And the words are quite clearly mine. I thought it was a clever idea to plug my Segway in and see the different styles you could get back. This isn't one of them, by the way. This is our usual background music. I just took it off the lute. Felt time for something else. I forgot that it had this epic feel to it, though. I think we need... Oh, and there he is. You missed it, Michael V. I've been using your segues.
Hey, Michael, they've been amazing. They've been. We should play another. Do you have another one, Thrayle?
They're really good, I won't deny. Just disturbing.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
Yeah, I think that's deeper than my voice. Yeah, I like those, Michael. Appreciate you. And also, I do appreciate Donna B, Noctis, Hannah, Shell, Polly, and 96 for helping with the goal. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. Barfing Toaster says there's an owl in my gravy. How do I save the gravy? Eat the owl, I guess.
An apple stew doesn't sound half bad. A little rosemary and cream. We're gonna give poor Noctis a palpitation.
Yeah, the music wasn't right. I felt like I should be having like a dance with pirates, and I don't see any pirates.
You can't catch me, Noctis. I'm a bat. I'm a colony of bats. We'll all go all separate directions. You won't catch us. What's your escape plan, Thrayle? If Noctis becomes an owl and flies after us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a bat won't survive an encounter with an owl unless it's quicker.
We're a colony of bats. You have to catch all of us.
That's true. Some of you might. I mean, would you be less yourself if some of the colony were eaten by the owl? Why is the owl eating the bats?
Well, I don't know. Noctis came after us because we're eating owls. But I don't know. Maybe, perchance, I've had different parts of me come and go before, and I'm still the same person, more or less.
Yeah, I wasn't eating the owl. I was just that, a barfing toaster has, once owl lists gravy, that's one way to remove the owl. I suppose you could just take it out and let it go to waste. Why wouldn't you eat it? It's already got the gravy on it.
Most of the questioners been drunk tonight.
Most is a relative term, isn't it? There've been a couple of drunks. Not most, though. Here we go. already.
Well,
I mean, still.
Yeah.
It just painted a very different picture of what kind of owl was in his gravy.
If it's a live owl with gravy, probably just dust off the owl with some Dawn dish soap. I don't know.
Can a gravy-covered owl fly away on its own? I suppose it depends on the density of the gravy, doesn't it? And the viscosity.
I don't know wings to make it heavy.
That's exactly what I meant.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, I'm on the same page.
Oh, country gravy or brown gravy, that does make a difference. 96, you're right.
If it's country gravy, that owl's done for. Might as well just make it soup.
I mean, yeah, if it's sausage gravy, it really does make more sense to go ahead and just let the owl finish cooking before consuming. I think you want to make sure it gets to about 100 and, what is it, 165 Fahrenheit, I think. I think that's what it is for owls.
I don't know, Noctis. I think I'd prefer to eat owl over rat. Even though owls tend to eat rats.
Another problem is I don't know what temperature to cook a rat to.
Burnt charcoal is the appropriate answer.
I mean, it's a good point. It is an assumption that it would be the same temperature as other poultry.
But we have a measure of temperature for poultry. We don't have a measure of temperature for rodents.
Then again, it might be like steak, you know. Do you want your rat medium rare, or do you want it like well done? I love how Noctis is making the case for us to eat rats over owls. And it is a questionable belief. I think that eating owls is in any way better or easier is also questionable. But I am gonna have to give myself a what the fuck.
I'm just surprised it took so long to get here. But don't worry, no owls or rats were harmed in the making of this TikTok live.
That we know of.
We don't want PETA after us. Stop it.
You just can't make promises unless you really know.
Well, what other people do in the privacy of their own homes and kitchens is their business.
I've got approximately 2 minutes. Leave the owl alone.
To leave the owl in the gravy.
No, take the owl out, clean it, and say goodbye to the gravy. It's your fault. You weren't keeping an eye on the owl. Also, like, I was just speaking logically. It would take you way longer to breed and farm owls than it would rats. It's logic. Don't kill any. Don't eat any. But
It is logical, but also, I just think one might taste better than the other.
I think you're fooling yourself.
I mean, would you rather eat lean poultry or rodent?
I'll go for vegetables if that is an option. No one said I needed to have either or. I'm going for the opposite. And besides, I get plenty of iron from my greens, so, you know.
But if you were to advise the farming of rats and you yourself don't partake, isn't that a bit hypocritical?
I like to watch the world burn, not be a part of it. So, you know, being in Britain and everything.
Oh, yes, that's right, you Brits. Yeah, you like to watch the world burn.
Proceeds.
Sorry, I know that's a bit on the nose. It would be hypocritical, yes. If you want me to be on point, it would be, but I wouldn't eat either or. I'm in a fun little get me out of work mood, so yeah, apologies.
Oh, we're happy to oblige if you just need an excuse not to be paying attention to samples.
Yeah, Thrayle could be your sickly father who needs you immediately to get off work right now.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Family emergency, I got you.
Do I need to show up like Ferris Bueller? Make a phone call and pretend to be your dad.
I mean, no, you don't, but I would pay good money to see that. You'd have to try and convince my lab girls, though, because they know what my father looks like. So that would be mildly... Are you willing to get rid of your hair?
No, that's why you just do it on the phone. And then you have the person pretending to be your dad show up outside in the car, but like, you know, with a hat on and sunglasses.
It's too small in Wales, Thrayle. It's way too small. Everyone knows everyone. They'd know. Someone on the street would know.
They make really realistic masks now. You can do reckon that.
Okay, I'm down. I just love the commitment.
If your father's sickly, wouldn't he be wearing a mask? So.
Right, like a surgical mask. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or even a scarf, something to cover his face, so he wouldn't spread the disease to his wonderful daughter who's come home to nurse him back to health.
It's probably a little more discreet and cheaper than getting a silicone mold of his face and head.
It would be cheaper.
And easier to explain. You don't have to inform him that you're putting a surgical mask on, but you might need to inform him if you're making a silicone mold of his head.
I wonder if we can just do it with pictures.
Well, why does your father even have to show up? He's sickly, remember? You must catch a taxi or something.
That is true. Wouldn't need to show up at all. Wouldn't even really need to call. I just need a message. Send me like a text message. I'll give you my number, Thrayle.
Do a voice memo, and be like one of those older people who can't understand how voice memos work.
Oh no, can you imagine? Hey, not this. Your father suddenly sounds more Texan than he does British. Thrayle, do a British accent. Can you do a Welsh one?
I was just muted trying one. I don't know if I can pull it off.
It's okay, just crinkle some tinfoil next to you and it'll sound like it's broken up and bad signal.
You just have to prolong the nose, so you'll have to go no, but.
Or plastic wrap actually works better. Not that I would know, per se, that I've ever tried to get out of a work.
I'm going too in depth, really. They wouldn't even know. They don't know what my father sounds like. I could say he's American.
We've got a family emergency and we're going to need Noctis to leave work early today.
Not quite, but I did enjoy it. I will just have that as a memo. You need more panic.
You need to sound sicklier.
Well, and it was too posh.
It's a family emergency. It needs to be like, oh my god, someone's unalived in the family. Like, get your ass here.
Maybe he's proper British, where he doesn't allow his voice to declare urgency.
We've got a family emergency. We're going to need Noctis to leave the lab early today.
No, it's still too posh.
I know, I fall into RP almost every time. It's Captain Picard trying to sneak through.
Oh, I kind of love it, though. Also, thank you, Philly, and hi, beautiful Bean.
I wish I could.
And stop it.
I wish I could speak Carnish.
Cornish?
Carnish would be more believable if I could do it.
Actually, my father was born in Cornwall, so maybe.
All I know is from the TV show Doc Martin.
Oh, I got you. Isn't that... I was going to say, isn't that more country farmer? Like, right, my lover?
Yeah, they're
Right, darling?
they're from that area, though. No, that's not right.
No, the Cornish aren't. The Cornish are further. You need, so you have different dialects. Sorry.
Whoa. Excuse you.
Do you know what? There is this cool old lady driving around in that car, and every time we love it. We no longer get mad. We're like, yes, go queen.
Right. I like Quigley Wyatt's joke. Brits can get to the hospital faster because they don't have to specify getting to the hospital. They go to hospital.
Yeah.
So do you really say go down shops?
No. I just say I'm going to the shop.
Ah.
Or pop in. I'm popping to the shop.
Pop into the shop. Yeah.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
Do you park in the car park?
If there's one available.
Otherwise,
or the side street. Yeah.
I've seen the streets around there. You're parking on the street.
Teeny tiny.
I know they're tiny roads and they're already lined with cars. I wonder they make getting your license so much more difficult than here.
Yeah, we're all squashed together.
The music is more dramatic than usual. I think we need something. I don't know if I should go more dramatic or less. Maybe something.
So you would.
Or farmer. I'm pretty sure Trip would agree with me there as well, because Trip's from the UK, I believe. My mother's in Bristol, which is Bristol, which is Somerset sort of area / Western, and she has the R's. So that's how I can do darling so well.
Darling. That just brings a song to mind. Mark Ladyman, you are always welcome here. We don't always get along on panel, but you're welcome to watch. I don't know if you've got a belief you are up to questioning. I remember that you believe in yourself, and you wonder if we should question that. And I wonder why you wouldn't question anything that you believe, even if it is in yourself. Doesn't mean you shouldn't believe in yourself.
Believe in the raspberries.
But now that I've summarized it, we can see if he can perform it. Oh, he moved on. Never mind. It was worth a shot.
Okay, I must disappear into the shadows. But I do thank you for letting me up and cause chaos.
It's always a pleasure, Noctis. I love you guys.
You too, Noctis. Take care.
Love back, Noctis.
Big W's for Noctis. She questioned her belief that she should fake a family emergency to get out of work.
It's a low bar for beliefs here.
We questioned Yoda earlier. You might have missed that.
I heard it, but he wasn't using proper grammar.
I know, that was driving me crazy.
I can't believe you questioned.
I mean, crazy it was driving me.
Proper grammar he wasn't using.
The
verb is
proper grammar using he was not.
But whether you do have a belief in that it is expressed in proper grammar or not, I'm sure we'd love to hear that belief. Preferably in properly expressed grammar, but if not, I'm sure we still appreciate the attempt.
I think I said something like that. I said his sentences were too in order. Or maybe if he said his response in it, or arranged the sentence differently, I would understand it better. Yeah, I think that's what I said. Yoda was a good sport, though. I mean, it was a silly moment.
A good sport he was.
Good sport he was. And I'm pretty sure I detected an Irish accent in there. I didn't realize Yoda was Irish.
Or charms of luck did he had? But my children
Stereotype, that is.
I have children, gremlins, and goblins of my own that are beginning to arise. I think I must depart.
Well, take care, Bats. I appreciate you and your questions. And, well, I mean, just you. I think you're awesome. All of you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Bye, Thrayle. Bye, Jimmy.
Bye, Bats.
Bye, Bats. Just neither is.
Right. Now there are so many fewer questioners. No reason to be intimidated at all. Nothing scary here. We're just questioning beliefs, seeing if you can question whatever it is you believe in. Not to dissuade you of it, not to try to burgle the last remaining clutches of faith from your fleshy fingers. No, really, we just want to know what it is that you believe and why you believe it, if, of course, you can question it. Maybe it's the clutching to the last bits of belief by your fleshy fingers. Maybe that's where the... No, we're not intimidating.
If you can listen to questions and answer them, we're kind.
Wildot says, I will burgle your use of woo words, linking them to science. Trademark.
He's tidied up and I can't find anything.
I'm not sure what you mean by woo words, Wildot. Is that a woo word? Is that a woo word?
Which are the scientific woo words? I'm confused.
Well, we have energy, source, and of course, somewhere in here. There it is. Frequency. And of course, I mean, it does go as far as force.
My physicist friend was not giving me a very clear definition of energy. He made it sound a little woo.
What was the definition he gave again?
He was saying, I said, well, obviously energy is the ability to do work. And he said, oh yes, but what's the definition of work? And he said the definition that they use is an exchange of energy.
So then, energy is the ability to perform an exchange of energy.
Right. Not actually helpful there. He was also trying to explain that mass...
Hang on, if I think I'm following, energy
is
the ability to perform an exchange of the ability to perform an exchange of the ability to perform the exchange.
Yes.
Work, an object or structure moved over distance. Is it the moving that is the work? Or is that force? If that's work, then it would be energy is the ability to move objects or structures over distance. That's if that were work. Appreciate you, Huggy. We'll make sure you get an invite for the poem. Yeah, Huggy. We'll make sure you get an invite for the poem. You get it. Definitely want to see some W's in the chat for Huggy. Chalk and Cheese says, energy is the thing you guys don't have. Are you saying I'm low energy? Do I sound worn down and sluggish? Do I sound tired? Is that it? I couldn't get through it.
You yawned when you said tired.
I forced it, but then I realized it was real.
I have to have another conversation with Don, the physicist, about mass. He was starting to tell me why mass is a problem.
Good morning, Philly. Oh, I thought I saw Philly. And then she was... There she is. I just didn't click the button. Good morning, Philly.
Good morning. That was a very big yawn.
It was. Apparently I'm low energy.
We might need some people to hit the link in bio to buy you another blueberry iced coffee.
Oh, there is that link tree there. You're right. That takes you where the Venmo and the Cash App links hide. They're not really hiding. They're just there. If anybody wants to show their support that way, it is always appreciated. But how are you doing this morning, Philly?
Oh, I have a bit of a headache, actually, but I shall survive.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you've got a headache. It might be because we're sitting here trying to define energy, which we all know. At least according to Jim's physicist friend, is an infinite circle of the ability to do the ability to exchange the ability,
Yeah, something like that.
An infinite regress.
It's also not clear that energy is not lost, according to Don, but I didn't quite understand it. I guess if I imagine a photon leaving the sun and never striking anything.
I know a guy who might be able to clarify.
Yo.
Morning, Wilda. How are you?
Not bad. So yeah, the distinction between energy and work is work's going to require energy and an imposition on a structure or a system, right? Whereas energy can exist independently. And it's very unclear whether or not a system energy is either retained or lost. But when we start looking at the entire system, depending on the state of affairs, it may be conserved or who knows.
Right. I was trying to define it as anything in the universe that's moving beneath the speed of light is matter. Anything existing in the universe moving at the speed of light is energy, but he was saying that didn't entirely work either.
No, that doesn't work. Essentially, it's all just talking about motion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which gets us to the existence of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a weird one.
Yep. I'm not sure. Can you imagine time without a mind?
Yes.
How so?
Well, it's just going to be a system in which events take place, right? Because to me, time doesn't have any real ontological structure. It's just like the sequencing of events.
But what is an event?
A meteor hits a planet, or asteroid hits. Just anything that like occurs, honestly, that isn't some static state.
An exchange of energy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the really weird thing when it comes to time. Is like generally we want to have something to measure, but when we're like sequencing events, all we're doing is sequencing things that exist. And because of this, the language gets really confusing and weird.
So, is work the transfer of the energy, or
into a system? Yeah.
It's the act of transferring energy.
Yeah. Like the displacement of that energy, or transferring it into a new system, right?
Yeah.
So energy can exist as potential energy, but once we place that energy or transfer it into a system, it's now completing work.
This is the Buddhist in me, but I think ultimately we run into the problem of perception, perspective, and consciousness in determining what an event is, what time is, maybe what energy is.
That's just going to be like perceptually, and that's only a problem if you think like this whole consciousness, this whole experience is fundamental to existence.
Well, I guess in terms of talking about reality, when you're talking about what works, all the formulas work, more or less.
Yeah,
right. There are gaps.
Yeah, but they're just descriptions.
Right.
I guess the old name. Right, like rocks even and stuff like that.
So essentially, like, but when we're making formulas and stuff, all we're really doing is making a map, right? And that
Right.
map really limited by our ability to like describe things with the linguistics in hand.
Right. We can make a very accurate description, but we're still talking about a description.
Yeah, and all the theorems and all the proofs and all the formulas, right? They could have completely different values so long as we can make an accurate prediction, right?
Right.
They'll functionally work.
I will never argue against the usefulness of physics, right?
Yeah,
I guess I'm trying to reach into is there something actually happening independent of observation?
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're gonna know that because thanks to the physics and the math and the map we have, we can deduce that there was a time before a conscious observer or things were happening.
We can do well.
Oh, draw a really strong inference.
Sure. Yeah, we can draw a strong, but we can't know that it's not simply the way we perceive it. Meaning, we can predict what we will perceive, but we can't. I don't know that we can say that the universe isn't in a static state, and that our perspective through time is what gives things the quality of events.
No, but that's like pointing to the map and saying we need something to make the map, right?
Right.
But all we're doing is we're making a map.
Right. Well, I agree with that.
So once we get into like that deep thought, I don't really see the necessity of the conversation. I mean, I think the thoughts that can arise from it are cool, but all of the map we have is based in this idea that there is some external world that is changing. And all the math seems to indicate that, hey, it's constantly changing, it's constantly getting bigger, and it's constantly getting faster.
Right. Right. I think maybe I'm arguing for some humility.
Two very bold colors right here. Would you like either of them?
What do you mean by arguing for humility?
Do you want a ponytail with a braid in it, or just a ponytail?
Not mistaking the map for the terrain.
Mm-hmm.
I agree wholeheartedly. A map of North America isn't North America. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume. Are you? Do you think consciousness is fundamental?
I'm leaning that way. But there are problems with that.
Well, there's problems with every position.
Yeah.
But what's the thing that gives you some indication for you? Like, what's the convincing factor?
I think it's discovering the ways in which our mental processes form ideas about the reality of nature. and the gaps that are there.
How we think about things?
Yeah, more or less.
Now, is it like the concepts we come up when we think about things, or we come up when we think about things, or
Is it the concepts we form, or is it the way we think about things? I'm not sure I can distinguish between those two.
Like, is it the math that 1 + 1 = 2, or is it going to be like the numbers themselves?
Oh, yeah. So 1 + 1 = 2 is based on, let's say, set theory, and it assumes identity in nature.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm trying to like distinguish between the numbers and the operators, right? Like, is it the road that our thoughts lead down, or is it like the abstract objects and concepts that we come up to think about?
So as far as I can tell, logic begins with language. Logic is determined by language. Language is not determined by logic.
Yeah.
Therefore, mathematics is built on the linguistic idea that, this is not that, and that you can have two of something.
Yeah, it's the idea of trivial identity.
Right. I don't think that actually exists in nature. I think it exists in thought. Right. So mathematics doesn't really offer an answer, but it offers a tool by which we can make predictions.
A tool by which we can apply a grand measuring stick to reality.
Whoa. Oh, I have a call coming in 3 minutes, which stinks because this is a great conversation. I have to drop down. I hate it.
And it was just getting good.
That was really good. I hope we can do that. We can pick that up again. That was awesome. So,
well, I appreciate you being here, Jim. I really do.
Thank you, Thrayle. Thank you. And thank you, Wildot. That was fantastic. And Philly.
Good to see you, Jim.
Good to see you, too.
Take care, Jim. And definitely want some W's in chat, because even then, Jim was showing that he can question his beliefs, which is why he's such a valued questioner. Appreciate you, Jim.
Oh yeah, W, Jim. I've asked people who lean the idealist way those kinds of questions, and it generally leads to a crash out, and he definitely had humility and the ability to question.
Oh, absolutely. That's something I think he looks for in worldviews, is humility. Unless it has some
way to back it, but even then I imagine Jim would find a way to question it. Is this too holy sounding?
It does have that vibe.
We could make it a little more unholy. Or we could chaotic orchestra chants like "O Fortuna." I don't think I have anything quite that dire. It's chaotic.
Causing me a little bit of stress. I
think it's designed to do that. I'm gonna swap it.
was just enjoying the beautiful sunrise, and now I'm like, my heart rate's
There are some dark clouds in that sunrise, aren't there? Every cloudy sunrise hides dark shadows.
Or does it illuminate them?
Or does the contrast make them that much darker?
Okay, skeleton man.
I do have some questions about Skeleton Man and drinking coffee.
We right over.
Are you asking if my chair is dry?
I'm asking if the chair is dry and if the skeleton man has to keep a mop on standby.
The blueberry iced coffee is just.
Just pouring it on the chair and the floor.
Yes, yes.
So the rules are a little different for animated skeletons, despite what movies like The Last Unicorn would have you believe. Because there is this animation to the skeleton, of course, there's also a pocket dimension within the area where the gut would be, and things just go there. Like a bag of holding. At least, that's what the dryness of my chair would imply. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know, if you can question it, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Just a little more appropriate for your sunrise.
I think so.
We're not sleeping, by the way. If you are just scrolling in and wondering, we are here to see if you can question your beliefs. We're just enjoying the sunrise while we wait to see if there is anybody who has the courage or the curiosity to request up and question their beliefs. Girl gnarly, only if you really, if you really want to go to Antarctica. Only if you take the place of a flat earther who actually is a flat earther who's willing to learn. That might, I don't know if it's immoral. And again, they're a flat earther. I'm not even sure what that would mean, Yoda. Flat Mars. Are you saying that the other planets are just really far away plates in the sky, all facing in just the right direction so that we see a disk? Not a single one is tilted at such an angle that it wouldn't be disc-like. Barfing Toaster believes in the Mobius strip Earth.
I appreciate what's going on in chat right now. Flat Mars, Mobius strip Earth, Black Jupiter. Stop shaming celestial bodies, says Will Dot. They are trying their best.
Will they gain more dimension if they somehow work on their character? No Will Dot, not Mobius strippers. Mobius exotic dancers. Curl gnarly. Okay, it might be my fault. I shouldn't have played into that joke. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, only you can save us from spiraling into wherever we're spiraling. I suppose I could start getting a poem ready. It might be that time. Of course, as soon as I do. Morgan slept for 5 hours. Hey, that's pretty good. At least there's that.
5 hours.
That's pretty good too. $59. Shedding viewers, aren't we? The silence, I suppose, is to blame. That would be.
Is the end nigh?
Kilted Frank, I'm not quite sure what you're saying requires medical attention.
Mark is willing to break the silence for us, Thrayle.
Oh. Have you spoken to Mark before? I think you have.
You let me drop Mark last time.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I wonder if Mark can have a conversation that stays addressed on the topic, doesn't interrupt, isn't slurred. Is that too much to ask?
We can go around and see what happens.
Gentle conversation would be wonderful, Mark.
I see Kilted Frank's confusion. I said shedding with 2 D's. An E and 2 D's.
Hello, my loving friends, and can I only say I respect your space.
Good to see you, Mark.
And perhaps I am not quite ready to challenge my own belief in myself.
Why do you think that is?
Well, because belief in myself is all that I have got, and I haven't got many years left.
What does belief in yourself mean?
It means not challenging other people's belief in their self.
What does other people's belief in their self mean? What does it mean to have belief in yourself?
If you have belief in yourself, then you create a world that pleases you. If you don't have belief in yourself, you create a world that punishes you. Is just my personal belief. And when I express that, I'm not trying to challenge your belief, and I'm not trying to get into a fight.
I don't feel challenged.
Good.
I'm
I
curious.
know I come across a bit full on sometimes.
I'm
Tonight
curious.
I've been on. Sorry, let me listen.
I'm curious to understand what you mean with the connection between believing in yourself, creating a world that pleases you, versus not believing in yourself, creating a world that punishes you. How does it do that? How does belief do one or the other?
Well, I see that many people have many different kinds of beliefs in many different religions, faiths, sciences, conspiracies, political agendas. There's many ways that people give away their own personal identity to an indoctrinated belief. That is something they have not personally experienced themselves.
Are you saying then that belief in yourself is not giving your identity over to a system, a worldview, where you would lose yourself?
I think that is how many people become lost. And, this page, I keep coming across it time and time again. And, I scroll a lot of TikTok. I do a lot of TikTok. I'm on TikTok in a way I never imagined would ever happen to me. But it gives me a chance who try and promote unity amongst people, not divert. You know, I don't want to destroy anybody's belief in himself. And if somebody believes in Jesus, well, that's beautiful. If that inspires them to feel good about being alive, that's great. That's beautiful.
Do you think that believing in yourself or anyone believing in themselves could ever lead to disunity?
I think that many people have believed in something, whether it was their own, you know, their marriage or the love of their family, and they believed in it, and they got let down by it somehow or another. It broke apart, it fell apart, and it became not true. So from there, the only thing that you have left is you. So in any discussion about anything, it's a challenge of, you know, if we want to have an argument, and I was on another page that this page hosts about energy. So a bunch of scientists tell us there's some robot on Mars that's been running on a AAA battery for 34 years.
Hey, Mark.
Oh, do you believe that? You know, or not? These are things that are beyond experience.
Mark, slow down for a sec. Philly's got a question.
Okay. Sorry, it's 1:30 in the morning here in Australia, and I have had a big night.
So I'm not sure that you actually answered my question.
No, I probably didn't, because I'm not into answering questions, because I don't know the answers. And I can't go, oh, look, you know, here's my
Mark,
belief.
she was still talking and you just interrupted her, so now I have to mute you. I need you to stop doing that, Mark.
I thought, okay, maybe can I ask you to give a yes or no answer, and then you can elaborate afterwards? Is that possible, Mark?
You would have to unmute me.
Did you hear her question?
No, I didn't, because I was muted and so pissed off about that. And
Here's the
how
thing, Mark.
ignorant and childish it is to mute a person.
Yeah, I muted you because you were interrupting her and you didn't seem to hear
No,
that she
you
was still talking.
invited me on.
Like right now. I'm talking and you're interrupting to shout at me, so I had to mute you again. I don't want to have to treat you like a child, Mark, but if you're going to act like one, you probably shouldn't even be on a TikTok live. Maybe you should think about that when you're having a night, as you said. But we are probably going to go ahead and move on unless you're willing to have a civilized conversation without interrupting, shouting over the top of, trying to domineer. Okay, Mark. Sounds good. We're just going to go.
Appreciate you trying.
Hope you drink some water, get plenty of rest. That's true, Flocky. He did say something about not being ready to question his belief in himself. I thought maybe he'd be ready to have a back and forth of any kind, but no.
I think I have poor memory.
He said yes, anytime, no mute buttons allowed.
Well, I would be happy to agree to no mute buttons if there was an agreement to let the other person finish their question.
It's kind of important in communication.
I mean, my eyes kind of glazed over for that, so couldn't tell you what just happened, but I was definitely listening somewhat.
Mm-hmm. Totally believable, Wilda.
Listen, sometimes I just gotta tap into my lead paint stare. It's a skill.
Good morning, Morgan.
Guten Morgen, my friends.
And good morning, Nick. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? For TikTok. Good morning, Nick. Can I get your age?
28.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Well, I'm a newly devoted Christian, and all I gotta say is the Lord is my Savior, and He's the true
I asked
Alpha
you
and
a
Omega.
different question. I didn't ask you if the Lord was your Savior or if He was Alpha and Omega. I asked if you had read your Bible.
Well, let me ask you this: Are you a
I
devil
had asked
worshiper?
you if you read your Bible. Are you here to question your beliefs, or are you here to just kind of preach and talk over?
Well, I just have one thing to say, and I'm out.
Okay,
Is that
so
like
you're already out. Goodbye. We're not here to be your pulpit. I think you should read 1 Peter 3:15 and recognize your error. And 16. I think that's important for the context.
My headache is not going away with these conversations.
I'm sorry to hear that, Philly. I was very hopeful for that headache. Something about not being able to question your beliefs or even interact with other human beings on a genuine level. It's kind of disturbing, isn't it? You're all going to hell if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. He's returning soon.
I wonder how Nick knows that.
It's unfortunate, Nick.
Well, he verified his information.
No preaching in the comments, Nick. If you'd like to actually question your beliefs, you're welcome to do that. And also threatening the entire audience or panel is pretty frowned upon on TikTok. But sanctify with the Lord in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asketh you the reason for the hope that is in you, with meekness and fear, having a good conscience, that whereas they may speak evil of you as of evildoers,
they may be ashamed that falsely accuse your good conversation in Christ. Where was
To
your
be
good
fair,
conversation?
Nick might not have read that part in the Bible yet.
He did never answer that question, did he?
Wait, you can read?
I don't have any assumptions one way or the other on that. Hello, Mr. Sock. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, fuck.
Well, that's unfortunate that you're not going to ever be in this live again. Goodbye.
Gross.
Hmm.
Ugh, I feel like I need to go, like, drench myself in bleach. That was really gross.
And doing that on a public platform against the consent or wishes of anybody without their express enthusiastic consent, I think kind of tells everybody exactly what kind of person you are. Really, really disturbing.
Did I say McDonald's? I think Nick is going to Burger King to fill out an application.
McDonald's does have higher standards.
You know, Will Dot, when my little sister was quite young, maybe like 4, somebody asked her if she wanted to go to heaven. And she said, nope, I want to go to McDonald's.
Best answer ever.
She had priorities. She recognized that this life, at least, seems evident. It's here. You can experience it. McDonald's is something she knows exists.
Mm-hmm.
See no scriptural evidence that you get a small toy with your tiny cheeseburger in heaven, so that's a plus one.
Mark, why do you want to come back?
Why don't you drink some water and catch a nap, Mark? Maybe another time. Maybe another time when you haven't made a night of it.
It's not night, it's effectively morning.
Right. But for him, well, even for him, it is officially morning, you're right.
Maybe Mark can answer the question that was unanswered through text in the chat. I asked Mark if it was possible that believing in oneself could ever lead to disunity. And I requested a yes or no answer before the elaboration. Absolutely, it can lead to disunity, okay?
Maybe this is the way to question Mark.
I think we might be onto something.
if believing in oneself can lead to disunity, how do you balance the priorities that you've stated of promoting unity, but also promoting your ability to believe in yourself and not question others' ability to believe in themselves? Double question. What does that mean?
I think he may have heard two separate questions.
How do you balance your stated priorities of not questioning your belief in yourself, nor wanting to question others' belief in themselves, with your goal of only promoting unity? I don't think
Uh-oh. We lost Philly.
Oh, okay, bye, Philly.
I blame Margaret.
What did I do?
We do have another request, but I want you to be able to finish what you were saying.
Right? I think I cut out there at I don't think. Sometimes I don't think. I try to think. I don't think that Mark's answer is actually addressing the question.
I'm trying to think of how I can reword that.
Mark doesn't control others' beliefs or disturb them. Yet, Mark stated that a belief in oneself can lead to disunity. So I was interested in exploring how. What does Mark do when a desire for unity bumps up against this upheld standard of a belief in oneself? But if there is a guest request from somebody who believes in a God, God's higher power or something like that, and can question that belief, I think perhaps it's better to move on.
Hello, Alistair. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Not really. I'm unsure. I'm just unsure of everything, I guess.
You're not
So I
sure
guess
if you have a
I'm always questioning.
Have you ever believed in a God?
When I was younger,
What God
I was
did
raised
you
Catholic.
believe in? I see.
I was raised Catholic.
And did you ever actually believe that the God was there?
Yeah, I can say at one point I did.
What caused you to first question that?
Talking to an atheist online.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Was there a particular question that was first presented to you, or an idea?
I was like maybe like 12 or 13. This was like back in the AOL days, I think. Yeah, maybe I was younger. But anyway, I went into a chat room and I didn't know the difference between astronomy and astrology. And I went into an astronomy chat and I was like looking for, zodiac type stuff, and happened upon an atheist who was an astronomer. And that's kind of how it got started. Basically telling me it was all kind of fake and explaining things and hard evidence, and we got into science and all that jazz.
What would you say was the last question, the one that broke the camel's back, I think, broke the shelf, as some people might say?
The question that I kind of asked myself is, there are so many beliefs, and I mean, I know that maybe not be a good reason to disclaim that there's a God, but to me personally, and not trying to offend anyone, it just seems a bit silly in a way, because there's just so many beliefs, and it's like, who's right? Everyone thinks they're right. It has me just really thinking in the end that it doesn't make sense for there to be some God who, in most beliefs, is to some degree human-like, possesses these human qualities. They like kind of superimpose person-like abilities, and I don't see how that's feasible with how our universe came to be and how we came to be as humans. Kind of with how our universe came to be and how we came to be as humans.
So you don't other kind of God.
Right, because being is this conscious being, and religion, I can't understand how this conscious being can be before the universe was even created. To me, there's just some disconnect.
Can you think of what might convince you or compel you to believe that some kind of God does exist or could exist? Let's go with does exist.
I don't know. I don't think there's anything that could really convince me. I mean, I guess they'd have to show up right in front of my face, but even then I would be asking myself if I'm hallucinating.
Say that something happened right in front of your face and you were able to verify it wasn't a hallucination. Would you worship a God that had proven itself to exist to you, or would you need more?
So if something proved itself to be real, and there was like you said, it wasn't a hallucination, and let's say it proved it was a God as well, in addition to that. As far as worshiping it, I don't know. I mean, just because someone or something is a God, in my mind, doesn't necessarily mean that they need worship. I don't know. Why would a God need to be worshipped?
That is a great question. Can you think of what kind of deity or God, if not one you've heard of, then one you can imagine, that you might respect or venerate, if not worship?
I guess it's going to be kind of contradicting to what, most people believe what a God is, but, a God that doesn't interfere. I mean, I don't know. Then people might say, well, what's the point if it's God, things are kind of complicated. So, if I don't know if by God helping me, he helps me, is he going to harm someone else in doing so? I don't know. It's kind of complicated. For there to be this being that is intervening in humans' lives, I don't know. It seems kind of like more upper administration. But it would definitely be a creator who's accepting, at least. If we're his creations, it would be a creator who's accepting of everyone that he created, supposedly, or she created, or whatever.
I noticed that your answer was laced with about a dozen I don't knows, and I just want to give you credit for that. I appreciate the recognition that you don't know something, but you did keep pressing to find an answer in there to shape something that was accepting, right? Something that was something that was open to
right, and something that definitely wouldn't condemn you for not worshiping them. That's definitely would be a no. I would not want a God like that demands worship.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No, not really. I think whether there's an afterlife, makes me feel both kinds of ways. Sometimes it feels kind of like a good thing if there is. Sometimes it feels like a bad thing. But to me, whether there is an afterlife or not, it can also be independent of there being an existence of a God. I don't think that they necessarily are related to each other. They can be, but I don't think it has to be. But yeah, that's a whole other topic for me personally.
Does a God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
For life to be meaningful?
The God.
Okay, let me just make sure I understand your question. Does a God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's a complicated question. I think that if for someone believing in a God brings meaning to their life, then that's fine. Or I am very careful and draw the line is whenever their beliefs start to, oppress other people or hurt other people. But by all means, if it brings them meaning to their life, then sure. But I don't think it's, I don't know. I don't think it's necessary.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Alistair. Does anybody else have any questions for Alistair?
Not right now, but thanks for coming up, Alistair.
Thank y'all.
I've got it.
Go for it, Willa.
All right, so let's say whatever the source of the universe is, God, whatever, has like an anthropocentric avatar, and you get to ask it one question with 100% guaranteed answer. What would you ask?
I would ask it, I guess, what is our general purpose of being here? Like, what is the whole purpose of all of it? Life?
And if it told you there isn't a purpose outside of existence, would that bother you?
No. No, because I give my life purpose. I'm curious to see if there is some other purpose, but no, it doesn't. I give my own life purpose with my family and my work and just my own life. I don't feel like I need anything else to give me purpose.
Okay, what question, like to this thing, would you not want answered?
Yeah. Oh, did you hear me? I don't think that there's a question that I wouldn't ask, that I'd be opposed to asking.
I guess my life kind of. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, thank y'all.
Appreciate you being here, Alistair. I hope you keep asking questions. And if you do come up with some firm answers of what you do believe, when, or if you do believe something, then bring it back to us. We'll definitely want to question that.
All right. Sounds good. Thank y'all.
Take care. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. Or something like that.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that?
I love it. That's so fun.
Burgle your God, but there's always room for one more in the shell.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on up.
I thought that was very fun. Poor Kiara hated that.
Well, I still want to thank Michael V for providing the segues. They were fun. I'd use real music if I had, real musicians that I know make fun segues.
I feel like you wouldn't know anybody like that.
It's not like I know a dozen or more musicians in the community alone. Mark is like, no, I didn't go to bed.
But did you drink some water, Mark?
It might help. It's awfully late, Mark. Isn't it like 2 a.m. now?
Yes, and
You're one to talk, Thrayle.
I didn't make a night of it, though.
Mark is in the requests again.
I did see that. I'm
He's also offering to serenade us.
I definitely didn't ask for that. Fractal on field. I have thought about that. I could do some musical segues myself. I did just allude to all the musicians in the community, but I might happen to be able to do a little something. It's not like I taught for the better part of 2 decades. No.
It's not like I have the equipment.
Mark is now bargaining for time. 1 minute. "45 seconds, I think." Appreciate you, Mark.
I appreciate you to the Batcolyte, Thrace, however you like to be called. And I don't challenge you, I don't threaten you. And my beliefs will just kind of, they're going to stay mine till I die.
Yeah. Hey, right, they're going to stay yours, and nobody's here to take them from you. We're not trying to force you into it. So I appreciate you coming. Stay yours, and nobody's here to take them from you. We're not. And sharing your music interaction, and maybe the next time you haven't had more than a few tied on, we can try to see if you're open to questioning why it is you won't question your beliefs. But I productivity in it right now.
I like that. I appreciate the friendly exchange.
That's right.
How's the weather holding up for you, Thrayle?
Oh, the weather's lovely. It's gonna get a little chilly tonight, but I'm nice and toasty right now.
I see what you did there, Optimistic.
We can all see. I'm tempted to try something. I'm not sure it's gonna work.
I mean, there's only one way to find out.
Maybe. We'll see. If you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, then go ahead and request on. Didn't quite work. I couldn't hear the music while I was doing it.
No, you were right on track. That was perfect.
I just need better music to do that too. We'll make our own.
You'll be so good.
Michael's were really good though.
For sure. I have so many ideas swimming around in my brain right now. It's the worst. Probably doesn't help that I've switched to Cafe Bustelo.
What's that?
It's basically an espresso. It's like one of the strongest coffees I've been able to purchase at like any store, like not having to go to like any specialty for like extra caffeine or anything like that. And it's really common in a lot of Latin American households.
not sure if I like this poem. It's more abstract than the last one.
Oof.
Yeah.
I will say, one of the times that I woke up in my stretch of 5 hours of sleep, Yoda was one of the ones that woke me up. And I was very confused, thoroughly confused. Didn't really know what to do with myself.
Well, I feel I've added as much value as I can this morning. Maybe I could be dropped.
Are you the scary one?
Always.
Well, I appreciate you, Philly.
Thanks.
I'll talk to you later, Philly.
I think the,
Are we going with the wildly abstract poem?
I tried to make a new one. I think it's worse.
Is it getting worse?
I asked for less abstract, and it is literally more abstract every time.
What the fuck? Maybe try using the word esoteric. I've had success when correcting my AI like that.
This will have to do. I mentioned today that you guys are the best audience on TikTok because there's still 57 of you in the room, and that's amazing. I really appreciate all of you who stay through these long pauses and poem proofreadings.
If you want to ask me questions in the comments, I can waste some time. I'll just sit here and talk. I don't care. What if God was one of us, Fractal? What if? What does that mean? Like, That's honestly probably the worst question to ask me, because I genuinely could care less if God exists or not. I just want to know why we do it. Why? Why we do that? I guess TikTok thought you were getting too cold up there, Thrayle. We're having a hard time with your audio, Thrayle.
So,
Much more better.
am I?
Oh, perhaps I spoke too soon.
Yeah, it's definitely giving me bars for some reason. That's weird.
Well, you don't have them now. Take it and run with it, Thrayle. Oh, wonderful. My favorite. Hi, people. How are you? This is my favorite time, when I get left up here alone. It's not much of a party without music. The song of my people is getting very loud. Is getting very loud. I believe Thrayle is resetting his device. But keep tapping the screen. Fuck it, share the live. Maybe I can sing. I know I can sing something. Ain't no maybe about it. Will I? Probably not. Not today, anyways. Floki, this happens very frequently, especially when it's just me and Thrayle. Yeah, it's great. It's a good time. It's my favorite. And I know he's just giggling behind the, yeah, there's that mute button.
Because it's so lonely up there, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I'm just being dramatic. being dramatic for engagement, if I'm being honest. I am not Canadian, but I might as well be. To put it in perspective, I'm roughly 2 to 3 hours away from the border of Canada. So if you're hearing it in my voice, that's why.
Hopefully the app isn't too laggy now.
Wonderful. Seems to be much more smoother.
Excellent. I think it might be almost that time. The poem looks somewhat poemish.
Slightly
Very
poetic.
different. Very different.
It's like what's in a name, but what's in a poem? But full disclosure, Fractal, no, I'm in New Hampshire. Which is basically Canada Light, but whatever. Canada Light, but whatever. How are you using that word, Fractal? Hell yeah, Floki, I didn't know you were also a New Englander. That is one word for us. If it helps put any kind of weight behind my words, I've never married a man who wasn't from the South.
Alright, I'm sure I missed something, and we'll find the errors as we go. And I'll fuck them up too.
I believe in you.
I believe in me fucking up too. But I also know the poem is as done as the poem will be, and it will have to do. We've already lost more than half the viewers to the waiting.
Well, let's run it then, Thrayle.
I think there's only one way to go. I'll make sure that we send out invites to anybody who we know wants to be here for the end.
No, that's not. I want Discord.
And I will make sure that it's clear. That the end is nigh. Well, somewhat clear. That helps.
Yes, we must do the pattern.
The nighness of the ending.
The nighness
of the ending.
The nighness of the ending, yes.
The nighness.
Must.
The nighness. The nighness.
Isn't pending or is pending?
It is impending. At least that's the message that I'm sending. At least that's the message that I'm sending.
Yeah, no, my brain's not working.
Towards
lending your, no, I thought I had one
No,
more.
you were so close. No. Oh, come on.
Lending your unending attention to the
Lending your unending attending.
attending to the message that I'm sending. Let's edit that in post.
And that's the poem, boys.
Not the poem. But I do appreciate you, Morgan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thrayle.
And thank you all. Thank you all for being here, for bringing your questions, your comments, your thoughts, your respect to the comment section down there, and to the panel. Everybody who did come up and try to question their beliefs, and everybody who questioned their thought. And thank you all. Thank you to all of you, the best audience on TikTok, whether you engaged by tapping or commenting or by falling asleep. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being here. And of course, a big W to the mods for helping make this space comfortable. So thank you all. I appreciate you. And if you do want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, there's a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helps that way. It does make all the difference. So thank you all, truly. And I think there's really only one thing left. Bone wings cross a blackened sky. Old laws listen as night goes by. Old words sit where older words sat. Past is truth. Imagine that. Age gets called a test of right. Long-held claims replace the night. Thrones of those say, stay right here. Stillness is safe, and change is fear. Maps get nailed where skies once moved. Thought condemned and doubt removed. The bat goddess circles with no command.
counting cracks the thrones can't stand. Tablets hum their final song, heavy, loud, for far too long. Dust is praised for staying put, but marrow knows what bone must do. Hold through pressure and support the true. Claws unclench, the grip gives way. Names fall off that cannot stay. What endures does not insist, does not shout. What endures does not insist, does not shout or clench the fist. Under wings that never cease. Questions open minds with ease. And I love you all. Take care.
So, Frank, you're adding to it though. Like, I don't understand what is the point.
The point is this: you want a man. I make 6 digits a year. Okay, that's my gross income. I make 6 digits a year. So you want a man that's making 6 digits a year. You making 5 digits a year. Let's go say 41, whatever the number is. Okay, you want.
We don't have any numbers attached to this because it depends on. So hold on, wait. The numbers.
Scenario. He gave a scenario.
It doesn't matter. We don't attach numbers. But go ahead.
Okay, so the thing is, you want to say whatever it is your narrative is to knock a man down because he's broke. I was broke, and now I can take care of myself. I can take care of my kids, and I have. But you want to justify